Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. You made it. You're in the right place. This is the opening call today, September 29th, 2025. We got a couple days left in September, and we have a busy week ahead this week in the markets. I'm Coach Jay. In the middle there, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to his right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys feeling this morning? How was the weekend? And are we ready to get into these markets?
Yeah, ready as always. It's always good to get a couple of days rest on the weekend. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. JD, always a pleasure to be with you guys. Jay, how was your weekend? You have
Uh,
some time and rest up and party and
This was not a
do all those fun
restful
things.
week, not a restful weekend at all, Hogue. Not a restful weekend at all, Hogue. I was pretty busy this weekend, but it is time to get back to work. So I know it's. I got a cup of Joe here, a cup of coffee, and we are ready to get back into it. JD, how was yours?
What's up, guys? Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. We got a Bears victory yesterday. We got the wrong poll in the chat, though. We're supposed to be voting on the handsome contest, not this gold trade. But that's okay. We'll figure that out later. Pardon me. Yeah, let's get into it. We got gold opening in about 2 minutes. We're going to take that opening range trade. Let's do it.
New all-time highs last night.
All-time highs in gold. Polls up in the chat. Are we taking the 1 minute or 5 minute opening range? Right now we have a 63% vote for the 5 minute, 134 votes in there. So make sure you get your votes in. If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, we take the gold opening range trade every morning. Gold opens up at 7:20 a.m. Central Time, 8:20 Eastern. And we poll the chat. Are we taking the 1 minute or the 5 minute? Right now, 62% of the vote. So it looks like we will be taking the 5. If the range breaks to the upside, we're long. If it breaks to the downside, we are going to be short. And in this case, with gold making all-time highs, give us a little bit of a pullback for the next leg up is what I'm hoping for. But we'll let the market decide on that. JD, we said it's a busy week in the markets. Let's take a look at the economic calendar. What do we have on the schedule for today, or maybe for the rest of the week?
Sure. Let's talk macro for a second. For the week, we've got a whole lot going on. We've got talking Feds peppered in all throughout the week. We should have a economic calendar up there. Oh, no big deal. And jobs. Jobs is the word of the week. Today, later on this morning, we've got a whole bunch of talking Feds coming out today, pending home sales. Tomorrow, as far as jobs go, we got the JOLTS report tomorrow morning. We've got the ADP employment change on Wednesday, jobless claims on Thursday, and then Friday is the big day. We have the September jobs report. We're going to see what happened in the month of September. So jobs. That is the mantra this week. As far as today, we've already got a couple talking Feds out. Christopher Waller spoke earlier this morning at about 6:30 a.m. Central Time. Beth Hammock is speaking right now. There's some quotes coming out from Beth Hammock as we are speaking now. Again, pending home sales out at 9 o'clock. We might get some headlines from President Trump at around 10 o'clock. He's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. That was it. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Later on this afternoon, we got more talking Feds. Williams, Musalem, and Bostic are all speaking at about 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So talking Feds today, jobs throughout the rest of the week. That is the mantra.
There we go. JD, I mean, you said you lost your train of thought. I think there's just a lot to keep track of. It sounds like a very busy week. So make sure you're tuned in here to TopstepTV. We'll make sure to keep you aware of what is going on in the markets, what has the potential to move the markets. And if you haven't done so already, hit that like button pretty early because we're going to keep you up to date. We do have gold open right now. We are looking at a 5-minute opening range trade, so we're going to let this one play out just a little bit. So while we wait for that, Hogue, to get everyone prepped, why don't we go over that checklist, get our homework done early this week?
Yes, definitely do your homework. Do your homework. We've got the daily checklist up for you. Do your pre-market research. That is what we are doing. Always focus on context, good risk management, and patience. There is our check. The morning checklist. Are you ready? Is your station prepared? You got your coffee? Check. Mindset check. Always be thinking about what your mindset is like. It's going to affect your decision-making process. Trade entry checklist. Get your piece of paper, get your pencil, and be ready for taking those trades so you can review them at the end of the day. Always doing your post-market checklist, your journaling and reviewing and preparing for the next trading day. It's a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot packed into that, but you got to do the homework. If you're gonna go to recess and you're gonna play, you got to do the work.
Absolutely. We are 2 minutes into this opening range trade in gold. The 1 minute did trigger a short. Again, gold opens up at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Triggered a short. We'd be in on the 1 minute at 38.50.20. Gold, again, did make new all-time highs last night. We're seeing a 59% short right now on the tilt. But we are going to wait another 2 minutes before we get into this 5 minute opening range trade. JD, any news on gold last night? I think I could probably guess what it is, but what do you got? Where's the article from?
We can do that real quick. Gold hit new record highs overnight amid macro uncertainty. So gold futures rose to an all-time high at 35.7840.4 per ounce on growing investor anxiety over issues such as independence of the U.S. Federal Reserve, tariff policies, and expectations for future interest rate cuts. Stocks remained relatively flat in contrast. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But gold, new all-time highs overnight. Remember we were talking about...
Keeps going up.
It just keeps going up. That's it. Remember we were talking about that heist in Paris? The 5 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Robbed the museum of $2 million worth of gold.
How do they take profit on that?
How do they take profit? They probably melted it down, but I mean,
they got a fence. Love a good Cicero.
They know a guy. They know a guy that knows a guy. But that could turn out to be the heist of the year, right?
Right.
Gold at all-time highs.
$700,000 worth of gold. We got another minute for this opening range trade to close. The 3 minute, if we were ever putting that on the poll, would have triggered a short there as well. My beloved 3 minute chart. But another 20 seconds here. Again, no 7:30 numbers, so no potential volatility coming up for this trade. We do have a overnight VWAP at 38.30, which would be a nice spot to get a pullback, maybe for that next leg up. Curious in the chat, did anyone catch any of this move in gold to the upside overnight? It's a beautiful trade.
We got about 15 seconds.
Yep.
This opening 5 minute candle closes. I've got a low in the micro at 38.48 half. Line up with them.
Looks good here.
All right.
49
stopped. 49 ticks, yeah. We're gonna stop to enter on the downside at 38.48.40. We're trading on the lower end of the opening range so far. I've got a high of 38.53.40. That match up with the mini.
Yep. Perfectly even.
38.53.40.
54% short on the tilt in gold last trade, 38.50 evens. The house account is looking to get into this opening range trade. We'll let the market decide which direction we're in. Dolby said it. Nice job to the traders in the chat. Shubham right now is short 8 micros from 38.60. KW in the chat caught the trade. Tony didn't. Neither did I, Tony. But hey, there's always another one.
Wow.
Abed caught the trade. Tim caught some of it. AB the Don passed an eval, passed a combine on gold. Peter Schaap up 735 on vacation trading gold. That's always nice, right? Take a trade, pay for the vacation, then go back to having some fun. So really nice trading by all the traders there. And shout out to Ryan as well. Took 2 longs in Asia last night. So we got some traders trading it. Love to hear it. Market's making all-time highs. Is presenting opportunity to us. So let's get in here. Let's see if the house gets tagged in. JD, before we get into gold charts, we got some news on investing. Why don't we get into that, and then we'll get into the chart.
When it comes to money, many Americans are choosing to invest in the stock market right now. Let's roll that clip. Information from the Federal Reserve shows 45% of households' financial assets in the second quarter of this year were invested in stocks. That's huge. Some of those investments are part of mutual funds or retirement plans that Americans own. The Fed's data shows this is the highest investment in stocks than ever before. Economists say while many Americans might be happy about their holdings, they see potential problems. They say a market downturn could hit Americans' finances pretty hard, in part because it comes at a time when the labor market is fragile and inflation is still sticking around. Economists also warn that wealthy Americans are benefiting right now from stock investments. Wealthy Americans, in turn, help drive the economy. They make up nearly 50% of consumer spending. 45% of Americans are invested in the stock market. Oh, guys, we just got triggered into a short in the gold market.
Did.
House count short 5 micros from 38.4830.
House is
Putting
short,
the
38.4830.
Putting the CYA up at 38.5440.
Okay.
Quite a bit of risk on this trade. Taking $300 worth of risk on this opening range breakout trade in gold.
All right. So we're counting on here is overnight inventory getting us to better trade locations for longs. Basically.
Yep.
That's what I'm looking for, Hoag.
Yep.
That is what I'm looking for.
That VWAP.
Gold is up about 1% right now on the day from settlement. 38.4660 last trade in gold, 54% short in the tilt, and the house is short 5 micros from 38.4830. Why don't we jump into the charts, Hoag? We'll take a look at where this trade has the potential to go. And JD, if we get any management on that, just let us know. What do you see in the charts?
Got it.
I lost your audio, Hoag.
Mute.
I always start and end the week on the weeklies.
Okay.
So on the weekly, one time framing to the upside is certainly intact. It's still continuing to push to the upside, higher highs, higher lows. Nothing really new there. On the daily, we are working our way towards that weekly kickoff high that has remained there for 3 or 4 weeks. That is a target that we believe longer time frame traders will need to adjust inventory to one side or the other. We've been watching the market working its way up there, and it has done a pretty good job of continuing that push to the upside. We added 13,000 on Friday with negative delta, so that is telling us that possibly, nothing is for sure, that we're seeing the longer time frame buyers coming back in at higher levels. That is healthy for continuation. No guarantees. It's just what we're seeing in the delta and the open interest and the volume. Volume was kind of weak last week as we were somewhat range bound for the better part of the week. We've taken out last week's high. We are seeing money still coming into the long side here. The upside auction is intact. With that delta negative on Friday, with a push to the upside, we're looking at a potential breakout of a short time frame balance. So we're monitoring for continuation in that this morning. Jay, is there anything about the daily chart that you would like to add?
This looks really healthy to the upside, Hoag. Every time we find basing in gold, it's just basing for another leg up. We talked about the consolidation last week. We had that highest volume candle, which was the 23rd. We closed one day outside of it, but we really found, a lower extreme of that range near 37.50s. And then what we've seen is when gold breaks out of this, we're seeing, anywhere from a 10% to a 5% to a 10% move out of these consolidations. So this could be the week. We got a ton on the calendar. Could be the week that we are approaching those 4,000s in gold. We'll see. We're less than 5% away, and there's a busy calendar this week. So let's see. But not a market that I want to be short for a very long time. I know we're short in the house account, but shorts look like opportunities to long, to get into a long.
To look for better trade locations for those
Absolutely.
longs, right? All right.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the 30 because we do have a lot of overnight inventory that is working in our favor right now. what exactly is overnight inventory? Well, when we look at where the market opened at 5 p.m. Central Time last night, so the market opened right at the low here, and we've been seeing price moving consistently higher all night. What does that tell us? Well, gold's a little bit different. Gold has been bringing some really good volume in the overnight session, the London session, the Asian session. So we're seeing a little bit better participation, possibly from some of our longer time frame traders in the overnight. And of course, we're always going to see the biggest volume during the regular trading hours. So we're seeing, obviously some shorter time frame, weaker hands, longs coming into this market. And if they don't get what they're looking for, and that is an early continuation move to the upside, often they will liquidate those short time frame positions, especially if they're underwater in it. It's the weaker hands that bought the high here that are going to start this pushback to the downside, which may already be in play. So we're looking for an opportunity for the market to kind of come back, give us better trade locations to BTFD. And if we cannot close the session gap from the high from Friday, which was regular trading hour session, actually, was 38.1440. Here's our gap right now to where we open. So we're going to see if we can't close this gap. We're going to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Even if we come back down and check to the close the gap or even settlement, that could just be quite simply chalked up to overnight inventory being too long. All of those sellers coming in, getting out of those positions, removing their selling power from the market to look for a continuation move to the upside. The only thing that I would be concerned about is if we do come back into value and show acceptance, that could bring price back to value low. And on this platform, that's down around 37.8960. I know it's kind of hard to see these little blue lines here. I can make those a little bit easier to see, and we can make those yellow, so it'll be a lot easier to see. So what I'm concerned about would be reacceptance inside value from Friday, and a move back down to value low. Again, that value low, 37.89.5, and value high approximately 38.1320 approximately. So those are early concerns, early thoughts for the context of this market. Jay, what do you want to add to that? I know you're probably looking at your 20 session simple moving average, and we've already discussed overnight VWAP. What are you thinking?
Exactly that, Hoag. So now looking at these moving averages, the 20, the VWAP, just watching the market's reaction to it for the trade that we're in right now, right? That 20 moving average, when we start to trend, is usually a nice spot to look for a pullback for continuation. That 20 moving average is at 38.4110 right now, kind of the low of this most recent move we just saw. So again, looking for opportunities to get into the trend. I would really love to buy gold off of what was the prior all-time high before we just made one, which is down at 38.2460. Kind of using that area as a support, coming down, pulling back into it, and bouncing from there would be a nice opportunity for a long. That gives us an opportunity to buy below VWAP. But yeah, to me, it's a hard market to be short, but also I don't love buying the highs of a market, so I'm welcoming a pullback here. In that, it's not just a blind buy. Just like we say it all the time. I do need to see some type of reversal pattern because we have seen gold make a new all-time high and then sell off a little bit right over the past couple of days. So just going to be reading the flow today, Hoag. But that 20 moving average, VWAP at 3110 and 25 are all interesting spots to me right now.
That previous all-time high. So you got two levels that Jay is kind of hawking here for possible opportunities in gold. You got 38.4120, that 20 session simple moving average. You got 38.31, which is the overnight VWAP, and you've got the previous all-time high. And you were just talking, Jay, about the tendency for gold to kind of put in that new all-time high and then pull off a little bit. And that's exactly what happened when we put in this all-time high, 38.2460 last week. Really, it's last week's high. It was an all-time high in extended trading hour session. We look for those not to be lasting, and we've already taken that out this morning. We had what I'm calling a bull flag. We broke out above it on Friday. We saw a double distribution trend day to the upside. adding again 13,000 approximate new contracts in open interest on this push to the upside. And we had negative delta. Delta divergence, price moving higher against aggressive selling. That's accumulation in longer time frame, and that's what we're seeing in the open interest as well. So I think we're back to BTFD. I saw somebody was commenting earlier about it was box cutter. Are we back to BTFD and gold? Did we ever really leave? I don't think we ever
left.
really left in the longer time frames.
I don't think we left.
So yeah,
Nope.
the double distribution trend day on Friday against negative delta and an increasing open interest tells me that there's new and continued buying coming into this market. So we're short this market. We're going to see if we can't find some sort of decent opportunity for us to take a profit on a good part of this position, and then manage the rest. I really would love the idea of getting down to that VWAP 38.31 to kind of lighten up a little bit on this trade. Not seeing anything that could lead us to managing this trade here just yet, but we are so far sitting in profit. I'm liking that.
One more thing I want to add here, Hoag, on the daily, and just in support of this trade idea, on the daily, the gold daily ATR is 51 points. We've already had a 75-point range on the day so far. So unless we really see an anomaly day in gold, I could see a little bit more of a pullback here, because high to low range is already 75 points, $75. So the metals, just all of the metals in general are having a moment. We're seeing platinum, silver with these huge percentage moves, but gold is a little more tame when it comes to that, as far as, ending the day with a huge percentage up. So we're right now at 1%, just right below 1%. So for this trade, I do like that pullback to VWAP just in that case.
Speaking of
guys,
metals,
just a heads up. Just a heads up, guys. It peeled up. I took a little bit of risk off this trade. I peeled 2 off at 38.42.30. Locked in a little bit of profit. We got a free trade on right now.
Good.
Based on what you guys are saying, I could put these 2 back on at about $3.50 better right now. If you think,
I like that.
Move down to VWAP. Should
I
I
like
put them
that.
back on?
No, you just alleviated all the fear. It's a free trade now.
We got a free trade on, basically. Yeah.
There we go.
So peeled off some risk. We still have our CYA for the remaining 3 contracts up at 38.53.30. We are seeing some buying in right now, but I'm not adverse to putting these 2 back on. We're almost back to our entry price on this trade right now. 38.48.30 is our entry price.
In the current situation, with the lack of a deeper pullback off the overnight inventory and the lack of any real efforts to close the gap, I don't like adding back. I don't like putting them back on. If we got a free trade on, I think we stick with that. We get a deeper pullback, great. If we don't get the deeper pullback and it comes and takes us out, we have very, very little to no risk on this trade right now. I'm digging that.
Cool. Sounds good to me. And reasoning for taking those 2 off, based on what you guys are saying, we hit 1R on this trade, so I peeled 2 off at 1R, giving us basically a free trade. We still got about $25 worth of risk on this trade, so it's not technically a free trade, but we shrunk our risk to basically a scratch.
Well, in Cicero, $25 is $25.
$25 is $25. That is correct, sir.
Well, speaking of metals, I was so happy to see Coach D on metals markets this morning, starting at 5 a.m. I'm so happy I get somebody to keep me company while I'm doing my research in the morning. It was great to see her. I get to see her every morning at that time frame now. If you haven't checked it out, 5 a.m. Central Time, metals markets with Market Stalker D was great to see her this morning. Great to have some company doing my research and listening to what she was saying about these metals. It's all good stuff. So it was great to see her. And if you're here, D, great job this morning. Loved every minute of it.
Yeah, I have to every once in a when I'm up, Hogue, I try to tune into it as well, especially because we say it all the time, right? Our friends in Europe are getting all the best prices in these markets, so
Yeah,
being able to trade
true.
them with D is a great thing for sure. But let's while we manage this gold trade, let's get into stocks. JD, we got some news on stocks overnight.
Yes, futures popped just a little bit. We had the Dow up about 170 points, 0.4%. S&P and NASDAQ also up this morning. S&P up 0.5% and the NASDAQ up 0.6%. Big movers in the market this morning, AI related. Oracle and NVIDIA are in the news, rising after skepticism around artificial intelligence trade put pressure on the broader stock market. Some traders even questioned whether there was enough energy to power an infrastructure plan between NVIDIA and OpenAI. But NVIDIA is up about 1%. Oracle was up about 1% earlier this morning also. In Asia, overnight, stocks closed a little bit mixed. We had the Hang Seng Index up 1.89%, the Nikkei down 0.69%, and the Shanghai Composite up 0.9%. Stocks in Europe this morning trading a little bit higher. We got the FTSE up 0.44%, the CAC up 0.2%, and the DAX down 0.1%. The US dollar index down slightly, 97.9. The VIX, last quote on the VIX, up 4% today, 15.9 in the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, US 10-year Treasury note, resting peacefully at 4.156%. Let's get into those stocks. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. All right, Jay. Again, Mondays and Fridays, starting with the weekly. What did we change anything last week with a little bit of a pullback? No, we did not. We are still putting in higher highs, higher lows. The one-time framing still remains intact. Let me get my notes here. I got to have my notes. I'm like Ray Rayner. So yeah, we survived that pullback. One-time framing still intact. Indecisive weekly bar, a little bit. Jay, do you find a little bit of concern with this kind of uncertain weekly bar here? I mean, we're still higher highs, higher lows.
Yeah, a little bit of concern, Hogue, but when we look at the daily, it looks healthy. We have that huge wick on the weekly. We couldn't take out a prior week's low, so it looked like a necessary pullback that we kind of needed in the market. It looks pretty healthy though. We're above not last week's low, but the week prior.
Yeah.
Someone asked, are we still in BTFD and gold? I think we are still in BTFD in the equities as well. And last week kind of proved that, I think. We'll see. Ton of data out this week, Hogue. So, we'll see if we get that extension. We're less than 0.5% off the all-time high in the S&P. So how much can I trust the sellers? Not too much.
There is a lot coming out this week. There's also a little bit of uncertainty as to whether that is all even going to be coming out later on in the week. If there's a government shutdown on Wednesday, we may not get our employment numbers after that for the rest of the week. Who knows how that's going to play? I don't see it doing really anything serious to the markets. If it is, it's going to be pretty short-lived, and that's just in my humble opinion. And what the heck do I know? All right, the daily. So we had our 3 down days in an uptrend. We ended up with an up day, which is really what the idea is when you have 3 down days in an uptrend. Usually the following day is going to be a green day, and that's what happened. It wasn't to the magnitude that I think many of us were hoping for, and it happened much later in the day. However, it still remains kind of true. You get 3 down days in an uptrend. The following day tends to be an up day, which it ended up being again. We lost 4,700 in open interest on Friday. I'm looking at that as we've been probably squeezing some shorts into the market. We squeezed a few out of the market on Friday as traders were probably a little bit underwater and didn't want to take those positions home over the weekend. We have this excess low here on the 25th, and we were just talking about that excess low on the weekly chart as well. This was just such a sweet opportunity to Jay's 20-session simple moving average, to the monthly VWAP. I mean, that was just beautiful. If you had the intestinal fortitude, I like to call it, to step in and buy it down there. You were richly rewarded. So weekly, last week's high and last week's low, I'm looking at as the range extremes. Yes, it was an all-time high last week. Last week's low up against this moving average and the monthly VWAP. Jay, what are your thoughts?
So that pullback, Hogue, to the 20 moving average and that monthly VWAP kind of satisfies the pullback that I think we were looking for in the equities. So it kind of looks like, now we're clear. We found more buyers clear to make the next move up. Coming into today, with all the news we have on the economic calendar later in the week, I was kind of expecting an inside day inside that Thursday range, but we're not seeing that, right? The market's already trading above it. I think that Thursday, last week Thursday, was the highest volume daily candle we saw in a month, almost 2 months.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
That candle is important. So a daily close above it. The high of that candle is 67.05 and a quarter. We closed in it last week Friday. This price action that I'm seeing right now, we already have VWAP leaving that range. They said, the market said, forget the news. We just want to buy. And that's what it looks like right now. Let's see if we go take out that all-time high.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was reading an article earlier, and there's analysts that are saying stocks are primed for the next leg to the upside. There's analysts that say there's no way we're gonna break. It's gonna go lower. There's too many uncertainties. Whatever it is. One little thing that I saw in an article I was reading on Market Watch earlier was in 1999. About 75% of companies coming into the market were unprofitable at that time. Okay, we all remember what happened in 1999.
Yep.
And they're saying that was a sure sign of exuberance. In the second quarter of this year, less than 50% of IPOs were unprofitable. So we're seeing a lot more profitable IPOs, a lot more profitable companies. Earnings were pretty good, and if we're looking at the market and the market itself, it seems healthy. The economy, is always going to be some sort of influence on the markets, but I think that's telling us that we may not be as in dire straits as we are. And JD was talking about more individuals are invested in the stock market than ever before. That sends a chill up my spine because when everybody's in, the high is usually in. But the only thing that continues to ring in my ears about these equities markets is one word: resilience. Resilience. Yep. Take a look at the 30. All right. So, let me get this lined up right. Okay, so overnight inventory obviously is long. We opened here. We are trading here. Overnight inventory long. Shorter time frame, weaker hands have been buying into this all night. What are they looking for? They are looking for continuation to the upside. They want to see this market get all the way up to weekly kickoff high, and then we'll see what the market does there. I'd be happy with that. Weekly kickoff high. We break out above that. We use the previous week's weekly kickoff high, which could bring us all the way up to 68.52. Largely a measured move. What about the gap? We do have a session gap. If we were to open now, session gap goes to the high from Friday, which is, let's just be exact here, 67.0375. So opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap, we're looking for continuation, a move in the direction of the gap, looking for longs. Jay, what do you think? All-time highs sometime soon here?
Yeah, I think so, Hogue. I think so. I don't know about today, but I think we're seeing it soon. Like I said, we're less than 0.5% off that all-time high. It very well could happen today. The S&P right now is up just over 0.5%. So we'd be talking about a 1% move, near a 1% move to get to that all-time high. But we're holding on the 30-minute. We're holding that 20 moving average, which is at 67.24 right now. We have the 200 moving average, which we crossed last night. And not only did we cross with price, volume crossed above it as well. So VWAP is above that 200 moving average, which just gives me a little bit more confidence in this move to the upside. VWAP right now is 67.20. in the 67.21. I have VWAP in the S&P. I'm looking for opportunities to buy this Hoag. If we get up near 67.50s though, and I don't see that continuation volume, right? If it gets a little thin up there, maybe that's where we see a pullback on the day, but not a market that I'm looking to short. I have to look at this one and say, hey, if I miss the overnight trade, it may be a no trade for me, but we'll see what the New York session presents.
Gonna be interesting. Just for reference, the all-time high was during the regular trading hour session in the S&Ps, and it is weak. It is a double top up here, and exactness is weakness. I'm not looking for the all-time high with this weakness to be a lasting all-time high. There's no excess up here on the daily, so I'm looking for this market. And Jay, I want it to go to all-time highs today. You're like, I don't think so.
I mean, I think it can, Hoag. I think it can.
The old man's crazy.
I didn't buy enough yet, Hoag. Just give me a couple days to buy a little bit more, and then we can go.
All right. Well, that's what our context is for the E-mini S&Ps. We got the crude oil market opening up here in about 7 minutes. JD, you've got some news about crude pricing. What do you got?
Yes, we do. Crude's taking a little bit of a hit this morning. Last trade, 64.47 in crude. What is causing this? Well, a little bit of supply pressure building up. OPEC Plus is likely to approve further output increase, but not yet. This article from oilprice.com notes that OPEC is expected to greenlight an additional modest production hike of about 137,000 barrels per day during its upcoming meeting, just to maintain market share amid rising prices. So, what are the supply risks right now after a recent rally driven by geopolitical risks, such as drone strikes affecting Russian energy and a few other things? But the narrative is shifting. The renewed supply inflows and expectation of higher output are pulling prices a little bit lower today. So that's what we're seeing in crude oil at the moment. Checking in on this gold trade, we are still short 3 from 38.48.30. We're about we've locked in about $100 in profit, and we've got about $130 in open equity right now. Quick check-in on that gold trade. We're going to take this opening range trade in crude oil in just a few minutes. So far, the poll is looking at a 5-minute opening range breakout trade in crude oil. Back to you guys.
Of course, JD. We got a 78% long tilt in crude. 78% long tilt in crude. 55 in the gold. Let's go get VWAP in gold. Be a nice target down there. But Hoag, what are we seeing in crude?
All right. So again, whoa. Let's start with the weekly. And there's no change there, honestly. I mean, it's been so range bound in so many time frames, and it's still in medium time frame. It is still range bound. We had that potential short time frame breakout last week, and we'll see that now on the daily chart. So we had this trend line 1, 2, 3, 4 points, 5 points of contact. We broke out the Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. We did see some pretty decent volume and open interest coming in, but as price continued to move higher, we saw volume actually performing pretty well, especially on Friday. But that's a reversal day, and you're going to see this very shortly as the market continued to try and push higher. Volume slowed. We did not see big inflows of open interest. So I think at the end of the week last week, we were talking about trying to give this upside auction, this upside breakout, a B minus. I'm looking at it more like it was a C plus now. Didn't really do what we thought it would do, and that would be continue to bring new buying in. So now we're seeing a reversal. We've got a doji on Friday. I'm looking at this as a potential shooting star, which is a reversal pattern. We're seeing price action moving lower as we speak. And this excess high on Friday, boy, if I was long, I would be having chills up and down my spine right now, because this is just not good. Auctions die in excess, and we have a lot of excess on this daily bar from Friday's session. Jay, what do you think?
I think zooming out and looking at that weekly, Hogue, I was looking for a short all last week in crude oil. I think it's finally presenting it to us, and that weekly really showed where the upper extreme of that range was, and it was closer to 66.50, which was a prior week's high back in the beginning of August. Right now, if that's the range, we're calling it 66.50 at the highs and 61 at the low. We're kind of right in the middle of it right now, 64.50s. But there was something I didn't trust about the buyers last week. They, did a pretty good job of trying to extend this range, but now we're kind of falling back into it. So I'm looking for that rotation again, Hogue, to the lower extreme of the range, back down to the 61s, maybe sometime this week. So selling it at any of these major levels, right, like 65, or if we reject at a whole number level, looking for opportunities there. Right now, crude is down almost 2% on the day. So I have to ask, how much room is there available for a move today? But going through the rest of the week, if we see, that reversal pattern continue to play out, it may be a nice short opportunity back down to the low of that range later this week.
Awesome.
They do have to do some work to get below 64, though. 64 is right in the middle of that weekly range. If there's no volume that trades there, then maybe we just base around for a little bit.
Okay. All right. Like that. So, I mean, you're just kind of looking at this as reversal pattern at the top. 66.50 or 66.42 last week's high, 61.61 last week's low, the extremes of this current area of short time frame balance, and you're kind of expecting just typical rotation, low to high, high to low.
Hogue, it almost looks like if you could flip that chart over, we had a doji on the lows of the range before those three strong up days, right? It looks like the exact same pattern here, kind of playing out. So,
and that was that was a potential for a island bottom. Well, look what we have now. Potential island top.
Right.
So here's the 30. We session gapped from Thursday session to Friday session, leaving this gap. Okay, that gap is 65.21 to 65.03. Now we're going to open below that gap, where this gap was never filled in regular trading hours. If we could just put the regular trading hours for crude oil up here, you would see that there was no participation in regular trading hours in that range, creating the island top, which is it is a reversal pattern. What else do we have? We have we have a head and shoulders reversal as well. Where's the neckline on this? I'm kind of looking at the neckline loosely as maybe right. Oh, whoa, maybe right around here. And we broke through it. What's the potential continuation move? I'm just going to measure. I like to use this. I'm just going to measure from there to the neckline here, and then we're going to go from the breakout of the neckline there. Takes us pretty close to weekly kickoff low. We do have lots of weaknesses in structure down below. We have another session gap here. We have lots of naked points of control, 63.42, 62.54. Another gap down below that. We've got, there's just weaknesses in structure a go-go down below this market. And they will come into play if the market continues this push to the downside. So as far as overnight inventory is concerned,
real quick, we are open. Crude oil is open. We are taking that 5-minute opening range trade. We're about 1 minute into the market open now. Gold opens up at 8 a.m. Central Time, but we're taking a 5-minute, Hogue. So this overnight inventory you were talking about.
Yes. Overnight inventory, short, with a gap, with an island top. Is the nuances are saying we're going to see that rotation back down to the low that Jay was talking about, possibly around $61, $61.50. We got to get through weekly kickoff low first, 63.40. But if we can't close this gap, we're looking for opportunities for shorts. Jay, your thoughts?
I'm with you, Hogue. I'm with you. I'm looking at we're already 2% down. I'm asking how much room is there left in the move, but crude also has the potential for some pretty big moves percentage wise. So yeah, just looking for some continuation. We are sitting, Hogue, on the 30-minute. We're sitting right at that 200 moving average, 64.49. And that kind of, for me, if we don't get the short today, I'm looking at that as if we don't get any volume above that 200 moving average tomorrow or for the rest of the week, that is a great spot to start to limit, to assume some risk, maybe to the short side. Again, anything we say here is for educational purposes only and not any financial advice. And I don't know how much you want to take my crude oil advice because I was wrong all last week, but hey, it's another week. It's a new week. A lot of time for us to get it right. We have 3 minutes before this 5-minute opening range trade triggers here. We've seen that tilt as high as 78% in crude oil. It's back down to 67% right now, 61% long in gold. House count is short, still a couple micros in gold from 38, 48, 30. Last trade over there, 38, 44, 50. Last trade in crude oil, 64, 42. And I believe the 1 minute did trigger. No, it didn't. No short trigger yet in the 1 minute.
Jay, you weren't wrong. You just didn't time it right.
Well, just early, Hogue. Just early.
Just early. Just early.
We have a 16 tick opening range right now in crude oil. Get another 2 minutes before this triggers a trade. I have a low JD right now of 35. 64.35 is the low on the 1 minute. You might see it extend. And the high of 64.51. You seeing the same thing, Hogue?
35.
Minor discrepancy between the micro and the mini. I've got a high at 64.49 in the micro. You have a high of 51?
51.
Yeah, high of
mini.
51.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I will trade the micros, but use the mini prices. So I'll put a stop to enter above the market at 64.52. Loaded for a 5 lot. Trade in micro crude.
Another minute before that trade triggers. And again, if you're just joining us for the first time, we appreciate you being here. And if you're wondering what trade we're looking at, this is now the crude oil opening range trade. Crude opens up at 8 a.m. Central Time. Poll the chat. Are we taking a 1 minute or a 5 minute? Chat voted on a 5 minute. So we're waiting for that 5 minute range to close. We will be in from there. The house count is already in a trade. You can see that floating P&L up at the top of the screen. We're short gold. Gold opens up at 820. This is looking like a pretty good trade in gold right now. 38, 39, 90 last trade in gold.
Yep.
We
have about $250. We've got about $250 in open equity in that gold trade. Do we want to peel any more off, guys? What are you thinking?
You still have 3, JD?
We still have 3 on. If this is a BTFD type of day, how should we be approaching this as we're in the money pretty well right now?
What do you think, Hogue?
I don't know. I want VWAP.
I do too. I do too. I would say
VWAP it is.
Yeah,
all right, guys. For crude oil, we're short 3 in gold. Working our stops to enter in crude right now. Downside 64.33 stop to enter, and on the upside 64.52. I'm going to switch my chart back to gold. We'll take a look at that while we're waiting to get into this crude oil trade. So we're on the lows in gold right now of regular trading hours. Last print 38.40. We've got 3 on. We've got just over $200 in open equity on this trade right now, and we've already locked in some profits.
You want to buy one for the break?
I was just going to say take one and leave the rest. Yeah, take one and leave the rest. I think is the right move. I agree with you, Hogue.
Joining the bid. All right, covered one more, locked in some more profit. We've got $176 of profit locked in, $130 in open equity. We just got triggered into a crude oil trade also. We are short, house count short, 5 micro crude from 64.32. 64.32.
Pretty small opening range. Low risk on this bad boy.
Yeah, we're taking $125 worth of risk on this trade. CYA up at 64.57.
So that gold trade at this point, JD, is there's no way that's a scratch trade at this point, right? Even if it stops us out, we're in the profit on that trade, peeling that one.
That is correct.
Nice.
Let me check on that real quick. So if we were to get out, if gold were to come back and run through our stop, we would still make $70 on this trade.
Nice.
You can buy us lunch.
That is a free lunch. Yes, we'll call this trade a free lunch, even if it comes back and runs our stop.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's give the people what they want. The NASDAQ's been moving around as we've been talking here. House count is short in crude oil on that opening range. We'll let you know how we manage that trade. But JD, we got some news on the U.S. dollar before we get into the NASDAQ chart.
Yes, we sure do. The dollar retreating from 3 week highs. This is coming from Bloomberg.com or Bloomberg's dollar gauge. The Bloomberg dollar gauge dropped about 2% as markets weigh concerns over upcoming U.S. employment data. We've got jobs numbers coming out all week long, starting with JOLTS tomorrow, ADP on Wednesday, jobless claims on Thursday, and then the big day Friday, the September jobs report. But they're expecting to see some more weak numbers. That's consensus so far. There's also this possibility of the government shutdown. It's compounding downside risk for the U.S. dollar right now as fiscal uncertainties add to an already pretty fragile sentiment. Again, this is all coming from Bloomberg. Investors are increasingly focused on how disappointing payrolls might influence the Federal Reserve to pivot, easing, which in turn weakens the dollar. So eyes on interest rates, eyes on jobs, a lot of moving parts to the markets this week. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. Hoag, the NASDAQ. Are we seeing all-time highs soon?
I've got my horn all ready to go. I'm ready.
Let's do it.
So we're prepared for that. We got to prepare for the trading day, and it's all about context and risk management and patience. So the NASDAQ, the weekly one-time framing continues higher, very similar to the S&Ps. We have nice excess on the low of last week. A little bit of indecision on this weekly chart. Is there anything that you want to remark about on the weekly chart here?
Very similar to the S&P, Hoag. We did not take out the prior week low. Right now, we're trading above that high from 2 weeks ago. That high was the prior all-time high, 24,888. We're above it now, kind of trading right at it. No, this looks really strong. Not a market that I want to short for a very long time. Last week, shorts, they were able to play, maybe some profit taking at that major 25,000. Seeing a little bit of a pullback, but this market is in a very strong uptrend and looking to continue from what I'm seeing here.
Awesome. Daily. So there's our pullback. 3 down days. Next day's a green day. Wasn't quite the magnitude we were hoping for. I was looking for all-time highs off that low yet on Friday, but hey, I can expect anything. The market is not going to kowtow to whatever I want. We did get a good look at weekly kickoff low, which remains the same for the last couple of weeks. 24,410. We got relatively close to it. Let's see here, 24,422, within 12 points of it, and the buyers did come back in on that. We didn't get our check of the 20 session simple moving average or the monthly VWAP on that, so the NASDAQ is presenting as maybe a little bit stronger than the S&Ps. What else do I have here? No state change. Open interest, we lost 2,400 in open interest. We started squeezing out some of the shorts from the past 3 days. Are they still there? Are we still going to squeeze them? Are people still doubting the equities and their resilience? Is JR, who killed JR? What else are we going to find out in these markets? Who the heck knows? Jay, your thoughts on the daily?
The NASDAQ definitely showing stronger, Hoag. That monthly VWAP, that 20 moving average, we didn't get the pullback there, but that's okay. We pulled back to the Fed candle, and we found some buyers in that Fed candle there in that demand zone. The high of that Fed candle was 24,557. Kind of used it as a support. I'm looking at this very similar to the S&P Thursday's daily candle. The high is right near 24,800. It's right below 24,800. If we get a daily candle close above that, I think we see all-time highs in pretty short order here. We're just over 0.5% off the all-time high. 25,000 obviously is going to be a major level in the NASDAQ. It's a whole number level. Anyone who's trading the NASDAQ futures is going to be aware that we're trading at 25,000. So I want to watch the market's response to it. What we saw last week was every 100-point level. We couldn't, we couldn't find any buyers above those 100-point levels. So I'm looking to see whether or not they continue to support at these 100-point levels now. Right, the obvious major one that's right above us here, 24,900. I just want to see a strong response from market participants in that direction, right? I just want to see them continue to come in and buy it, which means I'm looking for VWAP to trade close to, if not above, some of these major levels, just to give us some more confidence in the move. But I think the buyers got what they were looking for, a little bit of a pullback. Ton of data out this week, so it could change market sentiment. But I do think we get another test of 25,000 at some point this week, pretty soon. Could be today.
Let's check the 30. And no. All right. Let me get this in context here. Okay, so, well, obviously overnight inventory, very long. Obviously, we do have a session gap. We can't close that gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the form of possible long continuation. That's what all of these overnight longs are hoping for. They're hoping the market's going to open and the other time frame, longer time frame, bigger pockets. Traders are going to come in and buy this thing right off the bat. We've got our all-time high, 25,027 a quarter. Jay, we'll be hawking that 25,000 level. We do have, I've tightened up the weekly kickoff highs here considerably in the equities because we finally have a little bit of reference above price with which to look for. And in essence, the weekly kickoff high, 24,940, is basically the point of control from this day here. Now, we do have kind of a weak high here. We have the all-time high in a regular trading hour session. The market did come in the overnight session and relook at that. So we've got a double top here. And as we talk about often, exactness is usually represents a weakness. Like the market isn't going to leave this high here for very long. So with that context and with no gap close, I think that, we could see weekly kickoff high in due time here today, maybe all-time high. But again, watch that 25,000 level. The profile on Friday was a normal day, basically. It took forever to extend outside the initial balance. And we talk about this a lot. Just to remind you, the wider the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to get outside of it. And there was a normal day in the S&Ps, almost a normal day in the NASDAQ. We did take one little peak above the initial balance high at one point, but with no extension, still somewhat of a normal day. Normal days aren't that common. Very rare is it that we have the entire day's range inside the initial balance. So it's a bit of a misnomer that it's a normal day, but it's saying that the market is basically in an area where it is happy conducting business. After a normal day, typically the market is going to be looking for new levels to facilitate trade. What's the market's job? The market's job is to facilitate trade. It's looking for levels, new areas where participants are interested in executing, interested in liquidity, interested in finding areas to take trades. So we are seeing the market moving outside of the normal trading days in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. If they do find new business to take care of up here, if we're starting to see time spent up above the range from Friday, that is saying that the market is finding a facilitation to trade facilitation in that area, and it might actually start to continue to move in that direction. All of this, of course, is context and subjective, but that's what we're kind of looking at here was opening with a range of overnight inventory long up against near all-time highs. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? I keep hearing again, Jay, in the back of my head, resilience. Who knows? We're going to see what happens. But Jay, what are your thoughts on this?
So on the 30-minute Hoag, we got above that 200 moving average. Volumes trading above it. That 200 moving average is at 24,770 right now. We did it in the overnight session last night. It looks like a pretty nice, slow market session last night. We had a ton of buying in gold, in the equities as well. Yeah, can we get much higher is my question, Hogue. This 24,900, of course, you know, I'm going to pay attention to the market's reaction at these whole number levels just to see whether or not we can attract some buying. So when we come in for the New York session, I do want to see 24,860s in that general zone. We can, you know, it's a zone in the NASDAQ. It could be anywhere from 10 to 40 points. But this 850, kind of 860 area where that 20 moving average is, I want to see that hold well for buyers if they're going to continue higher. And just looking to see how the market responds to some of these whole number levels, right? Last week, we saw sellers there. Do they step out of the way now and give room to buyers to continue? But getting back above that 200 moving average this morning, or actually last night, makes a pretty strong case for continuation here. The NASDAQ is up about 2/3% right now. On the daily, we are... we still got a little room left before a daily ATR. High to low, we have 185 points. Daily ATR in the NASDAQ is 269. So it's about 80 points left in a daily ATR range. If we see one today, that would put us pretty close to that 25,000 level.
Jay, to me, the NASDAQ is like when my children were little. Anything I told them they shouldn't or can't do, they did. So let's tell the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, you can't make new highs today. You can't make new all-time highs today. And we'll see if that works this time. Thank you, Jay.
Let's see if it works. Thank you, Hogue. We got Crude making new lows on the day here. 64.07. House account is short right now. JD, why don't you give us a little bit of an update on that Crude trade, and then who is on the schedule for today trading on TopstepTV?
Crude is looking good so far. Last trade, 64.09. House count short from 64.32. Gold, however, is ripping right in our faces at the moment. Last trade, 38.50 even. 38.50 even. We're still short 2 in gold. It's gone through our entry price. We're now down just a little bit on these remaining 2 contracts that we have on in gold. Crude oil looking pretty good so far, though. All right. Guess what day it is, guys? Oh, let's go over the schedule first. What's going on today? We got a great show. Packed, jam-packed, full of tradertainment for each and every one of you. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre, Jack, and Hogue are going to be joined by Jaron and Dakota. It'll be a great one. These 2 guys are going to trade it up all morning long for you right here on TopstepTV. After that, 11 o'clock Central Time, Hogue's coming in for the morning recap. Then Coach Jay will be back at about 11:15. He's going to be joined by Alfie and Dolby Time for a nice trade with Topstep segment. Guess what's back today, guys? We're bringing back the shoulder tap again. Jack and Aaron are going to be here. They're going to roast and toast a couple of traders from Topstep, right from our program. Aaron's going to pick out a trader, and we'll talk through the trade report right here, live on TopstepTV. Group coaching, 12:15 p.m. Hogue, Hoop, and me. We're going to pin a form. Yes, we'll pin a form to the top of the chat. A little bit of a tongue twister there for me. If you have any questions for either Hogue, Hoop, or myself, grab that form and ask away. We're here to answer your questions live here on TopstepTV. After that, trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. Andre, Vinny, Ace, and me trading with Topstep from 1 to 2 o'clock. We're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Muhammad, and Dolby Time. Don't go crying to Muhammad if you're down money going into Power Hour. I'm just joking. All right, checking in on this trade again. More new lows in crude oil. We're sitting right on top of the lows. 64.06 last traded price. Sorry, 64.07 last trade. 64.06 is the low. And here we go, making new lows right now. Just made a new low of 64.03. So crude oil dipping. Gold is ripping. Here we go. But yeah, plenty of tradertainment coming your way live here on TopstepTV today. Back to you guys.
Thanks, JD. We got that tilt did pair back in crude. When we first mentioned it, it was 78% long. We're back to a 50-50 here. 74% long in gold. Cannot keep that market down, Hogue. Yeah, these gold trades are really, every once in a while, every couple of days, you're going to get that flush where it looks like some profit taking. But it's a see profit, take profit trade. I think we managed that one very well, taking another one off there in gold because it does not stay down for long. Crude making new lows on the day here, 63.98. Where do we get a 1-to-1 here on this crude trade, JD?
We are at we're beyond 1 hour at the moment. So 1
Okay.
hour would have been 64.07 was 1 hour. Last trade 63.96. I'll peel a couple off at 2 hour. That would be down at 63.82. Don't Lenny it, Hoag? You saying hold it? Hold them all?
Lenny. We got a reversal pattern. We got island top. We got head and shoulders pattern. We got lots of visual targets down below.
Can we hold them until Thursday?
Yes. No, we can't. But
can we call the rest? Can we hold these until Thursday? I love this trade.
Anything can happen. I just like the setup, and I couldn't believe that there was long tilt. I would swear it would have been short, but it was long. And look, we're getting paid on it still. Where's it at now? Crude tilt.
Last price traded 63.91. We're just a couple ticks away from 2 hour on this trade. We got a 100 lot. 100 lot bid in the micro down at 63.80. We're about to hit 2 hour as we speak.
We're a couple ticks on the clock away from fast markets here, but JD, I know you got another news segment that you want to share. We're talking about black gold right now, but somebody else might consider something else black gold. JD, what is today?
Guess what today is? I'm sure a lot of you are doing it right now. Today is National Coffee Day, everybody. Whether it's the aroma, the energizing boost, or just the ritual of drinking coffee, many of us can't start the day without it. And now it's time to celebrate our favorite beverage because Monday, today, is National Coffee Day. Here's how you can score some free or discounted coffee to honor the day. Dunkin' Donuts is offering a free medium hot or iced coffee when you order through their app. Krispy Kreme Donuts is also offering all guests a free medium hot or iced coffee and a free donut of choice with no purchase necessary. And Starbucks will give you 100 bonus points in their app when you buy any brewed coffee in any size. Go out there and
Starbucks
get yourself
isn't giving anything
free
away.
cup of Joe. No, I never go to Starbucks anyway. That's not my jam at all.
Me either. Just me.
There we go. So get your coffees, get ready for fast markets. Thank you for that, JD. Hoag, I see the guys in the back. They are ready to trade it up. Crude selling off. Opening range trades are working this morning. We got a good start to the show already, but there's still so much to do. Hoag, send us into fast markets. Let's get the show
All
on the
right.
road.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, JD. As always, it is a pleasure to be with you guys every morning, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you. Without all of you, we wouldn't be able to do this, and we appreciate and love all of you. As a matter of fact, I'm calling out the top of the chat this morning. Tom, One Time, Rich Quaz, Shubham, Anastasios, Robbie Latham. That's a new one. Welcome, Robbie. Grillionaire. Dozer, David Buembia, Mankez, Rich in Bed, Dan Trader, among all of you. We appreciate you all. Again, D, love the new time slot. Metal markets, 5 a.m. Central Time. Was watching it today, keeping me company while I was preparing for all the things that we do here. Box Cutter was asking earlier, are we back to BTFD in gold? Did we ever really leave? I'm going with, yes, we are BTFD still in gold. And as always, we appreciate you all. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace every day. Monday, let's have a great week. Looking for profits for all of you, everybody here. We're looking for that. We'll see if that plays out, but lots coming out, lots of great stuff. We are going into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Happy.
Welcome to the very final days of Q3 2025. And Andre, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 2-2. I didn't know you could tie a football game, Dakota. Anyway, fast markets, let's do this thing.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Dakota. Get in there. What do you got?
No. I have nothing. I watched it last night. I watched it with a Cowboys fan, and it was some back and forth. I don't know. I don't get why they do ties. I give up. It was
You
depressing
give up
last night.
already. All right, good stuff. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets on a Bears Victory Monday. What do we got? We got Jared in the house. We got Dakota in the house. We got Jack as well. Let's take a look at these prices. We got about 2-3 minutes till the opening bell. Let's trade in the NASDAQ 24,880. Take a look at the ES. ES trading 67.28. Gold trading 38.51, making new all-time highs overnight. Crude selling off. House account is short 5 micro crude. And Dow trading 46,727. Let's get into it. Jaron, happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this big jobs week?
Man, we moved up 200 points in the overnight, so I'm not going to be looking for shorts unless we just see some kind of crazy selling coming in. I could potentially look to flip, but gold and NASDAQ both just absolutely ripped in the overnight, so I'm going to look to continue that. The only thing that is significant to me right now is we are consolidating, or we came up to these highs from last Wednesday, I think, and rejected from it. Maybe we see a quick pullback to VWAP, a fib level, but I'm overall bullish going into the day.
Right. Well, overall bullish. I like it. Take a look at gold here again. Trade 38.50, about $10 off those all-time highs. About 2 minutes coming into this open. Dakota, all football games aside, your thoughts coming into this Monday?
Enjoy it. It's not going to last long, okay?
We got a bye week, so we get to enjoy it for another week. But yeah, what's thoughts coming in this Monday? It's a little pre-bell selling here in the ES.
Jaron said it best, right? We've rallied so much overnight. We did run into a nice level of resistance right here at these 900s. I mean, buy the dip, right? Hoagland, the team, just buy the dip. It looks the scariest at the bottom. And yet we just continue to find these markets just rallying.
Relentless.
I'd like to see a pullback, but the question is where. I would love to see this market to come down towards maybe these upper 700s, 780s, 790s, maybe an opportunity there. Will we get there? I don't know. It's just patience going into Monday to start the week. Not looking to jump into anything too quick.
I like that. Smart, wise. Again, those house account positions short 2 micro gold from 38.48.30, and house account short 5 micro crude from 64.32. Micro crude is looking pretty good. We got about 60 seconds till the bell rings. We are seeing some selling before that New York session does begin. Jack, thoughts on the ES? What are you seeing over there in the options that we can use to play in the futures?
Well, it's Monday. The casino's about to open. I got to see what kind of call buying goes on off the bell there. The May line is still intact. How long will this go? It's pretty incredible at this point. This is the ES going back to May is where that line begins, and we have not liked to be below it. How are you not bullish right now? We'll see what happens on the open, and then I'll give you some options levels.
Excellent. Yeah. Sounds good. We got 10 seconds till this opening bell in the New York session. Everyone get locked in. Big week coming in. Jobs is the focus all week. We'll talk a little about that a little more here as the bell rings. Take a look at the ladder. Nothing really jumping off for now. Did see a 70% short tilt in the NASDAQ, and we are open here on TopstepTV. Let's crush it this week. Again, we're selling coming into the bell. In the NASDAQ, bottom out of 24,843. They're trying to pop it a little bit here. Nothing really doing just yet. Jaron, did you have any levels you had your eye on? I know CLC is kind of your approach to taking a trade. One more time, CLC stands for?
It is context, location, and confirmation.
Location and confirmation. All right, I'm going to be holding you to that throughout, but that's how Jaron takes his trades. Look at that little pop here in the NASDAQ. Dow continue to sell off in this open. Little pop in NASDAQ back up to about 4,870. We're about 10 points beneath there. We did have all-time highs in our sights in the ES. We got within about 20 points of it, 67.56. See if we can make a run for that at some point today. Gold again making all-time highs overnight at 38.60. Let's let this thing BTFD indeed. We've got jobs. Take a look at the schedule for the day. We got pending home sales at the top of the hour. We got the president signing some executive orders 15 minutes after that. President meeting Benjamin Netanyahu at 10 a.m. Central. A whole slew of Fed speakers starting at 12:30 p.m. Central. There will be a press conference between Netanyahu and the president at 12:15 Central. We'll keep you posted on that and any headlines that hit the wire. You know, you can find it here on TopstepTV. Nice turnaround there in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ back up to 24,870. Dakota, you're looking for perhaps a pullback to the 780s. See if we get that. Let's let the first couple of minutes play out here, Dakota. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm watching everything else. I'm watching the Mag. What do we call it? Did we come with the Great 8 or the Mag 7? NVIDIA is just popping. The Hateful 8. Okay. Big notable one is Intel's down 4%. It was down 4%. So that's an interesting one.
Wait a minute.
NVIDIA's bouncing,
Wait a minute.
but it's a little mixed.
Well, we got the
go ahead, Jack.
The SPX right now is trading just around 6670, 6700, pretty much on the dot would be the all-time high level where we bounced last time or rejected. So 30 points above here would bring us to 6755 or something like that in the ES. That's what everyone's got their eyes on.
I mean, NVIDIA is approaching all-time highs too, Jack. All-time highs here in NVIDIA is pretty dang close. We're at 182. All-time high is like 185 and some change.
Yeah, it's right there.
Love it.
Got to invest more in OpenAI.
And
get them over the edge.
Buyers in the NASDAQ. Turn this thing right back around 24,880. About 50, I call 40 points off that sell-off coming in the bell. The bell rang. A buyer stepped in the NASDAQ. ES, not so convinced just yet. NASDAQ turning this whole thing around. Dow staying heavy. Gold pushing higher and crude selling off. Crude's trading $63.94. Does account short, about 40 cents in the money there. See if there's more strength in this push higher in the NASDAQ.
I mean, as soon as the bell opened, we haven't seen prices lower than the opening bell. We've just been straight up.
Sure,
850.
Yeah, I'm sure Hoag's took note of that. Anything on the ladder? Nothing big just yet. Nope. Yes, NASDAQ, nothing big just yet. Jared, do you have your eye on any prices, perhaps? If we do get a pullback or a pop to sell into, what prices are you keying in on in NASDAQ as we trade 24,876, Jared?
Yeah, so I have to agree with Dakota. Looking at some recent consolidation, significant lows and highs, anywhere from the 770s up to the 790s, I think we could find buyers if it pulled back. And then the first notable level would be VWAP, which is right at 843, 842. We did get pretty close to it before the bell opened and then buyers stepped in, but maybe that wasn't the pullback that we're going to get. Maybe we find a little bit deeper one, which could happen if we reject out of these highs again, which we've done before the bell opened. And so we'll see if buyers fail up here and sellers want to step back in. But yeah, I'll be looking to play long. So wherever we get the deepest pullback and then can find buyers, that's when I'll get in.
If we get it. If we get a pullback. That's another big if too, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah, sorry. So everyone's got Jared and Dakota both have their eyes on 24,770, 790. We're about 100 points higher from that, but we'll keep an eye on that, see if we do get that pullback into there. ES just can't find the gas to push this thing higher just yet. Trading 67.22. Right around overnight VWAP. Tilt 50-50 for now. Dow staying heavy. Dow trading right around the lows. 46,590 last trade. Let's try to sell into a couple pops here in the NASDAQ. We'll try to find some more juice to the upside. 24,880 last trade. ES heavier. ES pushing low. All right, there we go. ES did find some sell orders that just hit the bid there and continue to push lower here in the ES.
Mm-hmm. We got contrarian Apple, by the way. All the Elite 8 or whatever we call it is up. Apple down 0.8% right now, as it is wont to do.
Yes. Yep. Apple, Intel, and Netflix are the two red ones on my radar, Jack.
Well, Netflix is interesting because it's hard to keep up with these things, but I guess we're putting tariffs on movies that aren't made in the United States.
I've seen that. I
remember Hollywood was in the crosshairs.
That's crazy.
I remember Hollywood was in the crosshairs. We got a little more selling coming here in the ES. 2 points off those overnight highs, trading 67.19. Still 50-50 on the tilt. And ES looks like there's going to be some more sell pressure here. We'll see if the buyers want to step in and hold it for now. Put in a floor right around, 67.19. Back up to the 20s. Anything else? Anything else from the week? Oh, I'm sure Jack will talk about that. Some nuggets and tidbits here in a little bit. Right now, markets are kind of just trying to feel their way out into this first 6 minutes to the open here. Pinned to the top of the chat. We've got Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Make sure we'll be talking about those levels throughout the day, throughout the weeks, throughout the months, throughout the years. But yes, pinned to the top of the chat. Those Topstep daily levels are refreshed and updated before every New York Open. You don't have the real estate in the screen, or you just want to look completely at your charts here on Topstep X and have those levels. Click on that indicators tab, top of Topstep X there. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have those levels slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Again, those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open here. Speaking of New York Open,
here we go
NASDAQ.
in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
NASDAQ's pushing. NVIDIA is continuing to push towards its all-time highs as well. So I think for me, the question is, will NASDAQ break above these 900s right now? Because if we do, I mean, this thing could continue to pick up steam as well.
Yeah, just like we saw last Monday. I mean, once we broke those highs, it took off.
Yeah.
Andre was the only one who believed, too. He said, are we going to hit all-time highs? And we doubted it. We doubted him.
Yeah.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, is selling off a little bit while it is pushing those highs.
Get all-time highs in the NASDAQ, 25,027. 027. Got some room to go there. We'll see if we can get up to those 25,000s. Even prices are wild. Gold on the bull. Gold closing again. Those all-time highs, $6 away. Has turned around.
Might be a case where you buy these 10 to 15 point pullbacks.
Okay.
In the NASDAQ. Very well. I mean, what do we have on the docket for the day? Just not really much, right? A lot of Fed speakers. And you went over them. Nothing too crazy until we start getting the data out. Basically tomorrow, right? We have we started out the jobs. We have jolts. We have
jolts on
what's coming on Friday, right? We know what's coming on Friday. We have non-farm Friday. So maybe we do see kind of just a zombie rally or a holding pattern up here today. So I wouldn't be too surprised.
In the ES, I mean, we kind of saw the zombie pattern last night. That's the only thing that would concern me is it was just like a straight, if you look at the ES chart, just a straight melt up, very complacent overnight. Maybe see if we can shake out some of the weak hand buyers, the night buyers.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It's tough to be a short, right, in that type of a market where we just kind of just grind up and to the right all night.
Oftentimes, Dakota, you'll see those shorts in those call them zombie rallies, kind of where the market just drifts higher and higher because of that natural bid in equities. Yes, those shorts can indeed fuel the rally higher, right? When you're short, the only way you're going to get out is by buying. Stops are hit, manual puking or manual stops. And they will buy it and push the market higher. So we'll see if that does play out. But like Jack said, we're seeing some heaviness in the ES. New 5-minute candle just started. And new session lows.
What got into lows? Gold? Gold, can we hit all-time highs in gold here?
$5 away.
Yeah.
Assets are hot. Hard assets.
71% short in the ES right now on the tilt. As the ES trades right around these session lows. Everyone's got their NASDAQ, ES, and YM all have their own personalities going right now. NASDAQ's trying to stay bid. ES hanging around the lows, kind of down ticking them, and Dow just pushing lower in through those lows. So let that shake out and see if there is any leader laggards between those three. Right now, the gold seems to be the one having a little bit of a cleaner move up and to the right.
Once again, the difference between the ES and the NQ is just the weighting of some of these stocks, right? If NVIDIA is up 2.4%, it's 14% of the NQ. Who else is raging today? Tesla up 1.7, Broadcom up 1.7.
Broadcom's up there. Your latest addition to the Hateful Eight.
To the party. They got the invite to the party. All right, NASDAQ. All right, gonna give it a shot up to these 24,900. About 15 points to go there in the NASDAQ. Trading 24,885. 885. Dow staying heavy. Looks like the ES. Dow selling off. ES chopping around the lows. NASDAQ trying to stay bid. Jack said different weighting amongst those three, but keep selling into these bids here, Jack, in the ES. New session lows 67.16. 67.16 quarter. Those put there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in this. It's very, very choppy this morning.
Not yet. There we go. More lows. Seems like they're hitting into these bids, Jack, in the ES. Just watching the chart and watching the ladder. We got that 200 lot down there, 67.15. About 2 points away from that. All right. See if the market can get a little footing here. Gold. Look at NASDAQ. Just keeps turning around. Gold on the march to all-time highs. $4 to go there. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see that hashtag. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Submit some cool trader wins, some funded hats, some cool trader station setups, and hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV on the X.
NVIDIA pushing too. Nothing's holding that market back. This is one of those. This is what? Say that again, Jack.
Any news on NVIDIA?
Not that I see. Not that I could see. Anyway, this is one of those markets where we open up high here in the NASDAQ and we don't get a deep enough pullback to enter, and so we might be in a situation where it's, man, we're too high to buy, and we didn't get a pullback to sell. But now we're pushing. Here's a pattern I'm starting to see right in the 5 minute here in the NASDAQ. Yep. So I'm curious if this one's going to play out. This is one of the worst patterns I for trading on me. This what the heck is it called?
Megaphone.
Yeah, that's a four-letter word here, Jack.
What's a megaphone? What's a megaphone?
It's where we have.
There you go.
Nice. Right there. We have higher highs and lower lows, so very indecisive here, and we might be seeing that if we can't break out and pick a direction. It's one of the tougher markets for me as a technical trader to trade.
When you have the megaphone, do you just play breakout like a break and retest? Is that the best way to play it, or?
When I see a megaphone, I play let's go get some lunch. Let's just call it early lunch. Yeah. Or you switch to a range bound strategy where if we do bounce up, you look for a reversal. But it's so hard to play that because this market, especially the NASDAQ anyway, is so volatile. We could break out, whipsaw, up 20, 30 points. And then you don't want to go against the momentum of this market.
Yeah, the tricky part of those megaphones is range, yes, but the ranges keep getting wider, right? The highs get higher, the lows get lower. NASDAQ did just tap on some new session highs, 24,917. We make a run for those 25,000 evens. Then we'll see if we can go make a run for the all-time highs. ES did find some buyers stepping in. Bounced off the lows. It's 67.15. Popped about 7 points higher. Right now, it's overnight VWAP in the ES trading 67.23.
Look at it go.
Goes the NASDAQ.
We're just going up.
NASDAQ strong.
Going. Yeah.
Well, looking over at the bonds.
Yeah, what do you got, Jack?
Look at it. Same chart we do every week. Got our Powell rate cut announcement. We got the level was at before it. We're still chopping around above that in the yields, although we did kind of drift back into the first range since then. These are hour candles right now. Rejecting it a little bit, but not at a super interesting level, I would say. We got to pop above 4.2 for things to get a little bit spicier.
Yeah, micro Bitcoin also shot out of a cannon. Bitcoin since that New York bell rang. Trading, we are up a cool $1,200. $1,200 in micro Bitcoin trading 114,045. We'll call it.
This market's picking up. We're picking up steam. Netflix just flipped. We were close to 1%. Now we're pushing to green, and Apple's catching a bit as well. So lots of buyers stepping in here.
Yes, they are. Here goes All right, yeah, here goes the NASDAQ, 24,935, 935. About 100 points from that New York Bell session opening there, which new highs 24,936. 70% long now on the tilt in NASDAQ. That number at the top of the hour.
VIX spiked up to 4% too.
VIX did? Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it's trading under 16, so I just quoted it in the actual numbers because the percents are going to seem large on any move. A little finicky instrument like that. It's low.
Yeah, as long as it's under what? What do you have? 20?
As long as it's under 20, I mean, things get really exciting when it's above 30, but yeah, 4% move isn't much in VIX. But we do see the dynamic right now of VIX, has been increasing when we've been kind of near the highs or pushing highs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's just you can look at VIX as the demand for protection. We also, when I get into my news and tidbits later, I have a little bit about what this might be.
Interesting. Good stuff, Jack. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You'll see it often. Dow. Quick call on the Dow. The NASDAQ is pushing higher here, 24,944. Strong right now. ES looks like it wants to follow about 10 points off the lows just put in a couple minutes ago. ES trading 67.24. Got about 12 points to make to the overnight session highs. But right now, the NASDAQ is pumping higher here. Did see 70% long on the tilt. We do have a number at the top of the hour. Might not be the biggest of numbers, but hey, last week we did see a number get released 15 minutes early. That doesn't seem to be the case this time, but that number at the top of the hour, U.S. pending home sales. U.S. pending home sales, top of the hour.
All right. I have some updated options information.
Excellent.
Kind of right here, right now, we're at 66.70 ES. So between where we are now in the ES and 10 points above are the most significant levels of zero date calls that I see. So we may have the old rock fight here in this area in the ES.
The old rock fight.
When you're watching the option fight, are you strictly watching just zero DTEs, Jack?
Yes, because they make up like 70% of the volume. And since we're trading intraday, it makes sense. I mean, the only difference is when you get to a Friday or a monthly or quarterly, whatever else. But those are still zero day at that point. But I might start looking at those earlier in the week if it is one of those weeks.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Jack. Tomorrow is the end of Q3. End of Q3 tomorrow?
Yes. So expect some fireworks during power hour tomorrow and maybe before, because as we said, there should be, theoretically, I'm out there with my dowsing rod right now, a decent amount of selling from rebalancing. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But a few times on that, Andre, we have seen it just rally like nothing else in the last 10 minutes of the day.
Yep. On the
last day of the month or quarter.
On the highs. Yes. Yes. So definitely. Oh boy, what a week. We got JOLTS tomorrow. We got Q3 ending tomorrow. We got an ADP on Wednesday. We have initial jobless on Thursday. And then we got the big one, non-farm on Friday. All the Fed speakers, all the Fed board governors will be watching those jobs numbers, as we've been hearing from their comments. They semi-comfortable with where inflation is. But right now the focus is on jobs. You remember the 25 basis point cut back on September 17th. The 25 basis point cut was because of, quote, risk management, the labor market. So we will see what those numbers do produce here. Crude continuing to grind lower here, $63.67. New session lows there. Let's see, there's another push higher here in the NASDAQ for 1,951. Last
10,
trade.
15 point pullbacks. Like, that's the only thing I'm seeing right now in these markets is if you are brave enough and you're able to manage risk, these 10 to 15 point pullbacks have been paying pretty well this opening morning.
Might be getting one. There's about a 10 point pullback.
Yeah, as I was talking right there.
Yeah. It's you want to see it play out first. I guess you gotta You're gonna dip a
It's
toe in the
hard.
water.
It's so difficult psychologically as a trader, right? Because you see a 10-point pullback, and instead of jumping in, you're just like, okay, this could be the one. And the next thing you know, we're right back up pushing the highs.
Yeah. Well, Dakota, you said it right. So when that bell rang, those were pretty much the lows we saw. So, the NASDAQ. We'll talk about the NASDAQ. Gold selling off here, seeing some downside pressure. Gold down about $10 here. 38.49 last trade. We're talking about when that opening bell rang. Well, what does that really mean? Well, how do we view that? How do we take note of it? How do we trade around it? Well, I know who to bring in just for that answer. John Hoagland. Come on in. Happy Monday, Hoag. Opening range, my friend. I know we'll talk about the house account trades after, but what are we seeing here? NASDAQ in the ES. A little conflicted. What are you seeing here, Hoag? Opening range. Happy Monday, my friend.
Hey, happy Monday to all of you as well. It's great to be on with you. NASDAQ has been shot like a cannon off the open. Opening range remains the low of the day. It is focused, of course, largely on NVIDIA, which is right up against its all-time high here. The NASDAQ has kind of had a little bit of trouble here at weekly kickoff high, 24,940. Did take a little bit of a look above that by about 11 points, but we're seeing probably one of the better pullbacks, a little better than the 15 points that Dakota was just talking about. So we may see a little bit of difficulty at that weekly kickoff high, but as long as the opening range remains the DAL, that ass low, I like the longs there. S&Ps have been struggling much more so than the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ has been presenting as the stronger of the two. NASDAQ held the overnight VWAP. S&Ps gave it up. We're still looking at a session gap. If we can't close that gap at some point early in the session today, I still like the idea of longs even for the S&Ps. These markets are extremely resilient. Of course, ACH, anything can happen. We're seeing some continuation in crude oil, still short 5. Looking for possibly the weekly kickoff lows 63.40 as a potential target for at least the major part of that position. We did get stopped out of gold, however. We actually ended up profitable on the day on that. We did cover 3 of them at pretty decent pricing down here, and we got stopped out of the other 2. So I think we're up about $75 on that trade in gold. But yeah, NASDAQ, S&Ps, especially the NASDAQ, really, really strong this morning. Of course, just look at NVIDIA, you're looking at the NASDAQ. That's my story, Andre. I'm sticking to it.
Oh, talk to me about gold. Gold, really quick. We did make all-time highs overnight. What is your weekly kickoff high in gold? Weekly kickoff high. Trading 38.52.
38.86. 38.86. And this will be the 4th straight week of that being the weekly kickoff high. 86. It's taking some time. But we are working our way towards it.
Look at this market, man. We tried to pull back, and it just instantly got bought up. Just 30 points in the NASDAQ.
And it's walking right through the weekly kickoff high right now, 24,940. When it gets ignored, that's strong, man. That is a strong market right now.
40s, yeah. NASDAQ, we did see, I guess, call that pullback. Yeah, it was down to 24,921 to the tick. 30 points higher from it, and trying to tap on some new session highs at 955. ES saw sellers come in. Buyers stepped right back in after that and said, nope, not so fast. And speaking of buyers, we have 73% long tilt in the NASDAQ.
BTFD.
Hoag.
Well, Dakota, we were talking there, is the pullback going to be about 10 to 15 points? That time around, it was about 30 points. So it's, where do you get in? How do you manage your risk when you see something like that? It's just, market's still trying to find its way here in the first 25 minutes. Look at this number, the 5 minutes here in the top of the hour. We'll get a better idea as to what the dips and the pullbacks may look like. Here's a 15-point, now it's a 20-point pullback in the NASDAQ.
Right back down. Right back down.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're rejecting at that 6670 SPX. It's been holding pretty good here. Maybe, we got a gap here. Obviously, we were up overnight, but let's see the number. I'm in no hurry to do anything. Make some trades.
Patience. Yeah. What trades are you eyeballing here, Jack?
What trades am I eyeballing? I don't know. I have kind of a wacky idea that I'd like to see that gap close, but I'm not. It's too strong right now. The ES just isn't nearly as strong as the NASDAQ right now. All eyes on NVIDIA, I guess.
What's your wacky idea? I want to hear this wacky idea.
Looking for
I'm
a
not
gap
going to
close.
do it.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm not going to do it.
What is it?
To sell the ES, maybe with a 10-point stop, and see if we can fill the gap.
That's not that wacky.
That
Oh
is-
yeah. Oh, just getting short in
Not
general.
that
Is the wacky is just getting short in
Yeah.
general is the wacky part. I feel that.
Yeah, getting short in general is wacky. Also, I need NVIDIA to stop dancing on the ceiling. A la, who was it who danced on the ceiling? I'm losing my 80s references. Let me know, chat.
I was gonna say, yeah. Well, let's get this number. 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the number top of the hour here.
Lionel Richie,
Is that true?
right?
Chat, is
He was
that true?
dancing on the ceiling.
Well, we got 4,100 people watching all across the globe. Yep, they're saying Lionel Richie. Thank you for helping out, Jack. Please click subscribe. Please click
Mary
like.
Poppins.
Please. Mary Poppins. I was gonna say Jamiroquai.
I guess
knew
her
that was
too.
way off. I knew it was gonna be way
He used to
off.
party with Lionel Richie.
Silver now super green. 2.5 minutes till the number just came in there. 200 lot came in on the bid in the ES. NASDAQ pretty thin right now. All right, they're going to try to pull this back a little bit again in the NASDAQ. 20 points off. 20 points off those highs. Nice stare. Love that.
I want to see a
We're
pullback.
having trouble at weekly kickoff high here on the NASDAQ. And a magnetic towards it right now.
Yeah. Details coming. Anything from the president? President is scheduled. Sign some executive orders at 15 after the hour. 15 after the hour, but we have less than 2 minutes till U.S. pending home sales month over month expected 0.39%.
It might be higher than expected.
Mm-hmm. The number?
Yeah.
Those numbers used to be the all-time movers. Every time I see housing numbers, Jack, it still takes me back to a different time where those numbers were everything. Absolutely everything.
Housing used to be big.
Yeah. 08, 09. Man, those were everything. Those numbers were deep negative too. Deep
Really?
negative. Oh yeah.
In 08, 09?
Oh man, hundreds of thousands negative.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. New home sales? No such thing. No homes being sold. But we got out of it.
Unemployment numbers.
Markets are resilient and relentless. All right, 45 seconds till the number.
It was a hell of a time to trade, though, Andre.
Sure was, Hoag, man. That was there was no buying dips. It was just market in, market out.
Yeah.
All market. It was all market orders back then. Even with the interest rates, you'd call the turn, Jack, or in the bonds. Offers would go bid. Again,
more crazy than March and April this year?
Good question.
Yes. Yeah.
Was
oh yeah.
COVID was the craziest. COVID was the craziest.
Yeah.
I think it was so short though. It was like 1 month.
Oh, yeah, but it was like limit down. It was like limit down every day. All right, 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Yeah, I hear you, Jack. Number is up 4%. Better than expected. Expected 0.39%. Actual 4.0%. Big home sales index better than expected also.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
It was short. It was they were both scary times, but yeah, that's
it's like, see, now that's a beautiful example of like your guys' Michael Jordan versus LeBron James argument.
We never saw limit
I'm
down.
waiting.
Though, we never saw limit down into March, April. Yeah, what's this argument go on? Yeah, where are you going with this? I gotta hear.
Yeah,
this.
you said it's not as crazy as March and April this year, but then you're like, it was just so short. It didn't last long enough. I mean, that's the argument, right? Difference between peak versus longevity.
The volatility was there. Also with March and April, the VIX never got above 30, right? Until like Liberation Day.
It eventually did.
Yeah.
Liberation Day put it over the top.
The billboard or the cardboard, yeah.
We went 10% from top to bottom one day. That day we went from like 16 handle, 17, 18 handle.
Yeah, that was amazing. I never seen that one before. That was
the day. That was the day the president said it's a good day to buy stocks.
So amazing. Yeah, I mean, they're all historically. They you remember all of them, right? All of them.
Yeah.
COVID.
After it got leaked, right? What was that got leaked like on a Monday, and then that Wednesday it became official? It was, what the heck was it? The tariff pause. The tariff pause.
Oh,
where where
April to August, something like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, if we just want to judge it based on option pricing, let's be objective here. Then the craziest. So in COVID, we got up to like an 85 VIX. Financial crisis, like after Lehman, we got up to 96. Now, I don't have data that goes back far enough, Hoag, but I have heard that the VIX got well above 100 in 87 during the crash.
I believe that is true.
There you go.
I believe that is true. Yeah. Very scary.
So scary.
Just because the crash in 87 didn't really have a catalyst, right? You couldn't pinpoint it to anything, correct, Hoag?
No, I mean,
spooky.
That's the wild one.
You
didn't know. No one's
irrational exuberance.
What was that, Greenspan? Is that his word?
Yeah. Yeah. It didn't cause the crash, but it was like one of those things, like everybody was already in. There was nobody left to buy it. It had to turn. And boy, did it.
There is some worry. You know, you think about that weird thing that happened in August last year. There is some worry that under the hood, something like that. Now we have the breakers and stuff now, and the trades get rectified quicker, right? So you know what your position is. But there's so much leverage and like 0-date calls, and it's keeping the market very, very tight, that you could have something like, you remember the flash crash, that if we really got going down, it could get funky quick.
Oh yeah.
But that's impossible to predict. There's no reason to worry about that too much unless you are really leveraged in short-dated calls or puts.
And you don't even need you might not even need the $25,000 in your account to avoid the pattern day trading rule soon. Did you hear about that?
Times are changing.
Times are changing. Barriers to entry getting lower.
Good to see. I mean, there's a level the playing field. ES turning around here.
Will it?
Wasn't in.
Will it level the playing field?
What do you mean, Jack?
That to me is
more entrance, Jack. Just come on in. Play.
It widens the playing field. That's
the widens. Thank you. Levels.
We have a lot of people in debt.
Same wider level. Hey, Jack, what's that gap? What's the gap down in the ES that you had your eye on?
Well, just to the close. Basically back to where we closed on Friday. So that would be down. Once again, you're making me do math on a Monday morning.
Oh no!
I'll say, yeah, it's probably like 23 points lower than here in the ES.
Sorry. Yep. No math. All right. Well, markets are kind of feeling their way out. We'll see if we get anything. Jack, if you want to go over some nuggets and tidbits, I want to know what was running around in your mind. What showed up on your radar over the weekend and on this Monday, Jack? So if you're good to go.
Yeah, let's do it. But the pattern continues, Andre.
Oh, no.
Forgot about that.
What pattern do you speak of?
NFL Sundays leading into Monday mornings. Everybody's up watching late night football. There's not as many like hot takes that I see from my usual take givers early Monday morning, but we'll turn it around for turnaround Tuesday. But some interesting things. One of our favorite things to look at are bank targets for the S&P 500.
Yes.
Went to the Wayback Machine. These are from the beginning of the year. S&P 500 was trading 58.82, and these are a whole bunch of banks and their targets. Cantor Fitzgerald, 6,000. Oppenheimer, 7,100, the highest. Right now, let's see who's the clubhouse leader. We got the SPX trading 66.70. 66. Oh, look at that. HSBC with the 6666 target.
Well done.
They are the leader right now, but that's a really ominous target to give. Anyway, I wanted to preserve this because I saw a whole bunch of other banks changing them, which I think should be illegal. You need to stand by your prediction and go with it. But we'll see who's right by the end of year. We were talking about options. This is some interesting stuff. I'll try and walk through it. The NASDAQ single stock volatility relative to the overall index volatility has reached the highest level in history.
That's a little spooky.
What this means, all right, is that the premium on this is kind of like the ultimate win of what's called like the dispersion trade, is that basically the index options for everything we trade, the ES, the NQ, are extremely low right now. Like they're very complacent. We've talked about various reasons why the VIX isn't real, but the single stocks in them are actually trading with quite juicy premiums. Okay. If we go to the next slide, I don't know if these are still slides. This may have something to do with it. Retail call volumes versus put volumes have reached new all-time highs. And what I think is happening is just people are kind of plowing into the names you'd expect they would, driving up the premium, while the index remains relatively muted because of all the zero date activity. But anyway, there's a lot of funky mechanics happening under the hood here.
I mean, we had what? Broadcom up 30% that one day.
Oracle is up 40%.
Yeah. And I mean, Intel is up or down 4% every day this week, their past month. So it's interesting. That's interesting thought on these markets.
More calls. All right. So more bullish, leaning more bullish from what you're seeing.
I did BTFD.
Yay!
Where?
There we go.
I got in at 927. It was hanging around that 8 EMA on the 5 minute, and there was really a lack of selling at the lows. So I was like, this is the best place for me to enter. I'm going to take 2 off at the highs, just with micros because I'm already up on the day, and then just let one run up to the all-time highs and see what happens.
Jared, how many did you get in with from 927?
Just 3 micros. Just playing it light today. I came in up about 800, so this is just extra one. Yes, sir.
There we go.
Saw no drawdown on this trade though. Love it.
That was Those are the good ones. Are you still long 3, Jared? Ooh.
Oh wow. Okay.
Off 2 now, and just gonna let one run. Might move stops just under this low right here to take all risk off.
Well done. Nice. And she came in up $800, up more than that right now. Did just pop some new highs in the NASDAQ, 24,975. Jaron, nice entry, getting long 3 micro from 24,927. Shaved off 2 for profit. Now it's got 1. There's your runner. Where do you move your stop? You're gonna into money or just a point of entry?
Right at the lower wicks of 919. So very close to break even, not quite break even yet. The more we go up, if we continue to break through like these levels of consolidation, I'll move it up in profit and start getting to a point. If it's really trending, just move it up under every 5 minute candle as new structures formed.
So set up, nice entry there. 71% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Again, 24,962 last trade. 13 points off those highs we just printed. ES can't find the juice one way or another. Trading 67.28. Oh, what do you got for weekly kick? What's weekly kickoff high for NASDAQ again? Again, those Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. What's your weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ?
24,940.
Oh, 940. All right, so we're higher than that right now.
Yeah, and all-time high in the S&P. 67.57.
67.57 all-time high. You got about 30 points to go to get there in the ES.
And keep in mind, we're just 25 points away in the spot market, the SPX. So we're trading 66.75 right now. 6,700 in that market would be the all-time high.
The president is to sign some executive orders scheduled for in about 3 minutes, 15 after the hour. Not necessarily sure what that entails, but always keep an eye out here on TopstepTV. Keep you locked in throughout. Jaron, nice entry. Still got that one micro on.
Yeah.
What's
Okay,
your?
I'm going to join you here at 54.
Let's
5?
go.
Yep, 5 micros at 54 quarter.
There's your pullback. There's your dip. What's your upside here what's your target to the upside, Dakota?
This is a base hit for me, Andre. I'm looking for
Okay.
these mid 60s, maybe push. It's very similar to you, Jaron, where I'll have the ability to hold 1 or 2 contracts as a runner.
Gold closing in on those highs. About $1 to go. Those would be all-time highs. Let's trade gold 38.58, 38.60, or those all-time highs, overnight highs as well. Jaron, Dakota, buying the dip in the NASDAQ. The Dow basing a little bit, chopping about 50 points off the lows there, trading 46,513. Yes, right back to 67.25. Jags now 67.24s.
I just bailed there. I'm gonna wait. There might be a better opportunity a little bit lower here.
Yep, back to 6670 in the S&P 500. Struggling to break through there.
Yeah, we are both upside and now. Hoagland, what's the downside target? What's the target on in this crude trade? How's it count short 5 from 64.32? Let's trade 63.64. What are we looking here for the target?
We've got weekly kickoff low at 63.40.
Okay.
So me, I would go probably 10, 15 ticks short of that for a profit for a target. I'd go 63.50, 63.55. We're almost there. We could always leave a runner on. It's a great trade.
Yes, it is. So we're looking, so perhaps get out of the 4 of the 5 and leave the 1 on. Not bad.
Yep.
Good way to lock in profits. Jaron, you still got this on?
Yeah, I still have one on. I'm going to go ahead and go break even just for the simple fact that if it comes to 927, it will most likely go to 918. So just de-risk completely. Free trade. Got my 2 micros. Love those.
I'm back in from 52. So a little bit better pricing.
5?
Yep. I added another one. So 6 now.
From long 6 MNQ from 24,952. 952. Jaron, $800 you had. You were up $800 in the live funded account. When did you take the trade? What was it? Was it on the reopen yesterday, or was it some point before the New York session?
It was right at around 9:20 last night. I took gold shorts. Gold was pretty similar. It was pumping up from open all the way up until 8:30ish, and then I saw some exhausted buyers. And then when gold starts trending, the move it happens really quick. So I knew I wanted to be a part of it. It initially pulled back, had a little retrace, and then I got in on shorts. And it was kind of the same situation here. It hit my TP in 2 or 3 minutes. So you really like those trades, the ones that just happens really quick.
Yeah,
sleep well, man. Yeah. Sleep well at night after those. Yep,
yeah, those are nice. Usually the fast
ones
are towards my stop loss.
Well, if you're going to be wrong, you want to be wrong.
I know. Yeah, like that night last week where Baron and I what was it? We were short gold, and that lasted like 5 seconds, and you jumped in and you did pretty well.
It was the upper wick of doom, man. You guys got in, and it immediately hunted your stop.
Like 5 seconds. 5 seconds. It was like
very fast.
Bitcoin, micro Bitcoin, not done. New session highs there since the New York session bell rang. Bitcoin up about $2,000, trading 114,780. About $2,000 since the bell rang about 45 minutes ago. into the bottom of the hour here. See if we get another push higher here in the NASDAQ. ES is hanging out around 67.25. Gold wanted to go for those all-time highs, got within a buck. We pulled back, now trading 38.54.
Got my finger on the horn here.
For gold?
For gold?
Yeah.
And we have about 2 days, Hogue. We had 2 days, 2-day window for that pullback last week.
I've bailed out a second time for a small loss right there. I don't like how we failed twice to break out. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to see if there's going to be another setup. Like I said, 2 trades, 2 small losses, down 230. I'll wait for another setup. I'm going to show some patience until we start to see some more support around this level.
I like that. Sounds like you're sticking to your plan there, Dakota. Jaron as well, sticking to their plan. Well, guess what the tip of the week is here on Top Step and Topstep TV. We bring you a new one every week here. And the new tip of the week this week is, boom, have a trading plan, just like Dakota was talking about. Define your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. I like that one. Develop a clear trading plan with entry and exit points every time. And set realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. Dakota, define your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. Which one of those 3, those all go? Define your risk tolerance, Dakota. When I ask you, Dakota, would you define your risk tolerance? How do you define tolerance for risk? You're going to lose, be wrong fast, or wind stops? What is Dakota's risk tolerance?
I think you need to define what your risk is first, right? Because it depends on it depends on your account size. If you're trading a smaller account, your risk tolerance is going to be smaller than a bigger account. That's a good one. I'm not sure. I think the biggest one for me on that list is set realistic profit targets and stop losses. How many times do we have trades that are in the money and it's a good base hit, and then you want more out of it and you end up giving it back and hitting your stop loss? So that third one's my favorite.
Set realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. Yes, I like that as well. Risk tolerance, is that just a function of size then, in terms of size of trades and size of your account balance? Micros, obviously, a little less risk. Minis, much bigger risk. So I like that. Yes, have a trading plan. Very, very important. Hogue, having a trading plan. You've looked over thousands and thousands of trading plans. When you look at first glance, the first thing you look at when you're looking at a trader's trading plan is what? First thing you go to, Hogue?
The mute button.
Mute button. First thing we do is we look for that mute button.
That's the first thing. That's the first thing, yes.
You look at thousands of these things, Hogue. The first thing you look at in a trading plan, is it numbers or is it word? What do you look for first?
Well, it goes back to one of the first things somebody said to me the first time on the trading floor with my shiny new badges. Learn how to take a loss. Learn how to take a loss. If that's not in the trading plan, it's not a trading plan. You have to be able to establish your loss per trade, per day, per month, per account. Most important thing. It's the only thing you can control. So if there's not a defined risk plan, a defined stop loss plan, a defined area of invalidation in multiple time frames, that's going to be my first question. But of course, I'm always looking at reward over risk next to win percentage.
What are your thoughts on a daily profit goal, Hogue? I'm shooting for this number. I want to make $500.
Danger, Will Robinson. Number one, if you don't reach that goal, you're going to feel, even though you made money that day, you don't feel as though you were successful in your trading day, because you're trying to reach that goal. Trying to reach that goal, and I've done this, it has been, if I'm $50 from reaching my goal and I just need to make a couple of more ticks, I kind of lose my focus on waiting for the next good trade and thinking like, all right, I could just pick up a couple of ticks here and then I can call myself successful on the day because I reached my goal. That has created some really, really bad situations for me, and I'm sure it probably has for other people, just because you want to reach your goal. What if the market isn't giving you the opportunity that day to reach a goal? So you start kind of reaching for straws and trying to, take whatever it takes to get those 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ticks to get to your goal. If you start taking losses on that, then that's one of the things that really kind of tilts me, So I don't have a profit goal. And the other thing that I kind of caution about is if you have a profit goal and you reach your profit goal and you're seeing the market really well, I mean, it can be limiting to what you're able to make in a day, So you just have to take what the market gives, be a good risk manager, look for the next good trade, and be careful about like daily profit targets and goals like that, because if you don't reach it, you're left the day, even though you had a good day, feeling like you didn't reach your goal. Why would you feel bad on a day when you made money? I don't know, but it happens.
Or even break even, right? Like, oh man, I didn't lose money today, but I feel horrible because I didn't reach my goal. That's wrong. That's hard. A scratch day can be a winning day. Trust me.
Your goal should be stay in your plan, stay in your process.
Yep. And review.
Okay, I jumped right back in at 925.
I was thinking about it. It took off very quick, but it did look good to get back in.
Yeah. I took a couple paper cuts on the way down, which is fine. I don't mind taking these smaller paper cuts to get and having that patience to get back in at a better price.
Reward over risk.
Yep. So I'm in 5 from 925. So see if we could push back up to the top of this area, like these 50s.
925. All right.
Yep.
First one tried 54s. Then we tried 52s. Got out quickly. I like that. Cut the losses early. Also should be part of your trading plan. And then found a better price. Now long 5 from 24,925 as we trade 24,950. Dakota.
Yeah. I'll take a couple profits here at 50s.
Oh man,
there we go.
So if I can answer Tom in the chat,
sure.
He's up 1,000 and so tempted to find another trade, fighting his feelings to stop. It is hard to do that, right? So Tom, I mean, you can set a rule in your trading plan. Once I'm up $1,000, maybe I'll take a break. I'll kind of get my feet back on the ground and look for the next good trade. Don't think about adding to it. Just look for the next good trade. And then it can be a rule like, once you reach $1,000, if you take another trade and it's a win, it buys you the opportunity to look for another good trade. If it's a loss, then you for sure have to take a break, and you might want to consider taking the rest of the day off, moving to a practice account, whatever it is. But just taking that loss off that high watermark sometimes is enough to tilt people, and just be aware of that, Tom. Just be aware of the triggers that tilt you.
Oh, and we see all the time in shoulder tap, you should have some system for like, if you're flat up a certain amount of money, how much you're willing to lose of that. For some people it might be 200, might be 500, but too many times I've seen looking through trade reports where, someone will have a 3K loss limit. They'll be flat up $12,000 and then they go and hit that loss limit.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah. Something I like to think about is, go ahead.
I was saying the personal daily profit target in TopStep X. We make sure you can ensure that you lock in this amount for your profit, your daily P&L. You're up $1,500. You don't want to walk away less than up $1,000. We'll put it right there in the risk settings. Click on that wheel, right? The settings. In your TopStep X, go to risk settings and type in that number to ensure you're going to lock in and maintain that profitable day. Go ahead, Jaron. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, no problem. Something I like to think about. It's very simple, but if you're up $1,000 and you're still fighting the urge to keep trading, you just have to ask yourself: is making an additional 500 going to feel better than it's going to hurt to lose that 1,000 or lose and get back down to 500? So what's the benefit cost? Is it going to feel better to win than it's going to hurt to lose? Most of the time, for me, it's going to hurt to lose that because I like the money that I see. So if you can answer that question, it can also prevent you from taking those trades.
Jared's asking the question about mental capital. I mean, you walk away up $5,000, but what's the mental capital cost of losing 500 of the 1,000 you were up?
What's that saying? 1 in the hand's worth 2 in the bush.
Mm-hmm. They're talking about birds in that. I'm just explaining. It's like an idiot. Guys, get the hell out of here.
I'm not saying anything. Hey, let's see if we can get a push here and make some new highs in the NASDAQ. It's entry there, Dakota.
Yeah, that was a nice dip to buy, right?
Yeah.
And from 925, I took most of my profits. I have one contract as a runner. See if we can go through and do just that, Andre.
Well, look at the 5 minute. I mean, look at that entry. Dakota, if you can move that chart over to the left a little bit, just slide over. Look at that 5 minute, that range right there, Yeah. That nice entry there. Looking at this might be the upper end right now.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I took off most of my position. Yep. Looking at this to be a little bit of a range, right? Is that what you're referring to? That's a decent sized range too. I'm 40 points. Buy low, sell high, and rinse and repeat. I want to be in the direction of this trend, which is long. So if we get back down to the bottom of this, maybe I find another opportunity to either add or get into the position again. Get another, base hit.
Yep. That's what this market's giving you right now. That's what this market is providing for the time being. That can obviously change. We do have the press conference with Netanyahu and Trump. That is at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. Then Williams is scheduled to speak at 12:30, along with Musalem as well at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So speakers, more and more speakers, and we'll see what they have to say. They tried coming in, trying to sound a little bit more hawkish, trying to slow down the market from fully pricing in 2 rate cuts in October and then December. Worked for a second, and then at least equities start pumping this thing higher. All right, bottom of the hour coming in here in about 2.5 minutes, Hoag. First hour into the New York session. You are looking for what, Hoag? What will you jot down on your notes right there after the first hour into the New York session?
Initial balance. So let's put them on the charts here. All right.
High price and low price.
For the first hour of the session. So here's initial balance high. 24,975 half. Initial balance low. Got to get to it. Here we go. 848 and a quarter.
848 quarter. Okay. And in the ES?
ES. Let's put them on. We got to get them on there so we know where they are. All right. So initial balance high in the S&P is 67.31 quarter. Initial balance low. 67.1575. A much smaller initial balance than we saw on Friday. And with that wide initial balance, it would have taken a lot of energy to extend outside of it, which it never did in the S&Ps, just barely in the NASDAQ. But there's probably more room for bigger range in the regular trading hour because of this small initial balance here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
That makes sense. Quick Delta update if you have that handy. ES and NASDAQ.
ES negative 940. NASDAQ positive 1,500.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, nothing wrong just yet. Again, initial balance high, initial balance low. Pretty straightforward. An hour after the New York bell rings, put down the high price and you put down the low price.
And flat.
Flat. Trade.
Yep, just gonna wait for that. Maybe this trade to set up again if we push back down to those 920s, lower 900s.
So just a casual, we're about to set that initial balance in the ES. It's about 15 points.
And like Hoag was saying, the energy, the wider the range, the more energy it will take to extend out above and below those. The tighter the range, we're seeing in the ES, the more volume. Essentially, volume keeps coiling up, right? Coiling.
Yes.
When it does pop, when it does break out or break down through it, you'll see some extension. Might see that play out here in the ES. All right, bottom hours come and gone. Got that Dallas Fed number out of the way now. Yep. Top of the hour. President meets with Netanyahu. Keep an eye out for that. Any headlines that do hit, of course, we'll be breaking them here on TopStep TV.
I'm gonna hop in a short. No, I'm gonna hop in a short and just play the range, not risk too much on this. Just 2 micros. So if I get stopped out, I'll probably lock the account. and if it hits, may look to take another. Either way, I'm going to be happy with it. But yeah, this is just doing what Dakota said at this point, just playing the range. Looks like we're failing to move higher at this point. Maybe we want to see lower prices before we continue up. So
yeah, I like that play. I was just going to say it looks like it.
Jaron, you're short from 950, 951?
954.75.
And what? Okay, we're playing the range. So what are you looking for a downside here?
Yeah, downside, I think if we're going to play the range, we could easily, come down to these lows. If we a quick flood, I'm not hold it too long because I think we are, and it's kind of going back to what Dakota just said, when knowing when to take profits and knowing when to get out of a trade. So if I were to hold it too long and then it reverses and hits my stop, that wouldn't be following my plan. So I think my plan is just for it to come down to this low.
What's that? What's this level, Jaron? When you say this level, what price?
917.50. That's the low that we made at 1020.
Look at that. Yep. Nice work.
Yeah, get down those 20s. Yep. Everything else pretty 50-50 on the tilt right now. Not seeing any massive orders in the ES. Jack, what prices are we looking at here in the ES? Anything? I know
we're still like right in that 10-point kerfuffleation range. All right, so we're trading 66.73 right now in the SPX. Kind of between 66.70 and 66.80 was where I was looking to maybe sell to see if we can close that gap, just because the risk reward looked good. Still not in anything.
You're flat?
Yeah, I'm flat right now.
All right. Well, what's the P&L right now? Took 2 paper cuts,
I took 3 paper cuts and 1 winner, down 75.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. Would you like to go back to the well on this if we get down to those 920s or so? 924s.
Correct. Yes. Okay. I'm actually just jumped into a short as we spoke. I'm short from 52 3/4. And I'm doing the exact same thing. Braden.
Nice.
Jaron. Just looking to take profits on the way down. I don't think I have as wide of a take profit as you do. I'm going to play this little tight just because it's going against the trend. Whenever I go against the trend, I'm a lot more cautious, just more willing to take profits sooner.
Yeah, your take profit has to be where the market could reverse on you. And every buying attempt getting bought back up so quick, it makes sense to have a lot tighter targets now that we're shorting.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. GG in the chat, paper cuts, just small losses. Just little quick nicks, little small losses.
Mm-hmm.
And be healed quickly with a nice entry.
Shaving nicks.
Yeah, so that means paper cuts, small losses. All right, so go to Jaron. Switch to range share. They were looking for buy the dip, right? You heard him right in the opening bell. You heard him say, "All right, where do we buy this dip?" All right, they did buy the dip. Got out, and now they've seen the market generate for information. And now they've transition shift gears into some range trading now. So that's what you're seeing evolve as the market. This is what the market's allowing. Base hits, right? That's what they've turned into. Good stuff, fellas. Let's take a look at gold. 38.54. $6 off the highs there. Crude, 14 cents off the lows. $63.75 last trade. Yes, trading 67.27, and the NASDAQ trading 24,950. But the big mover, Bitcoin, micro Bitcoin.
Kelvin in the chat states it. It's so true. It is. This right here, right now, is why TopstepTV is so good. Levels, trades, targets, losses, but of course that risk disclosure saying this is not for copy, but for education. And leading by example. I love being on here with you, Jaron, and hopefully this can demonstrate for traders. You can have a bias, and then it's okay to change it mid-session because the market changes. We were buying the dip, like you said, Andre, and if you see something that changes, you change with it. And we might be wrong, you might be right, but that's just part of it.
Objectivity. It's the key to this game. I've married my bias of what I think, because I'm so smart, what I think the market's going to do it all too well. And that's hurt me way too many times. I'm being objective. What does the market show me versus what do I want to see? And it's the market. I've learned it reveals its hand to you. It does tell you the direction, and as long as you can remain that way, the key to success is just remaining objective and following what it's showing you. So I think that's a battle in its own. And some days I wake up and I think that I know exactly what's going to happen, but something I'm learning as we go. And today was, like you said,
Humble. Stay humble.
yep, humble.
We don't know what's
yes.
going to happen.
The market will humble your ass faster than anything.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah, I like this. I like how you guys shifted gears. Those first four candles on the 5 minute, it just looked like it was all green, right? Strong green buying in the NASDAQ. And we're talking about buying the dip, right? You know, where are we going to take this thing? We did push higher here, and the market's kind of found its range for the last 20 minutes or so. These fellas have adapted nicely. Good stuff. Pro ball trading here on Topstep TV. 4,100 people watching. We are closing in on 183,000 subscribers. Let's see if we can get there today. Click subscribe, please. Click thumbs up and click the bell in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you very, very much. Why is that funny, Dakota? It's so funny.
Oh, just the whole that whole spiel. I still am not used to it. I'm going to be on YouTube, Topstep TV for the for 10 years, and just being used to the click subscribe mindset.
I know Hoag just stepped off. I love when Hoag has to say it. That's the ultimate. When Hoag's thinking to himself, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I know, I know, right? All right, I'm taking a couple profits here in these upper 30s.
Favorite. Yeah.
Nice base hit right
We're growing, man. Look at that. 182,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
It's wild. Absolutely wild. All right. Let's see. Dakota and Jaron. Let's go to Dakota. Dakota, you're short from 53. What are you looking for a target?
Right there. I just took off most of my position.
Love it,
right there in these mid 30s. So I was short 5. I'm now only short 1. And then I'm going to trail this last one back down into these lows. So base hit. Question is, why didn't I hold this all the way to the bottom? It's counter trend. This market is very bullish, and I took my base hit, 15 points on a short in this market. I got to be happy with that. And then I have one contract running. I now green on the screen. I was down, now I'm up, and we'll just see if this last contract will get back down to these 920s.
Love it, Dakota. Jaron, looking for the same?
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing as him. Straight base hit at this point. Now that we've got, and I don't want to call this a flush because it's only moved down 15 points, but this nice little move down right here, I wouldn't like it to come back up to the upper wick. I'm going to go ahead and de-risk, take one off at the base of this candle, and then all off at the wick. So it was just a straight get in, get out trade, playing the range. Me and Dakota had the same idea. Love it.
So Dre, really quick, you mentioned 183,000 subscribers a while back. I forgot to mention we surpassed the population of Naperville, Illinois at 153.
Yes,
next in the target. If we can get the 185, Andre, we will have more subscribers than upstanding people that live in Fort Lauderdale. That's what I got my eyes on.
All right,
and we get
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale.
3 for 1 drink deals. Happy hour. Fort Lauderdale.
We're going for populations.
Who's watching in Fort Lauderdale? Naperville? What, the #1 suburb in the country? Something like that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, indeed. You're not. Brad Sims. We're working on it. We're working on it, Brad Sims. But you're not wrong. I like this trade. So they get in with the 5, right? J4, and if we do get the big move, right? If they do get the big move, they got that one on, right? They do get some exposure. They do catch a piece of it. I really like how you guys have adapted here. All right, Jack. Don likes it. Don approves, Jack.
I had a great time. I went on spring break in Fort Lauderdale when I was in college. Great time. Nothing but love for Fort Lauderdale.
Dr. Dax in the chat. Dr. Dax, where did you guys lost it? I've been watching since you had 18,000 subscribers. Well, Dr. Dax.
Nice.
Have we gotten better a little bit? Have things gotten a little better? Maybe. Hopefully be nice.
They've gotten considerably better, I would say.
I hope so. Charles Chapman, Overland Park, Kansas, Blue Valley North. I'm familiar with that area. Okay. With that being said, we'll let these guys work on the let these range trades play out a little bit. South Florida, stand up. Shout out to Ticked Out. Okay, with that being said, we talk about this all the time, the strength of the U.S. consumer. Prices go higher, but this country has no problem swiping the old credit card and paying up for those. So let's get a little more insight into this. I'm fascinated with these type of stories. So bring this in. More news here, TopstepTV. This is illuminating.
Many Americans are feeling down on the economy.
We have about 44% of consumers who are spontaneously telling us that high prices are weighing down their personal finances. And that's been something that has not really eased up.
Fears of higher inflation and risk of a weaker labor market are making many anxious, according to a new University of Michigan consumer sentiment survey. Despite the negative outlook, people are still spending. New data from the Commerce Department shows consumer spending rose 0.6% in August and 0.4% when adjusting for inflation.
The big reason for that is that the vast majority of aggregate consumer spending is being generated by high income and high wealth consumers.
But the survey's director, Joanne Shu, says lower income consumers are beginning to pull back, and the impact of President Trump's aggressive trade policies is a wide concern.
Tariffs are very, very high on people's minds, specifically because of the believed impact of those tariffs on the prices that consumers will eventually pay.
And it's likely prices could continue to climb. Trump announcing new tariffs Thursday on certain kinds of furniture, a 25% tariff on trucks, and a 100% tariff on some imported brand name or patented pharmaceutical drugs. American University's Kara Reynolds says these new tariffs could continue to drag consumer sentiment and impact the economy long term.
The inflation, fairly weak job numbers, and lower consumer sentiment, I think that has to hit consumer spending soon. If consumers are pulling back, you're going to see that in economic growth.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
I don't know.
Pudge. Thank you, Pudge.
Yeah, I mean, has it ever stopped us from spending? I mean,
No.
Well,
We'll
it's all
always
good
buy
in
the
theory.
slop.
It's all good in theory, but in practice, we see the numbers to the contrary. But eventually, we got to keep an eye out. I mean, we'll keep an eye out for that. Sheesh. Come on, Chad.
Oh, BK.
Get that out of here. Come on, man. What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's funny, but
it is. It is, yeah. All right, you guys are still in this trade. Top of the hour coming here in about 17 minutes.
It tagged my break even, but it was a free trade. Not too mad about it.
Yeah, I'm out as well.
Okay.
Yep, I'm out as well. Plus $20.
Well done.
$20.
Jerem, what is the P&L now? What's your P&L looking like?
928.50.
Done.
Nice.
Well done.
Good day.
Yeah.
Good day.
Let's see. We got the Dow. Looking to catch a bit of a bid here. Pushing higher. See if the ES or NASDAQ pay any attention to it whatsoever. Maybe an ES. We get up to these 30-31s. We're trading 67.29. You see some sellers come in there. Look at the ladder. Nothing. Still 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask in the ES. And a lot more action this afternoon with the speakers, president with a press conference at 12:15. And this week is just getting started. I don't mind these type of Mondays where it's kind of, there's opportunity for sure. If there's opportunity, I think we kind of going to ramp up into this week. Again, jobs. Tomorrow, end of Q3.
Correct.
It just, this is never stops.
It's a busy week, man.
It is.
It is. Tomorrow's the end of Q3. We have unemployment. We have non-farm on Friday. It's going to be a jam-packed week full of employment data.
Jack, I'll throw it to you on this one. With the jobs, is bad news good? Is bad news for jobs? Obviously, it's not financial advice. Just, you're right. Is bad news good news in terms of the jobs numbers?
This is why I like the inflation numbers now, because they're more kind of cut and dry. Like hot is bad, cool is good.
Right.
I don't know. If I did know I could make a bunch of money, there's definitely a strong possibility of both, right? Because what's going to happen is if we come in with a super strong job number, right, the rate cuts are going to come into question, and we don't like that. Super bad job number.
Yeah, good jobs
economy
numbers.
Shit.
Jack, good jobs numbers mean
right?
Good jobs numbers mean strong economy. No,
it's supposed to.
I think strangely enough, I think that what would probably lead to the biggest decline in equities would be like a massive beat on jobs. So I know that makes no sense, but eliminating those rate cuts would really put some pressure on.
Right. I guess what Jack's kind of referred to, it's the jobs numbers come in quite well, much better than expected. We're going to look to Fed funds, look to the Fed and say, all right, are they going to cut? Are they going to indeed cut 2 more times? Well, the Fed might have to pause. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's all if-thens. By no means is there any certainty one way or another. That's the tricky part with this. So we'll see how the market reacts on those numbers. Start with JOLTS tomorrow. JOLTS, job openings. Job openings. How many jobs are open here in the U.S.? EDP is private payrolls. Could give you a little bit better insight into what the actual picture is here in the labor market.
Yeah, because and they're already, if you listen to the Fed speakers, and I'm interested to see what our friends have to say this afternoon, but they've already been kind of tempering back expectations for the total of 75 basis points of cuts by December. And, you know, it kind of capitulated a little bit, as Powell called it, a risk management cut. But if GDP is 3.8% and jobs are strong and inflation's running 3% or something, I don't know what the reasoning would be to cut rates.
I mean, they've been saying it all week last week too, right? Just trying to reduce everyone's expectations for a full 3 quarters for the year.
They did. They are. Not Myron. Myron is full steam ahead.
He's explaining himself. Enjoy
yeah,
that.
Jack, are you a fan? He sounds like you have you're cool with Myron. Myron just did.
Hey, I think it's important we can disagree on policy, but have a civil debate about it. I like that he's posting, basically. So I'm a fan of how he's presenting himself.
Oh man, Myron
Fair
coming in
enough.
hot. All right, everyone flat right now. Everyone's flat, yes?
Yeah, I'm flat.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at what we have here on tap for the rest of the day. Okay, we do have, after this course morning recap. That's not for a little bit. Hour 20 minutes from now, we do have trade with Topstep with Alfie and Dolby and Jay. Shoulder tap? Shoulder tap back, Jack. Shoulder tap back.
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
I'm excited.
With Aaron.
Yes,
Jack
it is.
Aaron. And, of course, group coaching. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We've got trade with Topstep with Vinny and Ace. I love these names. We get to meet Vinny, get to meet Ace with JD and myself. And, of course, it's a Monday. You can't spell Monday without Mo, so Mo will be joining Dolby and myself in Power Hour, of course, at the buzzer. And slow weekends. And we got Slow Markets, Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Slow Markets. Who will be joining you today?
Coach Jay. Coach Jay is going to be joining me tonight during Slow Markets, 7:30 Central. And man, it's always a good one. Always a good one with Coach Jay. We review trader stats on Wednesdays. And you know this, right, Jaron? There's opportunities in these markets overnight. And I mean, Jaron, you're a great example. You're trading, it looks like, and you've been doing really well in your account.
I would say some of my bigger wins have come during Asia session with gold. G's done me very well. Now the times I had to get used to. I don't prefer to trade gold from 6 to 8 EST, but around 9 to 10:30 EST, which feels weird that you're trading that late at night. But there's just so many good moves that present themselves. So yeah, capitalizing on it's been big for me.
Awesome, good to hear.
Somebody asked earlier for the countries for our subscribers, Andre. We have, you'll be glad to know, we have taken over St. Lucia at 180,000. Next up is Curacao at 185,000. So we'll pass Fort Lauderdale and Curacao at the same time. Then we got a while before Samoa.
All right, Samoa. Hang with us. Let's see if we can get to Samoa.
219,000 subscribers.
See if we can get there. All right, Hoag. Well, we identified an initial balance high, initial balance low in the NASDAQ and the ES about 20 minutes ago. So we're coming up to the top of the hour now. So 9:30 a.m. Central, we write down those levels. We identify those IB high and IB low. At the top of the hour, we do what with those IB high and IB low numbers here?
Well, a lot of that depends on the context of the market. So let's take a quick look. So here we are. Let me make sure this is correct. 30, 38, 53, 40, 53, 40s IB high in the gold. Okay. So what we're looking for in gold is we've taken out the high of the initial balance a couple of times. We do not have a failed upside auction. However, the market is attempting to kind of hold above the initial balance high. We can see that on this 30-minute bar right here. I'm looking to see if we continue to reject early range. And in that case, we might see the market take out that all-time high. I've still got my button on the horn. We'll see if that plays out. Still looking for 38.86 weekly kickoff high for the past 4 weeks to get tested. But as far as like the equities are concerned, all right, so we have small initial balances. This is the NASDAQ 30-minute chart, overnight inventory to the long side. Buyers still coming in, holding in the upper half of today's range. I think that kind of bears important information that we're really trying to hold the highs here in the NASDAQ, not so much in the S&Ps, but I'm watching the extremes. Again, the initial balance high. If we get a breakout above there, and we see, some momentum, some participation, some volume, then I could see us taking out the all-time high and continuing to push to the upside. You got to be careful with that though, because of the overnight inventory. As long as it is, if all of these new longs start to get nervous, they could pull it. They could push us back. Could take out the initial balance low and maybe even get to a session gap close, which would bring us down to about 24,737, or even a settlement check. Settlement is 24,726.75. But the way the market is presenting itself right now, you got to be thinking, okay, what is it trying to do? It's trying to go higher. How good of a job is it doing moving higher? Well, it's holding above the half back mark of the day so far. We're starting to hold maybe above that weekly kickoff high, 24,940. We didn't see any real good reaction by longer time frames in and around it. But if we start to hold it as support, then I could again see this market moving higher. And if we do extend the range, it's not going to take the same amount of energy it would have on Friday with the huge initial balance that we had. S&Ps largely the same, setting up to be kind of an inside day, inside the initial balance. So I'm focusing on the initial balance. 67.31 quarter high in the S&Ps, 67.15.75. At the low end, again, overnight inventory long. The market has not been performing as well in the S&Ps as it has in the NASDAQ. We're a lot further from the weekly kickoff high, which is a little bit different than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's weekly kickoff high is lower than the all-time high. Basically, this week's weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps is the all-time high. So I'm trying to see if there's any change in the current area of balance, which is at the extremes of the initial balance high and initial balance low. We got to see. Love to see a failed downside auction and then see this market continue to resolve higher. That would work for me in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is still holding the opening range at the dead-ass low, so we're looking for longs as long as that's the case. We're not getting much of a pullback. Again, the NASDAQ is holding up much better than the S&Ps, so we just gotta be patient. Look for the market to come to you and say, "Here's your spot. Here it is. This is what you've been waiting for."
Oh boy.
Don't listen.
That sounds.
Don't listen to it if it's yelling at you. Get in now. You're gonna miss it.
I've been there. Hoag, I got a question for you about that. Your weekly kickoff high in the ES, call it all-time highs, right? Up around 67.
Yes.
Weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, we're pretty much trading it right now. Not all-time highs in the NASDAQ. What gives? What when your calculations, don't give away the secrets. Just in general, why do you think the difference in between the two?
No secrets. So the weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, we got a reference level of importance from the 23rd here. We got a naked point of control up there. Okay, so that's a comfort level from back on the 23rd of September. Look at where the market is finding comfort again. It's finding comfort at the weekly kickoff high. So I'm looking at this saying, are we going to just kind of hang around here and be happy in a place we were happy at before? Or are we going to go hiking? Are we going to go look at the mountains? Or are we going to go down and look at the beach? one of the three is, of course, going to happen, obviously.
Right.
Right now, we're pretty magnetic towards weekly kickoff high. The market's waiting for new information. We're looking for new participants, new information. In the S&Ps, we don't have that reference point. Okay, here is
Good stuff.
so the point of control from the 23rd is all the way down here, and we've rechecked it already.
What's that price?
I don't have any. That point of control was right around 67.10.
Yep.
And we checked it on Thursday. Okay. So, and we don't have a reference in the form of a weekly, a point of control, a naked point of control at the highs here. What we have is a week high. So there's a double top from this 22nd here. We traded within a tick of it on the 23rd. That's not a week. That's not a strong high. There's no excess in that high. That says, okay, the market's still willing to push to that level and is trying to kind of come back to it. You know, I kind of look at it like there's a bunch of kids standing around a pool and they're wondering if it's too cold. Somebody puts their toe in, says, no, it's too cold. Let's come back later. So really just kind of looking for this weak high to be taken out. And that's, to me, one of the more important reference levels that we have above that isn't necessarily considered a measured move, if you will.
Love it, man. How good's this guy? Where else are you going to get that? Oh, man, great stuff.
Hey, I try. You know what I do like to do, though? Is tell everybody, make sure you hit the like. Make sure you subscribe.
You heard us. You heard us when you stepped away for a minute.
I did.
Yeah.
So I did take a trade while you were going off. I got in a short from 44 and took profit. I'm looking for a long at these 920s.
Nice.
Playing it tight.
Look at these range traders. Looking for a long from 920. Hoag, you heard the man. Click subscribe, click like, and click notify. Great job. Hoag the Legend, absolutely, 100%. Where else? You're not going to get that. You got group coaching. We'll talk about that later. Group coaching with JD. I mean, JD Hogan Hoop. We're talking 100+ years, easy experience. Easy on that. So
Hoag's an influencer now.
Hoag's an influencer.
Andre,
yeah.
You want to hear, I always love a good rough Sunday story.
Okay.
So the Ryder Cup was this weekend.
Yeah.
Which was something else.
Disaster.
Check out these Uber prices to get back to Manhattan from Bethpage.
Oh,
after the Ryder Cup.
Whoa.
12 minutes, $1,000.
Wow.
Well, that's how far away they are. It would be longer than 12 minutes to get anywhere there, but $1,000 for an SUV.
How long is the drive?
I like the shuttle.
A couple hours out there. I think it's on Long Island, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
that's
far down there in Long Island.
That is, well, Team USA should.
I like the price for the shuttle. This is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where this got. I can't control the screenshots, but I thought this was fun.
Just a proper thrashing. Just an absolute proper thrashing.
They came back at the end, but
it was.
Yeah, Russell Henley is going to think about leaving that putt short.
Huh.
Can't leave the putt short.
Doesn't have a chance to get in. It's about an hour and a half out the Bethpage with no traffic. All right, 24,926. I'm looking at the 5 minute here on the NASDAQ. Dakota, you took that short. You are now out flat.
Yeah, that was a quick one. I'm looking for longs down here. I'm going to be a little bit patient, though, Andre, to see if we can make a run down through these, 918s before buying it.
Yeah,
I'm up 530, so I'm going to just, I'm not too quick to give back profits.
And that's all from base hits, Dakota. Those are all base
Correct,
hits.
yeah.
All base hits. No home run trades there. Micros.
The reason why the P&L is so big, though, Andre, was I thought I was on micros and I was on minis, and I jumped in with 5, and I just quickly got out of it.
I didn't know that part.
That's one way to do it.
I didn't know that part, Dakota. But still, the point being, damn, man. Those micros.
Was I not supposed to say? It is what it is. I mean, I just instantly.
I think that's happened. I think that's happened to all of us.
Absolutely.
Dude, that's how I started this. That's how I started this account. You remember, my very first trade I mean, this has been a good month. Come on, whoever said I just gambling.
Whoa,
Yeah,
Love it.
Yeah,
That's a sight.
Oh,
this. The
Coda.
guy in chat. Yeah, like actually gambling. Uchi says, but my very first trade in this account was the same. It was a fat finger in minis, minus 1,400. Every day this month, I've basically been starting in the hole, starting off red, and then ended up turning it around. So it's been a journey this month.
Dude, just set your lock parameters. I did that because we're on TV, we're looking at a bunch of screens at once, and I've done that too, where had 5 queued up to do MES, and then switch back to ES, and suddenly I'm in for 5. But you in your settings can go and put product limits on, unless you think you need the trade 5 NQ. I did that. We're all good.
Yeah. How long does it last for? Does it last for a day, or can I have it
just
be
until
permanent?
you change it?
Okay. Yeah, I might go do that because that's the second time it's happened. Hey, I don't know. It worked out in my favor this time.
Yeah. You don't want to be the accidental trader unless it works in your favor.
And
exactly. Right, Hoag? And it's one of those where it's like you don't have any emotion because you're like, it's just 5 micros. In reality, it was minis. I'm like, what? That was a good trade. That was a good trade.
Winner, you can see. I meant to do that. I wanted.
Give me 1 second. I have to put down a rowdy crowd that is right outside my office.
Wow, fan club banging on Jack's doors. But yeah, absolutely, the symbol blocker. It's a good way to minimize that. But yeah, Hoag ends. Well, Dakota, pull those stats up really quick. Let's go over just some high level win percentage, risk reward. That is a beautiful looking count. What do we got here? Talk to me. What are we looking at for win percentage?
Yeah, so this has been 1 month so far in this account. I was on shoulder tap, everyone. So everyone was talking about that when I was on shoulder tap with Ben and Baron. But yeah, my win trade percentage is nothing crazy. 63% winning trade percentage, and then about a 1-to-1 risk reward. 1-to-1 risk reward. It's nothing like absolutely insane, nothing flashy, but consistent. The consistency is the one thing I was looking for. This is still not a crazy amount of data. It's only 1 month. I want to see another month before I absolutely feel confident in scaling up to bigger sizes. There's that fat finger trade minus $1,400 to start it, but yeah, it's been nice, consistent trading here on this account, and this is the account I'm trading during slow markets, and I'm trading live here during fast markets as well.
Dakota, that. Let's go back to earlier in 2025. That is not what your stats looked like whatsoever.
No.
Under 50% win percentage. Bigger risk rewards. This is not the Dakota that I first met coming to trading. You've completely adapted your style. Hoag, you know better than anyone. You were working with Dakota. It was, what were your win percentage? What, like in the 30s?
Correct. Yeah, it was a very low win percentage, but a high risk reward.
Profitable, yes. But
markets were volatile back then too, though.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Markets conditions changed. I changed. It took me a little bit to change though, because I went through that drawdown right over the first half of this year, basically, or at least the majority. After I took out that $250,000 to start the year, then it was just kind of mixed results, some drawdown. And then I went through that whole phase. And almost, well over a month ago for the shoulder tap, got back into combine, now XFA, and I'm like, okay, smaller size, wider stops, base hits, and it's played really well for this month.
Nice. Gold all-time highs.
Auga's right. Dakota, Dakota, absolutely love seeing that. Absolutely love seeing that. Obviously, changing it up, shifting gears. We only learned the hard way. But yeah, new all-time highs in gold, 38.62. Dakota now going for the base hits. As markets volatility's dried up a little bit. Level off. Again, Dakota first came on. First time I ever met Dakota, he put on a 100-point banger in the NASDAQ. I go, who is this kid? Look at the stats. He goes,
hey, remember when I used to hold 30 minis overnight?
Yeah, that was a different time though.
Yeah.
And now you're taking
different too.
Yes, they do.
Oh yeah, Mick loves me. Mick loves me. It's just, hey Dakota, you have 30 minis. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hold this overnight.
New lows,
Good
crude,
time.
new lows, crude, 60. But now Dakota, look at that. Market, volatility's leveled off. Now 63% win percentage. 1-to-1 R. That works. That pays bills. That keeps you in the game for a long, long time. Absolutely love seeing that, Dakota. All right, we got about 24 minutes till the bottom of the hour, which is also the London close. I did touch into what we have on tap here for TopstepTV for today and for the rest of the week, but I don't want to hear from me anymore. Let's bring in James. James, come on in. Happy Monday. Haven't heard from you yet. What's going on, my man?
Hello, Andre. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm here with the things you need to know to kick off your week strong here at TopstepTV. Starting with tomorrow, we've got another installment of Mindset Matters with special guest Dr. V. Trading isn't just about charts and numbers, it's also about your mindset. All right, Dr. V is going to share practical tools to help you stay focused, disciplined, and confident in the heat of the markets. She'll also answer your questions live, giving you the chance to get expert advice in real time. It's all coming your way on Mindset Matters only here on TopstepTV. All right, and right now we're going to drop a link in the chat for you to submit your questions, and then make sure you tune back in Tuesday, September 30th. That's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central for Mindset Matters with Dr. V. Get your questions in now. Be back here tomorrow. We love having Mindset Matters. If you've never seen a segment, please tune in. You never know how it could help you when you're trading. Also, later today at noon, group coaching with Hoag continues on all week long. Hoag, JD, and Hoop take their lunch break and sit right here with you and answer your questions live. We're going to drop another link in the chat. This one we'll be dropping it throughout the day. So if you don't see it now, just ask and a mod will drop it for you. But get your questions in for Hoag, JD, and Hoop to answer live. Any trading questions, go to Hoag, and any mindset questions, go to Dr. V. So I know we're throwing a lot at you, but you guys got this. All right, Andre, back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, James. Yes, we're throwing a lot because we bring a lot. Group coaching today. Mindset Matters tomorrow. I'll get those questions in. Again, Hoag, JD, Hoop. Again, I can't say it enough. I don't even know. How many, Hoag, real quick, how many years of experience combined between you three? And the family business. 150?
Oh.
There you go. Just call it 100.
80.
You can't get it anymore.
Probably 120.
120. There you go. Family business for JD. Family business for Hoop. Family business for Hoag as well. You're not going to get that anywhere else.
Probably more than that. Jeez.
That's what I'm saying. $180, man. Dads, brothers.
Me and my dad are 80 in its own.
There you go,
yeah,
man.
Probably closer to $180.
Yep, there you go. New lows, crude. Hoag, we're closing on those 40s, man. 63.45 last trade. House account short from 64.32. Have you and JD? Is this in who took it? You or JD? Hoag? Gold pulled right back off those all-time highs.
We got orders in to cover it at 340, 63.40.
All right, all of them.
Looks that way.
Okay, cool. I like that. And
I'll talk to JD here.
What's come on? 63.41.
We 10% it here?
I don't know. Oh, come on. Oh boy.
Somebody get out and push.
Don't do this.
Man, that's one heck of a trade right there.
Yeah. Jaron, are you hawking a new trade? What's going on over there, Jaron? You're locked in on something, my friend. What are you seeing there? 24,920. What do you got?
Yeah, I think if we break this low, we could definitely see continuation to the downside, maybe to this consolidation that we had in the overnight, maybe VWAP. And then if I could see some buyers step in, I would look to take a long as well. I don't want a long here, though. I think it looks like the sellers are kind of picking up some steam. So it would be kind of catching a falling knife here. So I'm just waiting. Something appears and shows me its hand.
I agree with that.
Hoag?
All right.
Just 63.39s. Just printed.
We screwed up. We missed it by a tick.
Were we working 38s?
Well, see what I would do there, Hoag. If you have 3
40s.
on,
40s.
How many do you have on?
40 straight through.
I think we have 3. I don't know. I thought we still had all 5 on, but I'm seeing 3 now.
Do you always go all in, all out, or you could, instead of the 90%, you could like take one, put one at the level, and then one for a little more or something?
Yeah, that was. I mean, that's what was my suggestion when I thought we had 5 on. I was going to say just cover 4, leave 1 on down here.
Either way, house account well in the money on this trade.
Yeah.
Bottom of got a new lows print, 63.39. Gold did make new all-time highs, 38.62. Pulled back about $7 right now.
Right.
38.55.
All right, so we were short 5.
Yes.
We took 3 at 63.42.
Okay.
We're still short 2.
Oh, like that.
Awesome.
Nice trading all around. Jack, I'm watching the ES right now, 62.20. I cannot make much sense of the charts right now. Anything?
Be in the money a little bit right now, but it's kind of a longer term play. I mean, I want to see it fill that gap, and I would be a buyer there for sure. Down around a little below 6,700. Settlement.
NASDAQ broke through that level there, Jaron, as well. So I like a play back down to those 880s, 890s.
Agreed.
In the NASDAQ.
Agreed. We've been on the same page all day, Dakota.
We have. We've been carving it up here.
All right.
Yep, there it is.
Down. ES. Leading this way lower. Dow grinding lower as well. NASDAQ lagging to the downside. Leon in the chat. NASDAQ cannot hold 24,900. Oh, we're trading 905s right now, Leon, but let's go see if we can test it because the ES might be closing on 15s. We got European close, London close. 18 minutes.
Right. So now we're short just 1. We took off another. We just got to run around for fun. Up 415.
Well done.
I felt like government shutdowns used to be a bigger deal in the markets. Like no one's really talking about that.
We're used to it now, Jack.
Nothing matters.
That's just
everybody's looking forward to it.
I know.
They're just waiting for the dip.
Look at the money we'll save.
Yeah. New session lows in ES 67.15 and the orders we got there. Buyer step back in about 2 points higher. When is that government shutdown supposed to happen? When's the deadline for that?
I don't even know because no one's talking about it.
They don't matter
like this
anymore.
week. Let me look this up.
We see this story like 6 times a year.
I'm hearing it's Wednesday.
A Wednesday? Okay. That'd be the beginning of Q1, beginning of Q4, I should say, beginning of fourth quarter.
Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what, October 1st?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right, nice no trade there, fellas.
Just in time for Halloween.
There you go.
Yeah,
wow.
Tomorrow's gonna be spicy.
It's gonna be spicy.
Oh, I love it. I love that volatility. As traders, we love volatility.
Dakota, I remember us complaining when it was too volatile. But now it's again.
Yeah, I
now
think
that's what we traders do. We're always griping.
Yeah,
we always have a gripe. We always hate.
Nobody ever get a dollar.
No, it's so.
Hey, this is what I this is what I say. This is my opinion. I don't like extreme. I love volatility, right? Traders love consistent volatility. Let's put that, because there's a difference between, wow, we're super volatile, and then all of a sudden we just completely change. And so whether it's volatility or not volatile, we love consistency. Obviously, we want more volatility because there's more opportunities in these markets, but it's more difficult when there's no consistency. So I love volatility as long as there's consistency. But what I was complaining about back in when we had tariffs was just how inconsistent that volatility was. It would be just nice, slow, and then the next thing we have like a 100-point tape bomb out of nowhere because someone mentioned tariffs. Mm-hmm. That was very difficult to trade.
I like the range.
That's what my gripe was.
I like how you guys carved up the ranges for that last hour or so. Now you saw, Jaron, you saw selling starting to pick up, so you didn't take the long. Mm-hmm. Look at the 5 minute. What did you see there? You saw selling picking up. Is it as simple as just we continue to see new lows here? Starting to sell off here. We're starting to see selling picking up here, Jaron. Is it as easy as just looking at the chart and looking for big red candles, or what else is there to it?
Yeah, so I am looking at Bookmap and a footprint chart. So when I saw at the highs, there was a lack of buying. So volume at the highs was dead, and then every time that we continued to move down and attack these lows, there was a lot of aggressive selling coming in. So it was like that was the intention. The sellers, that's where they wanted to get in. They wanted to break whatever this little short-term support was, and like I said, once this broke, I was expecting it to flood down, and there it goes. It's starting to move down now. Sellers took control of the range. We saw some compression, and so like when the highs and the lows keep getting thinner, it's like lack of interest. We're not really nothing's going on up here anymore. So it's got to come down. It's got to get some more volatility going, and that's exactly.
Started yawning.
Yep, exactly.
Did we just remind everyone about the government shutdown?
Is that we?
I think so.
You reminded me. I'm not gonna lie, you reminded me about it. I completely forgot about it.
Oh yeah, we need to
Now we
sell.
can sell off.
Let's close the gap.
Oh yeah, 67.12 in
That
the
was
ES. We'll push here. It's NASDAQ got some room to go for session lows. Got about 30 points or so, trading 24,879. We did have highs earlier today, about an hour ago.
Hold up. Hoop just posted something very interesting. I'm seeing across the juice right now. Hoop in chat. BLS to suspend all operations in case of government shutdown. Plans not to release economic data during a government shutdown. Does that mean if we shut down, we don't get the non-farm number?
Yeah. Yeah. People were
That
talking about
sucks.
that already. Yeah.
Whoa.
It'll be delayed.
When will they
No none?
schedule
Oh,
a
man.
new release date?
Once they
Sure
reopen
is.
the
Jack,
government. Yeah.
Read that one more time, Jack.
Sure thing. The BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, to suspend all operations in case of government shutdown. Plans not to release economic data during a government shutdown. So if we shut down on Wednesday, no fun for us on Friday.
BLS, okay. So will that be initial jobless and non-farm? But we would still get ADP? Question mark? Okay.
Yeah, ADP still got in
Okay.
Michigan.
Mm.
And is that what's happening? Is that contributing to this? We could grinding lower here. New lows ES 6709. That's a new. I love it, man. You never know. Never know what's going to happen with this in these markets.
No.
Headline like that, you know. 6712. New lows in the ES NASDAQ.
Ooh,
See
there's
some
a
more
little
stuff.
flush.
Yeah, new lows. NASDAQ 24,868. Still about 20 points off the lows there. That's a good one. We got Euro close in about 12 minutes.
NASDAQ still hasn't taken out the low, session low, and the the opening range low. But we're seeing some range extension below the initial balance in the S&Ps. I don't want to fight this.
I don't want to fight it until it gets below 6,700.
Yeah. Maybe down to settlement.
You know what I was thinking as well? Jaron, we went through 3 stages right there. We went through buying the dips, trading the range, and now looking for a breakdown in the NASDAQ. And what happened? Called it to the T, man. Like this market did exactly that. We bought the dips, we traded the range, and then we got that breakdown to these upper 800s.
You've called every play today.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You guys your hands off. I'll watch this. Yep. I mean, this is very well done.
Now, the one thing I do think too, yeah, it's like I said, I wanted to see a pullback to get in longs, but I've just always noticed aggression is intention. And so when we, the move up happened quick, consolidation, but when it floods down like this and it's moving aggressively and fast, those aren't really the buybacks that you want to be a part of. I've noticed, when there's like a pullback to get in long or a pop to get in shorts, it's normally a quick grind, or like a slow grind. But when you see a fast move like this, those aren't the ones that I want to try to reverse the trend. I think that when you see like quick aggression like this, that's probably a good sign of continuation.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just
non-farm.
Watching
what non-farm? We need non-farm.
Recreate all our graphics.
Come on, we need non-farm.
We need the non-farm.
So Trump's meeting with Netanyahu right now at the White House.
Okay. Oh, we see that. Keep an eye on gold. Keep on treasuries. We need non-farm. The whole week is centered around non-farm. Come on.
Bears bye week. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, I know. Hey, Green Bay needs to get their crap together. That's Who are they playing? I'm still sour about last night.
Ty.
Did you stay up for the whole thing?
So amazing.
I did stay up for the whole thing. I watched overtime. It was such a disappointment. Sure, it was a tie, but it was so disappointing.
Ties are actually good, Dakota. If it comes for tiebreakers, ties are actually good.
Who
it's not a loss.
invented a freaking tie?
It's not a loss. It's good for the win percentage.
It
Not
was
winning
because
either.
it was to the Cowboys. You tie the Cowboys, it's just a loss.
Yeah, we beat them easily.
And
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's how bad it fails. if the Bears could beat the Cowboys, and the Green Bay ties them, that's just. Ugh.
All right, tilt in. Tilt is 50-50. Nothing
Wow,
really jump up.
What can I tell you about Green Bay?
Not
Got
good,
some-
Hoag.
we got
Not
some work
good
to
at
do,
all.
Hoag. Yes,
We
well,
got a
what do we
lot
got
of
here?
work to go.
Pin at the top of the chat. We got the mindset matters. Get that in there. Get your questions.
I got two
Doc.
brothers that live in Wisconsin. They're actually friggin' Packers fans. I can't believe it.
Yeah. We got to watch a Packers game together, Hoag. With next Bears Packers game, I'm coming out there.
Fan, Bilbo.
At Lambeau Field,
It's fun up there.
Yes. Let's do it.
It's fun.
the frozen tundra.
We got headlines coming from the president. This one just started. I am confident there will be peace in Gaza soon. That's the first one. We'll see what more comes out from there. A little turnaround in the markets. We just kind of slowly rolled over, bottoming out 67.09, and the orders in the ES about a 7-point push higher once we tapped on those. Looks like stops got hit there, Jack. Just looking at the wick on the 5-minute. Could be oversimplifying it. We got 8 minutes till Euro.
End up with a failed downside auction in the S&Ps. Could happen. Could it be?
In the SPOOs.
Yeah.
Is this a buyable dip? I know Intel's well off its lows. We were down almost 5% in Intel. Now we're pushing. We're pushing back up within 1.5%, 2%.
There you go.
Down still. Buy the dip.
Is this a buyable dip?
I don't know,
Equities,
right?
Pretty much.
You never know until after the fact. Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. After the fact, it looks so easy.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here in the ES? I got some 300 lots on the bid here. 67.14 on 300, 67.14 on 300, 67.13 on 300, and 67.12 on 300. Massive size. Haven't seen those big size orders in just yet. Stay tuned. Here on Topstep TV, we're looking at that level 2 data on Topstep X. I was looking for those size orders. I know Jaren's always watching for, and those got pulled. Jaren's always looking for that size, looking for continuation to the downside, or is it absorption?
Mm-hmm.
What are the two? You and Baron, it's getting absorbed or exhaustion.
Yeah, absorption and exhaustion.
Still don't know the difference. I cannot. What is the difference?
I think so. They're both lead to the same thing, but absorption would be a lot of orders not being rewarded, and then exhaustion would just be a lack of orders. So like not as much. There wouldn't be much volume. So it can lead to the same thing, but I guess it is nuanced. But
so absorption, they're absorbing size, and exhaustion, just an absence of.
Yes. Correct.
I think I understand that. Let me rephrase that, and just let me know if I'm right when it comes to this, Jaren. So if the market's rallying and not going anywhere, that means there's enough sellers in this market to just absorb all the buying coming in, and that's absorption. Like, hey, we're buyers stepping in, buying, but there's enough sellers in this market to keep it from going up and to counteract those buyers. That's absorption, right? But then exhaustion is, buying, we're buying, and then there's less buying, and there's less buying, and then it starts to get quiet, and then the buyers start to, taper off, and that's exhaustion.
That's exactly right. Yeah, but absorption would be like a wall of sellers. You see an insane delta at the highs. There's so much buying coming in, but we just can't seem to move up. Limit sellers sitting there at all, and then aggressive selling steps in, and then exhaustion's like what happened. There just wasn't much. It kind of died out, tapered. So now the market had to come down to meet the demand of buyers and selling step in. So yeah,
Mixter,
you nailed it.
Mixter in the chat. I think you nailed it. Absorption is an example of absorption is an iceberg. Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Jaron, someone was asking in chat, what are those red and green areas on your charts?
Ooh,
yeah. So this area up here I had was this consolidation that we had before the move down. So it made sense that we we did kind of sell off. We came up, consolidated at the same range. So I look for high volume nodes, I guess, the points of control, large volume areas. So this was one. This red area right here was recent highs. And then this green area was also the point of control of the overnight inventory. So it's, you don't have to mark them out, but for me, it just helps to see areas that we could find support or resistance. So mark them out.
Love it.
Yeah. Yep.
Dakota, I still have to say, those stats, that was not that's not the type of trader you were earlier this year. That's third, yeah, you were in the 30s, right? It was like you were 30. Your win percentage was in the 30s. You lost more than you won in terms of winning trades versus losing trades, and the R to R obviously much higher, profitable, and yeah, look at that. I mean,
you have to adapt, Andre. Like I probably can't even count how many times I've had to make adjustments like this throughout my career. You know, doing this for now, it's crazy to think, almost 15 years I've been in these markets, and I've went through periods where I've had to adapt. I've been through drawdowns for months at a time, and that's part of it. My overall trading, though, is the same. The way I view these markets, right? Support, resistance, market structure, buy the dip, 3-bar reversals. So all that's very similar. But my trade management, how big am I getting in? Where's my target? Those little details make a dramatic difference. And you could see it right there, right? That's a dramatic difference from the way I was trading. But when I look at the market, it's the same technicals. It's the same setups. And it's everything else is the same.
Question: did you have to swallow your pride at all to start to come to grips like with you were hitting base, you're getting home runs, right? 100-point bangers, 150-point bangers. Now you're trying to squeeze 20 points out of a trade and trading micros. Anything with swallowing your pride, or like, nah, green is green? Yeah, yes or no? Sorry.
No, I think so. Even though I've went through it before, it's different this time because it's in front of thousands and thousands of people, right? Because I could do it on my own, right? It's just me as a trader. I deal with it. I went through that shoulder tap last year with Mick when I held 30 minis through an inflation data number because I didn't wake up on my alarm and got like $20,000 worth of slippage in my live account. That's different. That wasn't like, hey, I'm just struggling. That was just one mistake. I got back on, went right up to the top of the leaderboard, back on it. This time was different. It was, hey, let's get you on shoulder tap in front of thousands of traders and talk about how you're struggling. I'm like, sure,
yeah.
I have to show traders the downs just as much as I show traders the positive side. You need to see what real traders go through because that's not shown in the reality that we live in the social media world that we live in. The downs of trading do not get shown enough. You might see it from like somebody one day, but then it's just, back to screenshots of P&Ls. You have to go through this. And when you go through it, there has to be a way that you could adjust, adapt. And sometimes it is just swallowing your pride. Just I'm looked up to in front of my slow markets class. But sometimes you have to just bite the bullet. Just, yeah, guys, I'm struggling. Let's see if I could adapt and try and adapt.
Love it. You spoke with Hoag a little bit, right? You had some conversation with Hoag. Hoag?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have to, was it a pat on the back or a kick in the rear for Dakota? Or none of those? Just say.
Dakota knows what he's doing. We just, looked at talked about some of the changes that he had made. He was he was a longer term trader, you know, and when the volatility, he was looking for big bites out of the market. And then Dakota, you kind of switched real quick to more of a scalping type of a strategy. And I think we kind of talked and you agreed, you know, I got to get back to what I was doing before. And I think to some degree we're still looking for base hits here, but that's the market state. I think you got a little disjointed with the market state. And, you know, and if when we talked, if anything helped, man, that makes me happy. But Dakota knows what he's doing. He's going to be fine in the long run.
Oh yeah. I think the biggest thing that you helped me with, Hoag, and what people don't really see is trading by yourself is one thing, but then doing it in front of thousands of people and having the pressure to place trades and, you know, do this is the harder part, where it's like, okay, I need to find a way to adjust. And then I go through that cycle of I make an adjustment, it doesn't work. I make an adjustment, it doesn't work. And showing that in front of everybody has been the harder part. And that was our conversation. How it was like, man, I'm just killing it in my personal account. I'm doing really well in my personal account, but I'm having a hard time to find a way to duplicate that when I'm on air. And a lot of it is when I'm on air, you have that pressure to put on a trade because that's what people want to see.
Man.
Yeah, the YouTube chat, the internet people love us.
Internet people,
we have trades, so they can backseat traders. You long there. I should have bought this. Should have did that. So there's a lot when it comes to that psychologically.
And it's always hindsight. You long when it was going to go short. Well, why didn't you just short it? What were you thinking? Just short it. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
You internet people. Dakota, are you internet people? Dakota, some would say you're internet people. We're all
internet people, right?
I love our internet people.
We really are. Hoag, you are internet people. New lows Crude.
I'm an internet people.
63.12 last trade. ES looked like it was picking up some steam again for the push lower. Euro London has closed. NASDAQ making a run for the lows, 24,850. 860s now trade. Hoag, you got some more work to do behind the scenes. The prep, great stuff today, Hoag. You really brought it. That's not the end of it. We got group coaching. Morning recap, Hoag, but I'll let you get out of here. Any quick words before you want to get out of here?
Yeah, we do not have a failed downside auction in the S&Ps. We open below this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low. As long as we hold below that, I like shorts here. But always a pleasure to be on with you guys. Dakota, Jaron, Andre, Jack, all of you. I'll see you in a few minutes for the morning recap. Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks.
Take care.
Good day.
Morning recap. Good stuff. Strong stuff from Hoag. IB extension, says Ross in the chat. They're listening, Hoag. Great stuff. Great stuff there, Ross. All right, context, location. Context, location, and what is the next one? I can't read my own handwriting. Confirmation. I couldn't read my own handwriting. Okay, talk to me about the context, Jaron. Context, what we're seeing here in the markets in this NASDAQ.
Yeah, so I mean, starting with the highs, we saw a lack of participation, lack of buying going on. Had some chop, and then once the aggressive selling stepped in, it's really flooded through. Now, location, we are kind of in just some previous, I guess you could call it, support from the overnight, but I do think that it's going to continue lower. We're pretty close to breaking the IB low on NASDAQ, and once we broke through VWAP from the to retest it, you know, we saw some buying come in, but it was immediately absorbed, and now the sellers are stepping in. And confirmation is what I'm reading on the order flow is just continuous selling coming in. So this is one of those, if you're still looking to trade, any pullback that comes up, I would say look to get in. The sellers are showing their hand. They're showing us that their intentions to move the market lower. They're the aggressor here. So definitely think lower prices will come. But I think I'm happy with 928 though. I think I am in a good spot. You know, it's not as much as I can run up a day. It's more of good practice, get my winning days in, and live to trade another day. I had a good day. So,
are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
All right, let's go to Jaron's. There we are.
I'm
well
with
done,
you,
Jaron.
Nice work. Nice work. I'm gonna join you on that, Jaron. I'm gonna do exactly the same. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and do the same. Lock me out all day. So going on,
Love it.
right up. I'm happy with this as well. And
that is
yeah.
Great start.
Well,
great start to the week.
Great
thing,
Monday.
guys. I have such monk-like discipline that I do not need to lock out. The house account under me will remain open for the next 25 minutes in case we fill that gap.
Jack, this is displaying the discipline and the use of a feature on the platform. Okay.
Okay. Point taken.
Pushing lower here. Gold saw a $7 sell-off there. Big sell volume coming in there. Gold right back up, but gold, we were trading to 38.58. Sellers came in with some heavy sell volume, bottom out at 38.49. Right back up to 38.56, but now the ES starting to grind lower here, looking for new lows in the session, and we just made them 67.09 half. NASDAQ closing in on new lows, and there we go, new lows.
And
NASDAQ
just flushed.
So there we go. All right. Market has woken up. They were trading the range.
Trade. Don't talk, Jack.
Yeah. What was it up there? What do you want?
Well, yeah, this is what I was talking about, selling it, fill the gap.
Oh, the wacky idea?
Yeah, that was my wacky idea.
Well, I mean, hey, 67.08 last trade in the ES. So definitely not make. What was that gold? Gold got someone came in and just absolutely smoked it to the downside, right back up to the initial price of 38.57. Interesting. It's pretty orderly sell-off. Not seeing much. Again, we do have a press conference between Trump and Netanyahu at 12:15 p.m. Central. I know they are meeting. We have seen some headlines come out regarding Gaza. We also saw another headline out that the government shutdown does actually happen. The BLS will have to suspend the release of the non-farm and initial job list. That'll be Thursday and Friday. That never occurred to me. Has that happened before? I don't recall that happening. Not the government shutdown, the getting paused on non-farm. I do not remember that happening before.
I don't know.
I don't remember that one. Nope.
I don't know what's deemed essential.
Well, if the numbers are good, they're essential. If the numbers are bad, it's not. Well, it depends what the numbers are. Then they'll release. Then you'll know if they release it or not. All right, 38.57 in gold, 67.11 last trade in ES NASDAQ. I'm now 24,838. I know when we came into fast markets, Jared, Dakota had their eyes on those 770, 790 level. Still got about 60 points to go to get there in the NASDAQ. Still got some room to go. All right, with that being said, let's say we're hyper volatile, but if you guys want some volatility, no guarantees. Obviously, we're just saying it lightheartedly, tongue in cheek. But we bring in James. James, come on in. Markets are kind of chill right now. Come on in. Here we go.
Yes, hello, and welcome to the only news that matters, the segment that major publications are calling a great time to take a bathroom break. Here are some stories that I read from over the weekend that I want to make sure you guys are ready for. First up, we have a new bird, people. Bird of the Year has been crowned out of New Zealand, and there it is, the majestic, and I'm going to butcher this, the karere, which is a native bird to New Zealand, and it eats other birds. It would have no problem gobbling up the rest of its competition. But that's right, New Zealand every year has a Bird of the Year contest. New Zealand, a country with only 2 native land mammals, makes up for it by having tons of native bird species. So they are a country that loves birds. You can find it on their planes, buses, tourism stops. It's their thing. And this year is this falcon is this year's Bird of the Year. You may know Bird of the Year from the Last Week Tonight with John Oliver from a couple years ago when he tried to push for the Tupeki Peki to win, if that's what it's called. It did win. This humble competition started about more than a decade ago. Its first ever Bird of the Year contest gathered 900 votes. This current one, let me see if I can find the exact number because it's crazy. This year was the first year that all 73 bird competitors attracted campaign managers.
Here we go.
Yeah. Over 5,000 to 8,000 people voted for this year's Bird of the Year.
Well done.
Oh, here we go. The Falcons way more than that. 14,500 votes for the bird you're seeing here. So New Zealand takes their birds very seriously.
Power to the people. Yep.
You know, that headline makes it sound like they put a bunch of birds in an enclosed space, and this bird ate all its opponents. And
That's how it should be
thus,
done.
you know, the
That's how it
Thunderdome.
should have been.
King of the Hill. King of the
Andre's
Hill.
right. That's
there.
how Bird of the Year should be decided every year.
Now you know.
Put birds in a cage, come back after a week. This is the
More
last one.
elevated
Brad Simmons.
cockfight.
Look at me.
Brad
I'm captain
Simmons.
now.
Is this news hawkish for the market?
Hey.
But
All right. You want my job? You want my job? You want to come on TV and do my job? All right. Our next story, a true horror story. Dwayne Johnson, when asked if he's going to run for president, said, "We'll see." That's right. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson allegedly is always fielding questions about whether he's going to run for office. Now, I know all of you out there watched all 3 seasons of Young Rock on NBC, the comedy that was essentially a biopic on The Rock's life. We all watched it. We're all mad it didn't get renewed past season 3. But if you remember, the meta story of that show is about him running for president. And at one point,
Was it really?
he even gets it. In his own show, he made sure he was president. So I think this is something that he kind of has in mind that he wants to do someday.
Oh, dear.
But the man who was supposed to change the hierarchy of the DC universe, didn't really go so well there. So I want to see him change the hierarchy of the United States of America. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, you have my vote. What could go wrong?
Don't do it.
Also,
Dwayne.
I don't believe people are asking him as much as he claims if you're running for president. I think
people are. You should try governor first, or mayor, or something like that.
Don't do it. You have a sweet life, man. You got a sweet life.
Yeah.
Don't ruin it.
Fight on the UFC lawn.
Don't ruin it.
Winner
Ryan
takes
Houston
all.
Lawn. I mean, he's trying for that Oscar this year. He's in a new Safdie movie coming out, which is supposed to be really good. So we'll see if Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson finally takes home the Oscar he wants so bad. We'll see. First the Oscar, then the White House. But maybe he's going to have more trouble getting that Oscar than he would like, because the future is here. AI actress Tilly Norwood debuts at the Zurich Summit as the industry grapples with the emerging tech of AI actors. The image you see there is a completely AI-generated actress, and she is already in commercials airing in Germany and around the world.
Wow.
They claim the company behind it claims that in February they took her and their other AI creations to Hollywood board members, where they were essentially laughed out of the room by saying that this is never going to work. Well, they took that criticism, they went heads down, and they have produced terrifying commercials that you would not believe are all AI. To their credit, they do open the commercial by saying, "This following ad is made with 100% computer-generated actors. Not a single human being you are about to see is real." So they're transparent about it. But my God, this company is arguing that consumers don't necessarily care about actors or actresses. They care about the story. So if you're watching a movie and you feel moved by the story that you are seeing, you feel compelled, you feel emotions, does it matter if it's a real human being or an AI actress?
Wow.
Avatar.
That's the question Hollywood's going to be looking at as they go into invest more and more money into it. They're saying that the age of synthetic actors isn't coming. It's already here. Yeah. And I talk about this story a lot. Does anybody remember when Tyler Perry was going to expand his multi-million-dollar Hollywood film studio lot? He met with one of these AI companies for 30 minutes, came out of the meeting, and canceled all development on that studio. He said, "I'm not wasting all that money if the future is this." So, Avatar 3 coming to theaters next Christmas.
We've seen that.
Avatar 4, Avatar 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can make them forever now, Andre. Avatar forever.
Pays well.
Oh, I love the direction we're heading in. I love Avatar.
The robots have won.
Anyway, that's the news I got for you guys. I'll go ahead and pass it back your way. Welcome back from the bathroom, everybody. That's my 5 minutes. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Jed. Thank you, James. I mean, how about it? There you go. What do you say?
Top it up and talk about the NQ.
What happened?
Let's see if we can get Tilly on here. Let's get Tilly Norwood on TopstepTV. Ask some questions. Tilly.
I don't know how they came up with the name. That's the only thing I really get. Where did they come up with that name? That's what
Do I have to treat an AI guest with respect?
Of course, that's what you go to,
man.
Jack.
That is a great question.
Philosophical question.
We treat all is that internet people? We treat all internet people with respect. Let's take a look at these. Let's take a look at some of these prices.
Oh, man.
After that seller came in gold, gold right back up and closing on those highs, all-time highs.
3-bar reversal on the 5-minute in the NASDAQ? Possible? Maybe.
3-bar reversals, that's essentially the same as a failed downside auction in the short term, Dakota?
Not necessarily, but both of them can go hand in hand, yes.
Someone says they'd leave if we had AI guests, but what if I try and make the AI guest cry? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not real.
Can AI cry? Does AI have feelings, though?
We'll find out.
I guess
that's the limitation is the question, because it's emotional intelligence is what AI is doesn't have.
Lacking?
Yeah. AI does not have emotional intelligence.
If sad, then release water from eye. No, if sad, no.
That's Zuckerberg. if hungry, squirt baby Ray.
If we got about 9 minutes here on a fast market. It's been a good one. It's been a good one indeed. Look at gold. That was a tough. If you got stopped out on that long, we are trading 38.61, about $1.50 off of those all-time highs. We got ES trading 67.12, I should say. We just stopped. Saw some stops get hit. Bottomed out at 67.08. NASDAQ trading 24,863. 50-50 on the tilt. Nice trade. Jaron, would you say, do you often take range trades like that? Or what should I necessarily see it? Seeing here on fast markets, necessarily take range trades like that. Were you watching like going off Dakota? You watching the markets? Just a combination of both to kind of just take that long and then get out? First it was buy the dip, then you got short. What did you see in the change? Were you watching the volume? Were you watching the charts? I just want to see. How'd you know when to flip the switch, shift gears?
For me, it's technical. Go ahead, Jaron.
Oh yeah, no, it was a combination of both. I like that when we pushed up here, it was this exact range. Last Tuesday, I think it was, that we consolidated and then sold off. So this was a range that buyers and sellers were kind of building value, exchanging volume, and then we sold off. And so we saw the same thing. We came up to it, started consolidating, exchanging back and forth, and then there was the edge of seeing, lack of selling or a lack of buying. Definitely played the range because we were consolidating for a little bit. So I do take range trades if I can just identify it. I don't think you want to identify a range too early, but after a couple areas of consolidation, after 20-30 minutes, it was just playing the range at that point. It was low risk. I guess a combination of both, identifying what the market's done in the past when we are at a certain level, and then looking at the volume and seeing how their buyers and sellers are transacting.
Great answer. Yep.
Gold, you dirty dog. Gold about to put new highs. We got ES. Wow. You see that seller when James was on here? That was a tough one. We got sellers coming in here in the ES, NASDAQ as well. Pretty orderly, I would say. Dakota, how about you for the ranges? What do you think the reluctance is? We see a lot of people say, oh, this is bad price action, when in fact it's simply just, we're in a range, right? 20, 30 points, high to low, low to high. What do you think the reluctance is for traders, and maybe for yourself, the reluctance to perhaps dip a toe into taking a range trade?
It's consistency, right? It depends on the way you are as a trader, your trading style. At the very beginning, we identified it was we want to get long, we're bullish. Markets change, but the hardest part about trading is you're biased, right? Being able to adapt and transition with this market and identify it soon enough. And not only do that, then trade it, right? You've seen how I'm like, if we short these, if we do break these 918s, we could see these 880s. So I was able to identify it, but I didn't trade it, right? So you have to be able to identify when the market does change, and then you'll have to be able to trade it and take advantage of it, and then have that confidence in doing so. And so whenever I hear someone says, and I see it all the time on social media, whoever does bad, the first comment they have on social media is like, this price action was crappy, right? It's like an excuse for why they couldn't trade, or they traded bad, or they didn't take a trade. Well, it's crappy depending on the way you trade. If you're a range trader, of course, a market that's trading is not going to be the price action you want to see, and vice versa. So it depends on the type of trader you are and the price action that you want to see. And so my answer is always going to be, it depends. It depends on you as a trader, and it depends on the market that you're trading.
I think it's 80% time the market is in balance. So when you come in the morning and you see, okay, we moved up about 200 points overnight, so we trended all overnight. This, disregarding what happened after this sell-off, if you're just looking at this, it makes sense that we started consolidating. The market can't keep going up or continue falling. It has to find a level where it can agree on price, consolidate, exchange. Because if you think of like a ship, it takes a long time for a ship to turn around. It can't just move up and then all of a sudden just flush. There's always going to be areas of consolidation. And if that's where the market spends most of the time in, I think it's crucial that you can learn to trade all of those conditions, because if you just want to trade trends, that's great, but the market's not always trending.
Just going to say that, it's a great point. Just to piggyback on that, if in Dakota said, if you identify as a range trader, what if the market's not ranging? And you're not. I think we're just traders. Do you hear Dolby say? Dolby looks for the ranges, and Dolby, he is the resident range trader, if you will, but that doesn't mean he's not taking trades. When he'll call it stair stepping, right? When he says stair stepping higher, well, we're seeing a trend, right? We're seeing a trend, and he's just playing it. So, I'm only going to trade if there's range. I'm only going to trade if well, then you're not going to be trading all the time. You're going to be missing out on opportunity. You're not adapting and evolving with what the markets are giving you. So I think there's something to that, being able to adapt, like we're seeing as well. Dolby, I'll see you in power with Mohammed. Okay, sounds good, fellas. We are coming in the close of fast markets. New lows, 67.07 in the ES. New lows in the NASDAQ, 24,835. Dow as well, 46,442. Jack, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What is that price for the gap fill in the ES? Are we getting close? Because we're at 67.08.
Yeah, I mean, just below 6,700. So, that's where, I would probably take a stab at a long there. Things aren't moving around violently right now. We close this gap. I think it's a good risk reward that if we're going to find buyers, we can bounce it there. Gaps like to be filled.
Yes, they do. So 66, 98, give or take.
Well, you can just put up your top step levels. I mean, settlement is at 66, 96, 3/4. Or half. I think I might get in a little bit before that, scale with 5 micros and then put another 5 on to get the level with the full ES.
I like it. I like that. Good stuff, Jack.
Bond yields coming in a little bit.
They are coming. So prices are going higher. Prices going higher. Yields going lower. So do you have that 10-year quote real quick? We got about 90 seconds here.
4.137. You can see this is an ancient purple box, but still around here. We're testing the high of this shorter term range here. Once again, this is where we were right at the rate cut announcement.
Good stuff, Jack. Okay. Very, very good. Again, we got morning recap coming up after this. Then we got Coach Jay, Dolby, and Alfie with Trade with Topstep. A lot more coming up. President Netanyahu are meeting. We got Fed speakers coming up here right after that. A little bit in the afternoon. With that being said, we saw these guys really just adapt with what the market's giving you. Jaron, nice job. Up, $980 to close out the day. Nice start to a Monday. Absolutely love seeing that. Dakota, we'll see you later. See you in slow markets with Coach Jay. Morning recap coming up with Hoag after that. Trade with Topstep. Alfie back in the house. We got shoulder tab. We got group coaching. We got TopstepTV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
Right, it is time for the morning recap. Welcome, traders. Happy Monday. Hopefully you're all green on the day. We did take some opening range trades today, some trades in the NASDAQ from Dakota and from Jaron. Let's take a look, starting with the gold opening range trade. All right, so let's take a look at context first. 30-minute chart, all-time highs. All-time highs again. We just traded back up to them a couple of times. We haven't taken it out in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So no anti-car horn for you, at least not yet. We'll see if that continues to offer opportunities for us. But overnight inventory, very long. Very long. We took a short on the opening range trade, kind of based off that. I was hoping we'd maybe get to overnight VWAP, which we never did. But we did manage the trade pretty well. Let's take a look in the shorter time frame about how this trade worked out. All right, so 5-minute opening range, short 5 micro gold, 38.48.30. Never really took much heat on it. Never really paid us all that much either. So we did take 3 of them off at about an average of 38.42. So maybe 60 ticks on 3 micros, pretty decent profit on that. We decided we would hold on with our original stop with the last 2. It was basically a free trade, and eventually we did get stopped out from our original stop level. Overall, the trade was a profit of about $65. We're probably looking at, maybe some more move to the downside, maybe some more overnight inventory adjustment to the short side. Did not play out for us. Again, we were looking for maybe trying to get to VWAP. Well, what doesn't happen sometimes is equally, if not more important, as what does happen. The inability for us to check down to that VWAP, overnight VWAP, was something that proved an important nuance to notice. Now, we could have said, you know what, we're not going to make it. Let's cover it. But we wanted to leave some on for fun, and we already had some profit in that trade. So not a bad trade. The trade for the day for the house account so far has been the opening range trade in crude oil. Now, if you were there for the opening call, you saw we had an island top up here. So the market gapped up to Friday's range with a gap, a session gap. We gapped below Friday's session range, leaving that gap unchecked. That is an island top. We also had what we were looking at as maybe a little bit of a head and shoulders here. And that head and shoulders has paid out. Pretty much the target for it was the weekly kickoff low. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart here and take a look at what we were seeing during the opening range call here, opening range trade. And again, 5-minute opening range. Thank you all for voting as usual every day. You pretty much always vote for the 5-minute opening range. It's all right. Didn't really expand our risk too much in crude oil today. Short 5, micro crude, 64.32. Saw some continuation. We filled the gap, one of the gaps from a while ago. This was from the 23rd to the 24th. We filled that gap. Still lots of weaknesses and structure down below. We did take 4 of them off. We started with 3. We said, you know what? Let's just take 4 off. We'll leave one as a runner just to see how this plays out for the rest of the day. We're already in a really big extended trading hour range today, and we've got a pretty decent size range in the regular trading hours as well. Not sure how much more continuation we're going to see in this without some sort of change in the market state, but we are seeing it continue to push to the downside and kind of holding down there. Short 5, you got out of 4, basically based off of weekly kickoff low. We are now holding below weekly kickoff low. A lot of the momentum has now been kind of taken out. We're seeing a lot of range-bound activity below the weekly kickoff low. I like that if I'm short, because maybe time is telling us that the market is accepting lower pricing. Again, we've still got that one runner on. We'll see how that plays out for the day. S&Ps. No trades, no house trades in the S&Ps today, but kind of one of the things we were always expecting when we see a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. All of those longs started getting nervous, and they have been pushing price back lower, potentially for better trade locations as the day goes on. We do have a successful auction below the initial balance low, 67.1575, and if we hold below that, I could see the market continuing to resolve to the downside today. Targets, hey, how about a gap close? Gap close takes us down to 67.0375, or hey, how about settlement 66.96 half? And Jack was really interested in seeing how the market looked down around 6,700. We'll see if we get that opportunity today. Now, for our excellent traders during fast markets, we do have some decent trades here, some good trading from both Dakota and Jaron. We had Dakota. Well, Jaron came in up $800. He was up $800 before fast markets even started. Jaron was up early, taking care of business today. So, but during fast markets, Dakota was the first one to kind of stick his toe in the water. He was looking for longs, maybe some continuation, maybe a move back up to the all-time high. Maybe it's the fact that we were holding it initially above the weekly kickoff high, 24,940. He took a couple of longs up there using micros. Didn't really like what he was seeing. Pretty much scratched them. Very small losses on those. So very good risk management by Dakota. Now we have... Okay, so Jaron started looking for longs similar to Dakota. A little better trade location here, though, 24,927. And Jaron was able to take a little bit of profit on those. He was out an average of 24,955. So a pretty decent profit for Jaron on those. Again, he kind of finished the day up just over 800, actually 928 by the end of the day. So he locked up and is going to go and do something else. Go have a good day somewhere. Good job, Jaron. So you got a couple of shorts there. Dakota was looking for shorts up at the top here. We were kind of talking about the idea that we were maybe topping off a little bit here, and Dakota caught a really good one here. Short 5, 24,944, and he kind of fat fingered into NASDAQ instead of the micros. I'm sure he covered the majority of those right away, if not all of them, but he ended up taking a really nice trade off of that. He made about, made a little over 400, or over probably about 600 on that trade alone, because he was down a little bit from some of the smaller good risk management trades he had taken earlier. So he ended up getting out of those approximately 24,922 with the account up 530 and locking it up at the end of the day, just like Jaron. Great trades today for everybody on screen. Always love to see everybody green on the screen. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. I don't know where this came from, but I like it. I couldn't figure out who this one came from, but it says a lot about trading. It says a lot about doing anything that you've never done before and trying to make sure that you're ready for it. And there may be a little bit of a hot take on this, but being ready is a myth. You start, you suck, you figure it out, and you get better. Anything that you're going to try is kind of starts this way, right? I'm going to try this. You don't know what you don't know. You start it, you figure out, wow, I really suck at this. And then you just do the work to figure it out. And then you get better. I remember thinking, well, I'm married. Maybe it's time to have kids, but I have no idea how to be a dad. I had a good dad. I learned a lot from him, I'm sure. But if you wait till you're ready, you're never going to start. So just start. Get used to sucking, get better at it, figure it out, and you can do anything you set your minds to. So blessings to you all. We are looking forward to seeing Alfie back on here with Trade with Topstep. Dolby Time and Jay joining Alfie. Alfie is a good trader, knows how to make profits, consistently brought in profits day after day. Even if you don't know Alfie, you're in for a treat. Let's take a look in the next segment with Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and the Trade with Topstep. I'm Coach Jay here. On the far right side, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, Alfie. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to Topstep TV, the Trade with Topstep. How you doing today, Alfie?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Doing good. How are you?
Doing well. Got stopped out on a short on the NASDAQ before the eventual move in my Topstep account. Caught a little bit of it in a personal account, so pretty much a scratch day overall, but cannot complain. Dolby Time, how you doing over there?
Doing good. It's Monday. It's beautiful outside, and the markets are open, so no complaints. No complaints.
Nice. Dolby still in that field of flowers there, looking very peaceful. Before the winter comes in Chicago. Yeah, you got to get some pumpkins up there. But Alfie, how are you looking at the markets today? Any trades that you place today at all? Anything you're looking at for potential opportunity here?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My read's been well off today. Really off. I think I tend to do well on rotational days, and this has been a trend day to the upside, which I, invariably tries to fade all day, and got stopped out right at the point at which it turned. But I've been here before. Basically done a little bit of damage, to be honest, today to a few accounts, but it's all good. We're just pick back up and go again.
Got you. So just looking for that short a little too early.
Yeah, just a bit oversized as well, to be honest, and consistently oversized. Yeah, I think it's all about absorption, especially with the NASDAQ, isn't it? Because the more it goes up, the more volatile it becomes. So you need to just give yourself that breathing room to be able to survive for the turn, which did come. So there was points on the offer. It's just kind of oversized to the point to which I became a little bit disgusted by the point it turned. We were just like, oh, now it's gonna go. Yeah, I want to long it now.
Every time.
As soon as it stops you out, now that's the perfect time for the market to turn around. We got the NASDAQ right now trading 24,862. The S&P trading 67.15 and a half. Gold, any new high tick of the day in gold is a new all-time high. Last trade over there, 38.59.50, and crude oil 63.34. House is still short 1 micro crude. Dolby, in the green room, you were saying if 40s hold, you like longs. You're seeing a range here. What's the range, Dolby?
There's a really big range, and if you're a range trader who's behaving themselves, not including myself, we're trying to trade the largest ranges we can find. And I think that was the hourly this morning. You could maybe even start making a consideration for the 4-hour range, which would be like 24,000, let's say like 820s up to like 24,975s. And I thought that was actually a really interesting level that we ended up rejecting off of at the highs, because we had a 4-hour range at on the 22nd around 977s up to like 25,000. And the base of that held as support became resistance right at 24,973. So I'm kind of looking at this kind of 4-hour range. The 1 hour was really clean this morning. That ended up breaking out to the upside, but then failed back to the downside. And it's kind of given us a megaphone formation right now, which does kind of make sense because we don't have a lot of news today, but we do have news later in the week. So this could be one of those days where it stretches both sides of the range, gets everyone stopped out, and then settles down in the middle as it waits for news for the following day. That being said, been some great volatility this morning, so really good opportunities and clean ranges. But yeah, Jay, I think if we can stay over those 840s, it is one of my more favorite setups, which is the lowest range on the 1 minute here, having that top act as support. So that would be 840.
Gotcha. 840s.
So if we can get supported 840s, then we can maybe treasure map this to the upside.
Looking good. 855 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Alfie, on your screen, I saw you had gold up there. Are you looking more so opportunity in gold, maybe seeing a breakout to new all-time highs? What are we looking for here?
Yeah, just kept my eye on it really today, because every time it hit on spot, I think it was 38.30, and we seemed to see a reaction initially, but I think it's just broken through that level on spot. So yes, all eyes to the upside really. It's another really strong trend day for gold.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, just respect the pump, man. Otherwise you end up like me today.
That is not a market you can stay short for very long. 38.6220, new all-time high in gold. We just did tag it We set that all-time high about an hour ago. We just traded it to the tick, seeing a little bit of a pullback there. Pullback in the equities here as well. Dolby 24,840s. It's the price we were looking for. Let's see if this holds up. Kind of strong reaction into it.
That's a long candlestick, and if you're a range trader, long candlesticks into your levels are not great. It tends to mean there's a good amount of like volatility is going to get pushed through. I feel who said it? Jaron said it this morning during fast markets. I really like the line. It's like it was like with violence comes intent or something like that. It was something like that.
Okay.
Where like the more velocity or action you get in a candlestick, there's more intent behind it. And so I think that was kind of a nice saying that kind of wraps up that sentiment there. But long candlesticks into your levels are not great as a range trader. You'd much rather see kind of short candlesticks like that.
Slow momentum.
Down there. A little bit slower. Yeah, when you get kind of like that running head start into it, it gets a little bit nervy.
Right. NASDAQ did just make an... Okay. Alfie is long micro NASDAQ?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Long 15 micros, yeah.
15 micros. Okay, let's go. How do we get in here with you? What's your target?
I'm gonna go 880s, 889 even. Sorry. Yeah, this is kind of the area where on the London Open they were ranging in between the 830s and the 890s. So there was quite a strong range here for a good few hours this morning. It's where I actually got caught out because I was kind of buying the 830s, selling the 890s, and then selling the 890s, and then 900 finally broke.
Wow,
and then we did get a bit of a pullback, but
what a entry!
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if we're
law of averages, man. One of them was bound to go well today.
Yeah, right. That was a great little pickup there at the bottom. I mean, that is like on the flip side, you get action like this where it's like it shoots straight down and then bounces straight back up again. But I've been burned enough times to try to be very wary about that long, strong candlestick into a bottom of a level. But nice bounce here in the NASDAQ. This is great.
Nice bounce for sure. NASDAQ trading 24,850, 848 half. Alfie is long from 836 and a quarter, 15 micros. Just jumping right in there. Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, Alfie, what an entry, man. What an entry. We got some
entry.
size up here.
Fear merchant.
Some size up here at 853. Go ahead, Dolby.
Alfie's a fear merchant. It's not the scariest place.
I feel like I've gone past the fear point today, Dolby.
And hopped right in. No, this is brilliant. This is brilliant.
This is kind of what happens to me though, mate, with psychology of it. Like I get really nervous throughout the day when I'm starting to trade. And then either you get the wins, which gives you the confidence, or you, in all honesty, like experience so much loss, you're kind of numb. So I don't think I can't really, shout on the hilltops too much about this one, but especially on a trend day, it's just, this is kind of the last point of which I would probably try for now.
Well, it works so far.
I heard you call it a trend day, Alfie. Are you considering it from the overnight session? Because like the New York session so far has been kind of back and forth, but from the overnight session, right? Really nice move in the overnight. Probably a cleaner one directional move. Where of course the New York session sometimes it's going to be a mix, right? We had a 120 point move to the upside, and then 150 point sell off, which is more than enough opportunity for our traders out there. But yeah, that higher time frame trend, it's to the upside. So getting in line with that trend right now.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. I mean, day wise, it's definitely not a trend day anymore. Now it's come back down, right? But I just, from that open, I guess I was just keeping my eyes to the left on Sunday, right? I'm still 11 p.m. last night in my head thinking.
No, absolutely. I like the idea though, because the higher time frame trend is in the direction, like it's going to the upside. So find a spot to get in. Buy the dip, if you will. We got a tilt 50-50 on the NASDAQ, 55% long on the S&P, 77% long in crude oil. We've seen that tilt in crude get pretty heavy earlier this morning before a sell-off. Crude is trading 63.28. So maybe some traders trying to find the bottom of the barrel in crude. 58% short in gold. Gold last trade, 38.58.50. Dolby, anything done on the house yet? Or are
we got some open orders right now between 810 and 830, 5 micro NASDAQ. I will move them up though. If we get a 1 minute range over the 840s, we'll bump it up so the first contract is at 840 and see if we can get filled there. But this is kind of the turnaround that we might be looking for. Obviously, I'd prefer a range trade that we can flush the lows and then get filled on 5 contracts perfectly. But that's probably not going to happen.
Nice. I was looking to join Alfie on this one. Last trade, 24,850. So Alfie, I saw you got into 15 micros. Do you all in, all out 15 micros, or do you scale in and out with that amount of size, or just that amount of contracts?
This is yeah. I mean, with challenges, I'm a little bit more heavier. I'll probably go up to about 3 contracts max on a position like this, or 30 micros even. But yeah, definitely like on the way out, I try and kind of scale out into the strength, but it just depends on your point on velocity, right? Like if it gets a really strong bounce with speed, I don't really want to reinforce taking money too quickly.
Right.
But again, the flip side is it just drags and you round trip your gains, right? So fine line we trade.
Looking pretty good
nice
here
trade
so
so far.
far.
Yeah,
man.
Great.
Thank you. 20 points in the money. We got an overnight VWAP up at 24,890. That's where I'm seeing it right now. So Alfie was looking around there for your target. Where that selling started to come in was right around here, 865. So let's see if we get a close above that. I really like this trade to that target. S&P got an overnight VWAP at 67.20 and the orders.
Mm-hmm. We have a nice 15-minute range actually forming right here, right now. I have it labeled as the 5-minute range, but we can actually upgrade this to 15-minute. And that's going to be between 825 and let's say we'll call it 870, just to have an even number there. So the market's been stuck in this price for at least 45 minutes, maybe even close to an hour here between this range. So it is about 40 points. So very solid range to be had.
With that being said, Dolby, would you, I know Alfie's long right now, but would you look to sell up here? Maybe not to short, right? But just to, how do you play that range if that's been the case? Yeah. It's hard because we are in that higher time frame uptrend. But how do you look at that, Dolby?
I would probably avoid the short. The reason being is that we're kind of sitting in this larger range here on the 1 hour.
Yeah.
Or maybe even like the 4 hour. And I think we could probably get back to the midpoint, which would put us at right around 24,900. So I'd actually wait to see if we could get up there before maybe going short. It's not quite a stair step short, I guess, is the issue that I'm having, Jay. So like if we were to draw a rectangle, like there's a pretty good amount of room between what would be considered like support becomes resistance or vice versa. It's almost like 50 points. So if we had this 15-minute range further up, say closer to like 920, instead of it being at like 870, that was at 920, I think it'd be more of a stair step short. And I'd be a little bit more inclined, I think, to go short. But with all the space to get up to there, I think shorts would be more inconsistent, I would say. Maybe a little bit more inconsistent.
That makes sense. We got the NASDAQ trading 24,850 here. Again, at overnight VWAP is up at 890s. Alfie right now is long from 836, 15 micros. Chat, let us know. Anybody in a trade? See some traders saying Mufasa's in the chat is looking for the NASDAQ to drop. Calling somebody a dweeb there, maybe the market makers. But let's see what the market provides here. 24,850s NASDAQ kind of getting stuck here around that price. Again, house count is still short. Opening range trades worked out really well today in crude oil and gold. 63.31. House is short from about, I think, a dollar above that right now. So really nice trade there in crude.
Oh, we're getting a lot of wicks down here too. This is gonna be great for Alpha's trade. 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks on the 15-minute. So clearly buyers are coming in and supporting price down here.
They're always lurking somewhere, Bobby. Always lurking
the
somewhere.
NASDAQ, they're always lurking somewhere. Always lurking somewhere. I still like our bids in here to see if it can, possibly flush. And we can scoop up some contracts here at a discount. But Alfie is just in the best entry right now. Regardless if the trade works out, it's still just an incredible entry. Got rewarded for being brave, Alfie.
Love it.
No hesitation. Just click the button, right?
Nope, click the button.
Just click the button.
Yeah, I mean, if only it could be like that every time, right? But
yeah.
So
Oh yeah. Yep. But I like the fact that you're letting it work. No management on this trade so far. You have a target. The market has not invalidated the trade, so we just let it go. Seeing some traders in the short. Couple traders in trades in the chat. Josiah is short the S&P from 67.32. What a trade! You've been in that one for a little while there, Josiah, but nice trade.
That little mini stair step here is on the 1 minute. 840 held. 850 seems to be holding for now. A little bit of higher lows here.
Our first bid's at 40, Dobby?
30. It's going to be a
30.
minute, if at all. We'll see. Alfie was too fast, man. He was so fast. Just got right in there. And then Nazi bid up like 20 points. Like, we're not chasing this. We learned our lesson.
I upgraded my internet, so it might be the fills that I'm getting better latency now, maybe.
Oh, yeah? So you were on Fast Markets, I believe, last week. How was your Fast Markets appearance? Is it different being on Fast Markets compared to, say, the 11 a.m. segment or Power Hour?
Yeah. I mean, like, listen, I love being on whatever time on Topstep, right? But Fast Markets is it's fast. My heart was going, mate. My heart was going very, very quickly. Is. And it's not to say it's that different, but it's just that the amount of volume going through, and because I do tend to get caught up in smaller time ranges, I just found myself seeing a lot more trades in that kind of 2 hour period just with the open going. But yeah, it was sick.
Are you one to normally skip the open? For the record, I hate the open.
No, I probably should based on today's performance, but no, I love the open.
Love the open, man.
It is my favorite time to trade as well. I mean, like Alfie said, it is fast, but being a momentum trader, especially for day trades, it's you do have to make the right read though, right? It's they're sending the blitz, the volume's coming through, and if you don't get rid of the ball or make the right read, little football analogy here, but you are taking a sack. I took one this morning, just not making the right read early. But there is volatility, there's opportunity, and I can understand why people don't trade it because of that volatility. It does get a little crazy. Taking a look at the Mag 7 here, NVIDIA is holding us up here. We're keeping the market up 2.16% on the day. Nice. I think we did get a little bit of a pullback in NVIDIA from the highs. Everything else kind of a mixed bag. Apple down just a little bit. Google, everything less than a percent move, but NVIDIA is the big one, 2.15%. We do got Alfie long from 836 here, and we also have pinned to the top of the chat a form for group coaching. Hoag, JD, and Coach Hoop after shoulder tap today, 12:15 Central Time. Going to be doing group coaching, answering all of your questions, so make sure you get some questions in for them. If you have some questions on fundamentals, throw them in there for Coach Hoop. He does a session in Discord every day, going over the fundamentals in a bunch of different markets, the equities, and some of the ags as well. So get your questions in there for Coach Hoop. And Alfie is getting these profits on this trade. 24,858 last trade in the NASDAQ, long from 36. And looking pretty good here. I think if we get a push above, if we get a 3-minute candle close, we got 2 minutes left on this 3-minute candle here. Above 86, 865, Alfie. I really like this trade.
Awesome. Where would you guys look, if at all, to add to a trade like this? If you're in at the bottom of a range and you see it break back into the
add? Ooh. I mean, you're already in 15. How much more do you want, bro?
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, again, conversations I should have had with myself earlier today. But yeah, I mean, 10 maybe, another 10, 15 micros possibly. If this is the bottom of the range, but
I mean, like stair steps. I think we look for stair step longs.
For me, I think the only way I'd add to this, because I do kind of agree with that range that Dolby's seeing. For me personally, I'd add if we close above 65 and then use it as a support, right? And then I'd add at 65, and then whatever candle tests that 65 and holds, that's where the risk would go. So for right now, the way I'd see it is the market has to prove to me that it can close above some of these levels, because we haven't seen a real reversal at all to the long side. So prove that first, because you're already in a great trade, right? Prove that first, and then I'd be on board with getting into more.
100%. I think you made a really important distinction there as well with regards to the breaking it and testing it as support. Like, I keep finding myself on like kind of the left-hand side of, or like preempting something happening. Like, let's say S&P tests 6,700, you know, you buy 66.99 rather than waiting for it to come back through 6,700. You're probably better off doing that, right? Momentum wise.
Yeah. So there was a trade that I took. I know we're not sharing my charts, but if you could pull up, if one of you guys can pull up a 3-minute chart, I'll show you the trade that I took in a personal account today, and it was almost this exact same pattern. So if you go to the, what candle is it? 10:15 Central Time. 10:15 Central Time. So this morning, the range of that candle, the high of it is 895. The low is 862. Yeah. So that candle, that big red candle, on your screen, this exact pattern that we're kind of seeing now, where we had some heavy volume come in, we tested the high of that candle, we couldn't close above it. That's why I'm getting short. So I'm kind of looking at this the same way, right? We saw that volume come in, push us to the low of the range. Dolby, that was, you know, the low of the range we're looking at, it looks aggressive. But there's a presence that came in there, right? Somebody came in and sold it. So when we test that high range trade, right, Dolby, that's the high of the range we're looking at. And somebody in the NASDAQ is, they have some offers out here, 54 contracts on the offer at 24,863. But if we start to close above that, then whoever's in that short, or whoever sold there, if we're assuming that they sold to open a position, now they're underwater, so they have to cover, right? So let them get underwater first, and then that covering should give us some momentum to the upside. So let's see here.
Yeah, I know this looks good so far. Obviously, the 15-minute range high is something I'm looking at. That's the 870s. Can we make a higher high? I think the nice thing about range trading is that you always know if you're too early, because you can just look back and say, how many candlesticks were there before I got in? If you only see like 1 or 2 candlesticks, you probably ended up rushing the trade, because you at least want like three or 4 candlesticks that are all kind of smooshed together to get that good range. It could be any time frame. So even like this 15-minute one, you still have a bunch of candlesticks that are smooshed together. I mean, the lows are relatively close and all the highs are relatively close. I mean, that's a solid range. So I mean, that was a good trade. It just takes a little bit of patience for some of these range trades, but I think that's the thing with it. It's like, if you wait long enough, you'll always get the range and you'll always get your setup. I guess that's true with all setups. If you wait long enough, you will eventually see the setup you like. You just can't waste your ammo. You know, you can't waste your bullets. You want to end your trades.
I have to say, I have been doing a lot more range trading. Just having these conversations on air with you, and it just makes a lot more sense, right? Naturally, my brain is going to just look for momentum trades, but they are very clean. But like you said, you got to be patient. Got to be patient. Wait for it.
Got to be patient. And that's probably hard for you, Jay, or for anyone else who's trying to transition from like momentum to range trading, or trying to add that into your toolkit, because it's the opposite side of the same coin. I mean, if you're a range trader is going long the bottom and short the top, and a momentum trader is doing the exact opposite. So,
got a question from Samuel in the chat. Do these people make winning trades these days? Samuel, thanks for joining us. It's been a great day of winning trades today on TopstepTV. A gold opening range short, crude oil opening range short. Jaron and Dakota traded it really well on fast markets with some winning trades, both coming out with positive P&Ls. And we got Alfie in a long right now from 836. For my trading, lost on my Topstep account, positive in a personal account. So it's always a mixed bag. Always a mixed bag. You're not going to win every day, but as long as you win over the long haul.
Yeah, one day's not going to make it. Unless it's a really shitty day you had. You ruined everything. But I mean, ideally, you know, as long as you're managing your risk, a losing day is totally fine. It's part of the game.
Yes, it is. NASDAQ is loving this range right now. The S&P is as well, 24,852. We'll see. I think the president is supposed to be speaking at some point. I don't know if he's speaking now. We'll make sure we get some headlines over to you. Taking a look at the tilt again, NASDAQ building into a long tilt here, 58% long. It was 51% before. Not too much to talk about there. Crude oil is still 76% long. Crude is bouncing off of its lows, 63.40 last trade there. A low of the day is 63.12 in crude oil. Did they cancel NFP Friday? I don't think so. Is NFP canceled? Why would they do that?
Why would they do that? I don't know. Can they even do that?
No one wants to lose their jobs if they get their number.
Yeah, right. Well, thoroughly range bound.
Yes, we are, Dolby. Yes, we are. 847's last trade here. That high volume candle, that 1115. I'm looking at a 3 minute. It's probably on a 5 minute as well. That candle looks like it's setting the range for now. It's about that 40 points that you said, Dolby, kind of right in the middle of it. We're holding the upper extreme of it, but that is the range for now.
What is the middle of this 15-minute range? Let's see. That's this right
they did
around,
cancel.
Let's say 850s. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. If there's no government shutdown. All right. Cool. Well,
they aren't releasing the data. Wow. All right. Well. The continued saga of the planned numbers that we have, you get delayed numbers, huge revisions, and now we're just not even going to put the data out. How about that? It's a lot going on.
Must be nice.
Want to give a shout out to Cece in the chat. Cece did it. Cece, you did do it. You passed the VIP account. Congratulations. Trade well in that XFA. Again, that is an account that you didn't have to pay for. You just had to pay with your time and attention to whoever your VIP coach is. So congrats on that VIP XFA. And Jack in the chat says it will be canceled if the government is shut down. So big if there.
If. Okay. Got it. Got it.
Can't have bad data if there's no data.
Can't argue with that. It's sound logic.
Speaking of this government shutdown, Gabe has some news on it. So why don't we go to the news and then we'll come right back to the charts. What do we got, Gabe?
Lawmakers have until late Tuesday to pass a spending bill or face a government shutdown. Multiple sources have told CNN that the top 4 congressional leaders will meet with President Donald Trump at the White House on Monday in an apparent effort to work out a deal. Many Democrats are refusing to back down unless lawmakers extend Affordable Care Act subsidies that lower the cost of health insurance for millions. Trump canceled a meeting earlier this week with Democratic leaders calling their position, quote, unserious and ridiculous. Although Republicans control Capitol Hill and the White House, they need at least 7 Democrats in the Senate to join them to pass a spending package under the chamber's rules. Further complicating the looming shutdown, the White House Budget Office has directed federal agencies to use this opportunity to prepare sweeping new layoffs, according to a memo obtained by CNN.
There you have it. Looming government shutdown. Trying to approve spending. Trying to approve some spending here. Alfie in this trade, 836. Last trade, 856 in the NASDAQ. The middle of that range is holding up pretty well there. Those 40s are holding, Dolby.
They are. It's just wild. You're only up 20 points right now, Alfie. That's the only thing. Perfect entry, and you're still only up 20 points right now. NASDAQ has truly slowed down.
Take it
right here. Yeah, better than being down 20 points.
100%.
Do you have any mental timers that you use here, Alfie? You start peeling some if this takes too long, or you just all in, all out?
I think probably all in, all out at this point. Like, I might move this stop loss to break even potentially if we do break above that 872 level, because that is technically back into value for the last 12 hours. I just checked it for the session today, and if we keep above 855, then that is the point of control within the last 3 hours. So then we can potentially target 870s and then break back out of value into price discovery again, which is back up here in the 900 region. That's just from looking at different time segmented depth of markets, but no specific time obligation. If I can hold it,
got it.
Why not, right?
Nice. Good patience.
So Alfie, you said something there. You said the point of control for the last 3 hours. That's basically the regular trading hour session. Do you start adjusting a volume profile, or are you looking at a developing point of control or value area while the day is going on?
Actually, it could be easier. Give me 2 seconds to show it to you.
And Samuel wanted to clarify the question earlier. Not trying to troll. Does TopstepTV have any statistical basis for making trades, or is it all discretionary? I'd say for most of the people you see on air, There is a statistical basis, but it's a discretionary execution of each trade. The most mechanical trade that you'll see, system-based trade, is the opening range trade that we take every morning. But everyone here is trading with a system. Whether or not they share the stats of that system, different story, but everyone is trading. If you watch long enough, everyone pretty much trades the same way every day, which is good, which is exactly what we want to do, right? If we're in a range, I'm throwing it to Dolby because he's, you know, his eyes are just going to see it way better than mine are.
The joy of having this community. You get access and insights. So many different perspectives on how to trade. You got momentum traders, range traders, volume profile, moving average, VWAP. What other big strategies are people using? A lot of tick charts.
TPO charts from Hoag. You get market
TPO
profile.
from Hoag. Delta from Hoag and Dre. I mean, Jack has given us options levels and how they're corresponding. Also chiming in with bonds as well. There's a lot of interesting stuff. Different tidbits. I think that's the best way to go at it is, you know, you have your own, call it the toolbox, right? Everyone's got tools in their toolbox. So add a couple, watch TopstepTV. I've added a couple from everyone I've watched. You don't have to steal people's stuff outright. Just take one or two things from everybody. And then you got a little banging system going. I think it feels pretty good. Manage your risk.
Alfie, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh yeah, sure. What is it they say as well, Dolby? Bad artists copy, great ones steal. So on the left hand side, we've got the DOM for the last 3 hours, and it's just actually broken below a level I was looking at here, which is that 855. Which, you know, I know it's slightly over 3 hours in session. I could change it to 3 hours 15 minutes, but likelihood is the point of control is going to be around there. I was looking for us to flip that, so 854 level we've actually failed. And on the right hand side, we can see the contracts that have kind of led this rollover. So there was like, you know, a good couple hundred contracts that came in the last few minutes that have led to that 10 points much lower. So kind of back to approaching where this entry started. But this is what I'll use to just kind of eyeball where I may or may not be getting out. Like I'll look to enter down below the value area low as we break back in, and trim as we, you know, fail to break out of value. But yeah, so far stuck at the point of control.
Oh, I might get filled here into this close here.
We did fail up at those 865s where that volume came in earlier. Last trade here, 24,841.5 in the NASDAQ, S&P 6709. S&P looking a little bit weaker than it has been over the past couple of days. Gold pulling back as well, 38.57 last trade in gold after making that all-time high. Crude oil kind of just sitting here in crude. I think it might be done for the day. 80% long in crude oil. I wonder how many traders that are in that total, because 80% is crazy for crude oil. Yeah. Still pretty 50-50 in the equities, slightly leaning to the short side. Seeing maybe traders just getting in at the upper extreme of that range. Alfie, any management of this trade here, kind of back at your entry? Do you still trust that we are at the low of the range?
Yeah, I'm gonna test the low of the range, right? Like I'm happy to risk 730 on this trade. Yeah, added at 839 just to see if we can get some completion back to the upside. So we'll see. Could see a little bit of volume coming on the CFD as well. Well, not CFD, CVD, whatever it's called.
See if we can get filled.
Did they give us anything there, Dolby?
Nope. 830s. 830s is now we want 825s. We want 825s now, but
Alfie has set the price. He said nothing lower.
The market right now.
836, nothing lower. 844, seen a little bit of a bounce there in the NASDAQ, right off of Alfie's entry. So still holding on to this trade, not invalidated, right? You know, we don't get to choose. Dolby, you say this all the time, especially with range trades. We don't get to choose how the market is going to get to our targets. We just put them on, and the market gets to decide. But
yeah, I mean, every single trade, every single tick you see, you will never see ever again. Like, every moment in the market is completely unique. So, like, even though we are looking at patterns, theoretically, there is a pattern that exists in the universe that goes range bound for an hour and misses your entry by one tick 10 times. Like, That is a possible outcome. So you don't know. You don't know until you bet. You don't know until you have a position on. Anything could happen. Every moment is unique. I mean, and to some degree, that's kind of scary, but it should also be kind of like a comfy blanket because we don't know what's going to happen, and that's okay.
We do not know. And Dolby, if you are missing any snacks, and you don't know what happened, Socrates in the chat says, I'm stealing Dolby's Doritos, not the strategy, the actual chips in his pantry. Try and stop me.
Yeah, get out of my house.
Make sure you put a lock on your pantry, Dolby. We are seeing a little bit of size now below the market here. 60, there's a bid at 24,833, 60 bid at 24,833 in the NASDAQ. Just trading in this 40-point range here, 24,838 last trade. S&P looks like it wants to take out maybe the low of maybe an overnight low. I'm looking at this right. There's a little bit of a gap. Actually, no, there is not a gap.
That's a nice range too. Looks like it wants to run that 15-minute range. Yeah. Come on down.
Come on down.
Run the range. That's right, Mark, man. You never step in the same river twice. Exactly right. And every momentum trade is not the same. Every range trade is not the same.
I want to read a comment here from Mark. Mark Petrellis in the chat says, when I first started watching Topstep, it was so confusing to me. So much diversity and so many knowledgeable traders with their own system. Sticking with it, it's invaluable info and insight. Kind of back to that conversation we were having. It's part of my favorite part of the show as well. You have so many traders looking at the markets in different ways, where you might, and not to knock course sellers or anything like that. If you're educating people, by all means, do what you do. But you might think that you resonate with somebody's trading style, you take their course, and it doesn't make any sense to you, right? The one thing we have here at TopstepTV is so many different perspectives that you can try something out. Hey, I just heard this guy talking about range trading. Let me try it. I heard this other guy talking about momentum trading. That doesn't make any sense to me. I didn't have to pay him for anything, right? Again, all you're paying with is your time and attention. And if you like what we're doing here, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to subscribe as well. We got Alfie in this long, 24,836, 843 last trade here. We got a few minutes. Again, pin to the top of the chat, the form for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there for JD, Hoag, and Coach Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in.
Coach Jay, did you give props yet to CC did it?
I did. CC passed the VIP combine. Shout out to CC. Shout out to all of our VIP traders out there. Had a meeting with the Lunatics over the weekend, just doing some pre-market prep, kind of going over how we prep for the day. Real quick process. I think my pre-market prep, we do the opening call. It's about an hour, but half an hour, 45 minutes, just have a general idea where the market has the potential to go. And then it's our job to execute it. Didn't do a great job of it today in my Topstep account, but still early in the week. Alfie, I want to ask you about that. With the amount of data that we have potentially coming out this week, I say potentially because, we might not get some of it. Does that influence your trades day to day at all? Right? Like influence what you might be looking for in the markets when we know we have a heavy economic calendar?
If we run too far in one direction, yeah, definitely. But if we stay range bound, then I think it's kind of like, what else is the same? But yeah, if we all of a sudden we're at all-time highs ahead of like major economic news or potential shutdown, I'd be a little bit apprehensive to maybe long, for example.
That makes sense.
Yeah, other than that, just BAU, to be honest, mate. What about you?
Yeah, it will. I kind of if we have 4 heavy days of news, I'm looking at the first, especially today, right? Today's pretty quiet economic calendar. Looking at it as a potential range contraction day. Right, where we might not see a daily ATR move just because the move is likely going to happen later in the week. So probably going more range bound trading for this morning. I see you added here. You're in 18 micros now, Alfie.
Oh yeah. I added a 839, I think it was.
Okay, kept the average
so
around
the same. Yeah, this is probably the last ad, to be honest. I might have one more if they come down to 833s, but yeah.
Okay.
Leave it be.
Alfie adding into his position. House has some bids in at 830s. lower extreme of that range. Someone else has a bid in there on the market. They are 57 contracts
down.
bid at 28.50. I think if we fill those, we see a quick
We
bounce.
got 150 offered in the micros at 820s. 820s have 150 on the bid. And then there's another 85 at 815s. So someone's trying to get long.
Somebody's trying to buy the low of that range.
Or sell out,
Or
one
get
of
out
the
of
others.
shorts. Yeah.
I'll take both.
Right.
I'll take both. I'm on down. That's the nice thing about being a range trader is that you can be bearish and bullish at the same time. Bearish until you get filled.
Yep.
Then you're bullish.
40-point range, there's a ton of opportunity in that, right? I used to look at this as chop. Like, I don't even want to touch it. And, you know, they're not A+ setups for me, but so I'm not going to over leverage into them. But, you know, taking quick scalp opportunities. I've had some days recently, Dolby, where I started down on the day, just made the wrong read and was able to recover a little bit of profit, just, you know, scalping the range.
Dude, 40 points is a lot, especially with like one really mini in the NASDAQ. That's like $400. That is really good money. That is really good money. And you can make that very fast. That could be a 5-10 minute trade, or that could be a 10-hour shift somewhere, depending where you work. So respect those 40-point ranges. They can get you paid.
I think we might have just gotten one there, Dolby.
Not quite. I moved it down to 25s.
25s, got you.
So that it puts us a little bit closer to the 800s. So we should be able to get the stop on the other side of 800.
Last trade at 24,830 in the NASDAQ. S&P's 6707.50 last trade over there. Now the NASDAQ looks like it wants to break the range first. Who's going to do it? Or is neither market going to do it? We will find out. But we got about a minute here before we have to send it into the next segment. And we got Alfie Long from 836. House has some bids in. Dolby, you going to keep those in or canceling them?
No, I'm probably flattening them. So I'll be off.
Got you. She gone. All right. Well, we are going to go into a break here. We got the shoulder tap coming up. Jack and Aaron from Risk coming up for shoulder tap. Shoulder tap is back by popular demand. And then after that, we got group coaching. Form is still pinned to the top of the chat, so you have time to get your questions in for JD, Hoag, and Coach Hoop. Alfie, always good trading with you, man. We'll see you sometime soon on Topstep TV. Dolby time. Pleasure as always.
Yep.
Chat, stick around. We got shoulder tap coming up and then group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
want you to let them know we're back up. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Manager of Risk, Aaron. Aaron, long time no see. How's it been going in the risk department?
Can't complain. Things have been going really well. Seen some static markets compared to other times of the year, but things are looking profitable for a lot of our traders. And I think I can go ahead and jump right in and start talking about some of those traders for today. We've got 10 people up over $10,000 in our Topstep X platform. We've reached out to a few of them. Want to make sure we're locking in those profits, not giving too much back to the markets on a day where things are moving a little bit sideways in the equities, at least. Trump had a conversation or a meeting with Mr. Netanyahu not too long ago. It doesn't seem like there was a ton of volatility that came from that conversation. But overall, it looks like our traders are faring pretty well for a Monday.
Awesome stuff. Gabe, if you're back there, I think there's a possibility that we might have a leaderboard of some kind. If not, yes, there we go.
Yes, and
Aaron,
these are
here's
the
today's
three
live
that I was-
leaders.
Yeah,
Perfect.
thank you. So these are the three I was highlighting. So Yihang W, Arthur M, and Abin R are all up over $10,000 on the day. Two of which are already locked out, which means they are walking away with that much in profits on the day. So great way to start the week. I would be pretty ecstatic about $10,000 in my account after a Monday.
No kidding. Great day from these traders. Well, if this is your first time seeing a shoulder tap, if you're new to the show, what we generally do here is our risk team picks out one trader and we discuss their successes and sometimes not so successes as we look through their trading card and their account metrics. So with that, Aaron, who do we have on the block today?
Today we have Ondis D. We are going to be looking at his trading card. I think that'll get pulled up here in just a second. But Ondis has been trading really well for a few months with us. He's been a member since July of last year. Average daily P&L of just over $1,000. Trades mostly the equities. We're looking at the ES and the NQ primarily. But to highlight some of the metrics and get into the nitty gritty here, 33% winning days, so on average winning about one out of every three trading days, and 40% of those trading days are winning trades. So on average, they are trading a 5 lot and taking about 3 trades every day. Risk to reward ratio, or reward to risk ratio, I should say, the way that we have this written here, 2.6 to 1, averaging about $1,700 to about $685 for a loser. Longer hold times for winners than losers, and 60 days in the account. All really good, really positive things that we want to see as far as a risk team, and things that we want to promote from the simulated environment all the way up to the live level. With me saying that, one thing that I do want to highlight with this trading card is this trader was placed in the Focus Trader program back in June, which means to all of those that are watching right now, they were restricted to a single account, a single trading combine, was able to graduate from that after passing into an express funded account, and performance in that account deemed it appropriate to call them up to live after a certain period of time had passed. The reason that I'm bringing this up, it is very possible to get all the way from a single account up to the live level and become profitable while taking that route. This is a very beneficial way to go about getting to the live level, in my opinion. I think there's a lot that can be taken away from focusing on a single trading account. For those of you that tuned in to the last shoulder tap Friday before last, Baron and Dakota were on that segment with Ben, our other manager of risk here at Topstep. And Dakota mentioned, taking a step back and focusing on just a single account to get back to where he thought he wanted to be in his trading career, whether at Topstep or otherwise. So I think this is a testament to that you can move through this program, become profitable in doing it the way that I'm describing here. And you don't have to get to that live level right off the bat. If you become comfortable passing a single trading combine and you can move into an XFA, then you can purchase a second trading combine and pass that, and then you can start to double, triple, quadruple those profits. At a certain point, of course, when you do get called up to live, you'll be placed back in a individual account, just a sole live account. But again, I digress. I wanted to just highlight that this trader was able to move through the focus trader program and graduate all the way to the live level, focusing on just an individual account.
I mean, this is some unbelievable success in a live account here. Just looking, one of the better I've seen. So 58 days with over $1,000 average P&L. I mean, if I'm looking at this current balance right, Andis has over 80K in this account.
Correct.
They've already commented on chat, no payouts yet. That being said, he has, hit a number of the performance bonuses along the way. But yeah, I would probably look to take a payout at some point, my man, because, that's a pretty significant balance. Have you guys talked to him about that at all?
We have. And yeah, thanks for bringing that point up too, Jack. I think that's one thing that we want to encourage Andis to do is to take a payout. Sitting on a balance as large as as we're seeing here, I think it's important to keep in mind that we encourage payouts here at Topstep. The reason that we're all here doing what we're doing is to make money and take money out of the markets. We have expanded risk parameters for this trader just one time based on profitability under the dynamic live expansions that were introduced end of July. So they are working with some expanded parameters that allow them to continue to put more profits up. In doing so, we want to see that those profits are put in your pocket at some point, and that you can continue to grow the account and foster a lifestyle outside of Topstep that you deem appropriate. So yeah, I would encourage a payout be taken from this account at some point in the very near future.
Before I dive deeper into the card, just let me shout out that while we were talking, we pressed a little bit lower into session lows on the ES. We still have not closed the gap from the previous trading session, which would be down around the current lows of the day here. We'll keep an eye on that. What I like about this card here is it's really easy to see what this person is doing, right? They have a $3,000 loss limit in this account, which once again, we will work with you. This is a 50K account, but if you put up money, we will give you a larger limit. And they are making just 1 or 2 trades a day with essentially the max size NQ, but 5 contracts, right? So it's just 1 trade or 2 trades a day, 5 contracts NQ. So if you do the math on that, if you go all in with 5 contracts and a 3K limit, it means that you have 30 points of drawdown in the NQ to play with. And he has done this very successfully. Just looking, he's been on a bit of a heater lately. Hit the DLL last session, but before that made 6K, 9K, 15K. Being selective, looking for high risk reward. Hold times are decently long with that many contracts that he's doing. The average loser being 19 minutes. Seems like he's picking some good spots.
Yeah, I would agree. I think sniping would be one word that I would use. I think the entries are pretty spot on when it comes to where this trader is getting in and out of the market. So we all know how quickly the NQ can move, and 30 points can get eaten up pretty quickly. So yeah, I think kudos should be given to Andis for trading well, profitably, and holding true to his risk parameters, making sure that he's using what we've afforded him as far as expansions, but also position sizing, timing for the entries. I think that this there's not a lot of critique that I can give as far as entries. I think the one thing that I would glean from this trading card is let's take some of the money out of that account and pay yourself.
I think so too. Seems to be very good about not giving away the highs of the day. I mean, it's not for everyone. That 30 points can go very quickly in the NQ, but when he wins, he doesn't get greedy. a lot of his high P&L for the day is it's the one trade. He's out. It's a winner. He's done. At most, takes one more trade. I don't see too many what I call whoops days of, being flat up a bunch of money and then wiping all that out plus your drawdown. For someone that, goes in whole hog, so to speak, on this, pulled pork, as we call it, seems to be doing it pretty responsibly. And that's how you get to a point where, 58 days, an average P&L of $1,000. Often I see on the cards with folks like this is they just keep on trading and keep on trading until they hit the DNL, their daily loss limit. But Andis, great work. I don't have too much more to say on this either.
Yeah, wonderful work, Andis. I think that there's something to be said about, knowing when to get out of the markets and not get too greedy. Looking at the trading report, to your point, Jack, there's, a couple big days here and there, but they're not outsized. They all kind of fit into a nice graphical representation. I think that there's a nice curve to the way that he, either hits DLL some days or cuts those losers a little bit short and doesn't let the account go to DLL, or takes some larger profits and lets those run where appropriate, but doesn't have an ungodly profit target or something that is not very attainable. I think that there's a lot of discipline that we can glean from this card.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you, Aaron, for joining us. We'll see you back. You'll be back tomorrow, right?
I will be back tomorrow. Yes, sir.
All right. Stop back tomorrow. We'll have a new trader, new leaders. We'll dive into it. Maybe Susan will be back. Who knows? But in the meantime, stick around because we're going to take a quick break, then be back with group coaching. We got JD, we got Hoag, we got Hoop in the house to trade the markets and answer any questions you have in your pretty little heads. So with that, this has been Shoulder Tap. It's TopstepTV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
Welcome back to Topstep TV, friends and traders. Good afternoon. It is everybody's favorite time of day. That is right. It's group coaching time. I'm JD. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. The other bookend over there, we got Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP. What's up, guys? Hoag, haven't seen you in a couple hours. What have you been up to?
Oh, a little of this, a little of that, just kind of horsing around.
Ham sandwich.
As one does on a Monday. Hoop, what's happening in your world? You in the market today?
Not right now. Traded some gold overnight, did pretty good. Continues to be the show. And missed out on the micro bit going long. It's a tough market, It trades over the weekend, and you got to watch the spot. The gap opened up higher, so I'm not going to chase. I've had my fun in my career of chasing markets. I'm not going to chase that one. So
good disappointment.
Meats and eggs are pretty quiet. Yeah.
Hoop shared an article about Bitcoin with us a little while ago. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. But we are still, let's check in on the markets. We are still in this crude oil trade from the opening range. We put on 2 trades this morning. Hoag just went over these in the morning recap. We put on a gold trade. We were short 5 micro gold from 38.48. Let me go over to my gold chart. And it looked like we had room to run for a little while. But then it ripped right back in our faces. We did make money on the trade. We moved our, as we were peeling trades off, obviously you're taking risk off the table. So even though it came back and ran our stop on those final 2 contracts, we still made about $70 on the trade. And we're in this crude oil trade right now from the opening range. We looked at the 5-minute opening range candle, triggered a short. We got in 64.32. We are over $1 away from our entry price. We covered 4 at around 63.44 average, and we're holding 1 short runner. We got $100 in open equity on this 1 single micro short runner. We're looking at a tidy little $500 profit on those 2 opening range trades from this morning. So good calls all around from everyone.
Yeah. That short, I took a short in there Friday, and this is why this is the day I wish I was still a swing trader. If you look at my chart, I didn't believe that top end of this rally in this market. And I shorted up there right about $66. And man, look at it now. It just, I'm not going to say coulda, woulda, shoulda, but boy, I didn't believe that freaking rally to save my life. And sure enough, here we are, Hoag. Another $3, but you said it early. You said, hey, there's a lot of visual targets below, and we've just continued to grind. And there's like 110 contracts, JD, on the bid at 63.10, and we're going. It looks like we might go get them right now. So,
in the micro on the 63 bid, there's 140 lot sitting there.
There's the old
nothing on the 63.10 bid in the micros though.
Micros, yeah.
So minis and micros a little different, but there's still some bids picked up below. All right, guys, we got a couple questions. We've got that form pinned to the top of the chat right now. It's been marinating for a while. If you have a question for any of us, go ahead and grab that form, fill it out, and we'll try to get to it. But let's run through it. First question comes from Sani. Sani in the chat says, hey, guys, I feel like I'm tilting. FOMO, reverse position, martingale is very much like road rage, which I used to have, but thankfully not as much anymore. Is there any relation? The tilt and road rage, I don't know, do you trade in your car? Who trades while they're driving?
Depends if you're on the Kennedy in traffic, right?
Yeah, right? Oh, man. And Hoop, you haven't been here in a couple years, probably. You
no,
have no idea
I haven't.
How bad it is right now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brutal. I feel like they've been doing construction on the Kennedy for 40 consecutive years, and it just never stops. And this year is the worst it's ever been. The worst.
Yeah, there's 2 seasons in Chicago. Winter and construction season.
Construction. Yep, that hasn't changed. I'm glad to know that. Yeah.
Some things never change. They've been fixing the same 2-mile stretch of road for 40 years. All right. Nothing criminal happening here. Yeah.
It's so true, though.
So what's the relationship between tilt and road rage? Let's rephrase this question, but going on tilt,
Yeah, I get where you're
it
going.
happens to everybody. There's it's it's part of the game. It's gonna happen to you. If it hasn't happened to you yet, just wait for it. But eventually you start to learn, you progress, you mature, and it doesn't happen so often anymore. But Hoag, let's start with you. Going on tilt. When you go on tilt, how does it feel like? How do you get out of it? What's the strategy?
Well, I never even really thought of like comparing tilt and trading to road rage or anything else, but I mean they kind of have to be somewhat related, right? There's there's anger, it's fight or flight, and when you're feeling tilt or you're in road rage, you're in fight mode. It's the caveman part of your brain that isn't that's just basically reacting off of emotion and not logic or cognitive cognition. It's all about what do I want and what do I want right now. Well, if I'm in traffic, I want traffic to go away right now. And if I'm down money and I'm tilting, I want to get that money back right now. So I kind of like the comparison between the two of them, but it's all about remaining patient and being able to kind of reset yourself to come back to center. And it's a practice, and it's not easy, and it doesn't always work, doesn't always feel good to let go of that anger and that venom. But I mean, once you get rid of the venom, then you start to recognize, this feels much better. Instead of being really angry at everything and everybody, how do I move my way through this and benefit from it? So when I'm tilting in trading, first off, you got to know your triggers, Sandy. So maybe it's a number of consecutive losing trades that's gonna flip your switch. Maybe it's a dollar sign that is going to flip your switch, and recognizing when you're up against it, you can make a choice there. You can say, I'm going to continue to try and make emotional bad decisions, or I can step away, let go of the venom, get myself back to center, and then I can start looking for good trades again. But if you're angry and you're tilting, or if you're in road rage, it's very difficult to make a cognitive decision. You have to be able to bring yourself back to center. Now, when it comes to trading, if you are feeling tilted, then you're kind of, making decisions irrationally, impulsively, and sometimes it's a few simple words can kind of help bring you out of that reactionary and impulsive part of your brain and bring you back into the cognitive part of your brain, and that is this in my best interest? That can also piss you off, because if you're feeling like you want to just beat yourself up or beat the market up, or ruin a mouse or a keyboard or a screen, it's gonna, you might want to feel like you really want to do that, but it's not going to help anybody. Anger never helps anybody. So if you can just stop for that second and say, is what I'm about to do in my best interest? Then you might be able to kind of bring yourself out of, in a very short time frame, be able to take yourself out of making an impulsive or emotional decision, bringing it through cognitive thought, and then thinking twice about what you're about to do. Is that going to help you let go of the venom? Probably not, but it's going to make you think twice about doing something that may just end up adding to the amount of venom you have in your veins. Just a couple of thoughts on that. Road rage, I've I think we all feel road rage to a degree, but there's really nothing we can do about it. So just getting angry about it isn't going to help anything. Again, anger is an acid that does more damage to the vessel that it is stored than anything that it is poured on. So let it go, man. Let it go, Sonny.
Who can argue with that? Hoag is not a licensed clinical psychologist, but he loves to play one on TV.
On TV, yeah, I love it. Yeah.
It's I mean, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of different psychologists and you know, and in reading and learning about myself, these are just things that we all deal with, and we're all humans and we're all the same in that regard. So, but it's up to you. It's up to each of us to find ways to recognize when we are controlled by anger and jealousy and envy and rage and all that shit. Pardon my language, and bring ourselves back to a place where we are making decisions that are in our best interest. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No.
What was that line you said?
The truth. Yeah.
What was your line there, Hoag?
Yeah.
Venom does more damage.
Oh yeah.
To the jar that it's held in than what you poured on. How did that go?
Yeah, that's it's actually Mark Twain. He says anger does more damage to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything it is poured upon. In other words, if you're angry at somebody, it's going to do more damage to you than anything that you can do to the other person that you're mad at. So that's where forgiveness comes in. Forgiveness is not for those that we are mad at. Forgiveness is not for those who have wronged us. You don't forget, of course, but that forgiveness is for you, because if you're going to carry around that anger and that venom for a long period of time, eventually it will affect your health and your mental health and everything about you. So just think about that. You know, next time you're in road rage, who's it hurting? It's hurting you. No matter what you do to anybody else, the most damage is going to come from inside of you.
Wise words from a wise man. Thank you, Hoag. Might have to clip that
My
one.
dad taught me that.
Yep. What was your dad's other line? Half the people that you're angry with don't even know that you're angry with them, and the other half don't even care.
Yep.
That's right. They don't give a shit.
Oh. Yep. So forgive. Don't forget. But that forgiveness is for you to get rid of that acid, that venom that's in your veins.
There you have it, folks. Thank you, Hoag.
Oop.
I know that's a tough act to follow.
It is. All right, I'm out of here.
What's your take?
No.
I think the biggest thing that I look at, you know, especially moving from the floor to the screen, you know, Coach, you look at like Ray Burchett, you know, I'm gonna go way back, you know, talking about intuition. And then Dr. Menaker. I mean, just look at the people over the years we've had. Dr. Menaker, who I thought was awesome. All those people, you know, Robin Dane, Dr. Steenbarger, all these people, Jared Tendler. And I once again, I've really, because I'm a golfer too, you know, I do just, you know, followed some stuff from Jared Tendler, and it goes back to like the emotional journal, Hoag, that if you can stop, and this is the biggest thing, you know, like get your hand away from, I joke about this, my hand away from the mouse and just take time to write down like on the emotional journal, or, you know, Jared Tendler's got like a data collection worksheet, like what's the trigger? Okay, what am I thinking when I go on tilt? And just slow
the hand history.
The frick down. As soon as you start to slow down, I think just by, like you've always said, just by writing it down, hey, putts, you shouldn't have taken that trade, you know, and you start writing that down. There ain't nothing technical about it, but I just think, like you said, that venom starts to go, okay, yeah, why did I do it? What action did I take? You know, once again, you know, I think it's always was toughest for me because we came from such a reactive world to like really slowing down, like, hey, you're the dumbass that clicked the mouse, you know. And once again, I know those are negative when we say it, but getting that down and writing it down, and the emotional journal's pretty simple at it, you know. Why did you do it? How you feeling? You know, those things, and just taking that time to write them down for me just gives me that little moment of pause to say, okay, got it. You know, let's take a little breather. And, yeah, for me, that's helped me a ton. The thing about driving and traffic, I live in Arizona now. Everybody goes a freaking 100 miles on the freeway. So it's, you know, if you're doing 80, you're standing still. So traffic's not the issue out here.
And I mean, that whole area has been so built up for future infrastructure. There's like, you know, 10-lane highways with 2 people on them.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I just think the emotional journal and those little things help. That's mine to build on what Hoag said.
Yep. A 10-lane highway with 2 cars on it, Hoag. Why can't we have nice things like that in Chicago?
Right.
What did we do to deserve this?
It's like the Indy 500 out here.
Oop, have you checked in on the chat recently? Do you see that? Do you see what's in there?
Mm-mm.
Our good friend Shubham is in the chat.
Shubham.
Hey, Coach Hoop. Passed my VWAP without any resets with consistent small gains. It's been a year since I'm with Topstep, and I can't have words to describe how I'm feeling now. Shubham, congratulations, man. I'm so happy for you.
That's awesome, dude.
Great job. Get out there and
such
make
a
that
contributor
money,
in this whole, in VIP and in chat, man. Yep. Kudos, man.
Every day Shubham's here.
Love the positivity.
Yep.
And congratulations. You're succeeding in the VIP, getting to the XFA. Just take your time, get your head wrapped around the fact that you're in the XFA. It kind of reminds me of when in Star Wars, when Luke Skywalker and Han Solo are fighting off the TIE fighters, and Luke Skywalker finally hits one, and he yells back at Han Solo and says, "I got one." And Han Solo says, "Great kid. Don't get cocky."
Don't get cocky.
That's right. Don't get cocky.
Got it.
But
from seeing his thing in
Shubham.
VIP, guys, he's got something that's definitely transferable to XFA too. It's just a slow. I think the only thing that he's worked on, and I give him kudos to you, Shubham, is holding a winner a little bit longer. And, you know, especially if you're trading gold and you catch, you know, I say the tiger by the tail in gold, and, you know, this is the market that gets, you know, 10 straight 30-minute up bars. If you catch the right direction in that metal, you need to let it breathe, you know, marinate, whatever you want to call it. And he's done better at that. But yeah, he'll do. I have really good vibes on how he'll do in an XFA, because if you saw his VIP, it's you know, ding, you know, just very. You can tell it's not really trading a P&L. It's just trading his strategy. So
awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's the way to do it, for sure.
Yep.
Coach Jay's Burner wants to know, or says, great opening range trade, Coach Jay's Burner. We're still in this crude oil trade. We got one left. We got a runner in the crude, and we're on the lows. 63.11 low, 63.13 last trade. All right, let's take a quick news break, guys.
Yep.
Guess what they're putting tariffs on now? What are we going to get taxed on next? Let me tell you.
I know.
Tariffs are hitting the big screen, folks. In a social media post Monday, President Donald Trump announced plans to impose a 100% tariff, quote, on any and all movies that are made outside of the United States. So far, there's no word about when or how this move will be enacted, but it will be the first time President Trump threatened to place a tariff on a service as opposed to a raw good. Earlier this year, President Trump commented that other countries have offered tax incentives that have drawn filmmakers abroad. Trump says that this has hurt the U.S., including California. At least one industry analyst says a tariff like this would be too tough to enforce. There you have it.
Well, it seems like there's already a tariff on the popcorn.
Yes. It's called a luxury tax here in Chicago, everyone. In Illinois, they call them a luxury tax. Anything from candy bars to soda pop. Yes, they tax everything. All and everything.
One thing that hasn't changed in 25 years is that state's been bleeding money.
I know, right?
I won't get started on that, but that hasn't changed in 25 years. Yeah.
Yep. They're going to tax us on our taxes.
New lows crude. I'll be Andre.
Yep.
There you go.
It's tanking. We're tanking. 63.12.
Let's go.
Grant Hill in the chat. You get a tariff, and you get a tariff, and you get a tariff. Yes, you all got tariffs.
Yeah, you all get tariffs.
I've seen a lot of people asking about Eddie, and I was with Eddie this weekend. We went and had some fun activities and had some lunch. Eddie is doing good, man. Eddie is doing good. He's I'm gonna see if I can't get him on the phone so he can talk to everybody, and then we can tell him all the love that's coming through the chat for him. But he's doing really well, and he's really looking forward to getting back. He wants to be sure that he's confident and feeling right to come back. But he's getting better all the time, and he misses everybody as always. And we had a good time, man. We had a bunch of laughs and goofed around and killed some paper, and it was great to see him. I have some pictures. Maybe I can share those at another time. But he's doing great. He looks great.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Big shout out to Eddie. Eddie, if you're listening, we miss you, brother. Get well and hurry back. Can't wait to see you again. Sorry, I missed that. Full disclosure, I got the invite to join Eddie and Hoag over the weekend. I had to go to a wedding on Saturday, though. My cousin had the coolest wedding. Old-fashioned, backyard, barbecue wedding. It was fantastic.
Oh, nice.
I haven't been one of those since I was a kid,
Thought you were going to tell me it was at the White Eagle. Wasn't every wedding at the White Eagle on frickin' Milwaukee Avenue, right?
Milwaukee.
Frisblows or whatever,
yeah. But
it was outside.
I don't see any way. Outside, yeah, the weather was perfect. It was like 75 degrees out. It was sunny.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Good people. Good music. Good food. Lovely time. Mom and Dad were there.
Well,
I saw someone asking about Coach Jack a few minutes ago in the chat, and yes, he was there over the weekend also. What's that, Hoag?
I said, well, we will certainly be meeting up and hanging out again sometime soon. JD, maybe you can catch the next one.
For sure. All right, guys. We got another question. This one comes from Pushpendra. I hope I didn't butcher that name too much. Pushpendra wants to know, hey guys, how do I stop over trading? So over trading is a big issue too, and it's pretty much in alignment with what we were just talking about going on tilt. If you're over trading, you're likely on the verge of going on tilt. So how do you slow it down? What's the process for slowing down? First things first, you got to learn how to get up and walk away every once in a while. When you find yourself just clicking away, shooting from the hip, point, click, and pray, the sooner you recognize what's about to happen, the better off you'll be. And if you can just stand up for a few minutes, go touch some grass, go do whatever, and just focus on something else outside the markets for a few minutes, you'll find it might help you out. But, Hoop, let's start with you this time. What's your process for slowing down? How do you cut it from overtrading?
Best thing for me is using my risk settings in TopstepX, period. I know, once again, just as long as I've been trading and in the market state we're in, Hoag, you always know this, like a trader, especially as much time as we spent, turning trades for a long period of our life in the pits and stuff like that, you have an idea in your head, like, I'm trading 30 by 30 today. Okay, so if I'm trading over 30 trades, mine for me is like 35 because I scale in and scale out. because usually once I get beyond there, I'm not taking my strategy. I'm not taking my setup. I am just want to be in the trade. And that's, like you said, JD, that shit'll just snowball. You know, you'll keep taking another trade, get wicked out. And I think it happens a lot for NASDAQ traders, you know, and I know it gives, you know, Hoag heart palpitations. It's a sign of that market. So if you want to get away from it and you trade NASDAQ, you got to go look at, you know, wider time frames. Quit looking at 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, go look wider. That's, I mean, but to me, the risk settings inside TopstepX has been my big, and literally it's like I said, it's not that I put like, oh, just take me out. I'm done. I'm done for the day. And I trust me, I've been in there and I know where the settings at, and I'll be clicking away and I'm like, and it'll say boom. And it's like, you're done for the day. And I'll look at the screen and I'll go, shit. And then I'll go, oh, I know exactly why I did it, because I would just, that would start to, you know, especially when the market's moving. So the risk setting in TopstepX is the tool for me, period. So.
Makes sense. Makes
tool.
Perfect sense. Yep. Yeah. We do everything we can to help you stay out of your own way when you're getting into trouble, folks.
Damn straight.
Hope you take it. Hope you're taking advantage of some of these tools, like Hoop just mentioned. Hoag, what's your take on it? How do you get out of your own way? Do you even have to worry about that anymore?
Not usually. Not usually. Because I mean, in my time frame, if I see 3 to 5 good opportunities in a day, that's a lot. And you know, what I was going to say is just what Hoop said. You know, first, you utilize the risk management tools on TopstepX and expand your time frames. You're going to see so many false opportunities, so many false signals on a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart. If you are prone to, you know, being roped into some of those, you know, kind of weaker opportunities in those short time frame charts, look at a longer time frame chart. Look at a 15, look at a 30, and look for opportunities in that 15 and that 30. You can always go down to the shorter time frame for execution. Maybe you'll find a better opportunity, a better trade location by looking at one of the shorter time frame trades. Well, look for your real setups in a longer time frame. You know, if you are prone to over trading. One thing about it is, though, it's like over trading is like alcoholism. If you think you're over trading, you are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
They used to call it a personal fast market. Remember that? And everybody knew when it was happening to someone. Billy's in a personal fast market. What are we going to do to him?
Hey, you know what? Tell people, you know, that's a great one. I don't think, you know, take 2 seconds. Traders, once again, I don't think traders of today understand what a fast market is. And that this is, you know, one day if you come, you know, there's probably more time. If you want to see what a fast market is, come to Discord. But literally, when the market would get moving too fast for people to physically keep up with the tape in the pit recorder would be saying 8,000 swear words, right, Hoag? When the market was just out of control. And then you'd hear somebody go, put it on fast. And you'd look at the quote board up there and it would say fast. And Hoag, you were an order filler. What did, by putting it on fast, allow you to do? As an order filler.
As an order filler, you weren't held to the tape. Because the market was moving so fast, if you had a bid or something that got traded through, like there was a print below the bid price for that trade, if it's not a fast market, you owe the customer a fill on that. But the fast market would give you some leeway to say, you know, I got traded through, but I was working it, and you know, with the fast market, I'm not held to the tape on that. Yeah. But at the same time, you have customers outside the pit that have customers that are off the floor, and those customers that were, you know, outside the pit were getting yelled at by their off the floor customers. So guess what happened?
Where's my fill?
Maybe you weren't held legally, but you better make your customer right because you're going to lose a lot of business because of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh. By the way, Crude is just
a real thing,
plowing
yeah.
through these bids, by the way.
Ooh, we're on 63. 63 even. There's 150 left bid in crude oil, in micro crude.
Just plowing through these bids.
It's 130 points, 130 ticks. Pretty
Banger.
decent trade.
Banger.
Yeah. 130 ticks on this trade. Pretty decent, yeah.
See, now we like
covered
Crude. No more shit Crude. No more shit Crude.
Crude's
today. Could be different
Crude
tomorrow.
Finally,
right, did he?
Yeah. Crude finally heard me yelling at it and decided to act appropriately.
Yep, exactly.
Crude is on its best behavior today.
You all should see the conversations JD and I have behind the scenes about crude oil.
There's a whole world of conversation that happens behind the scenes here on Topstep TV, and some of it, I mean, they should make a TV show about what you don't see on TV. Should be a whole nother show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys.
Like they said,
we got another piece of news.
After dark.
Topstep after dark. It used to be a thing. We tried to do it once. All right, guys. How about a quick news break? Let's talk about home sales in the United States. A lot of Americans are moving into new houses. Pending home sales increased 4% in August compared to the month before, according to the National Association of Realtors. That's noticeably higher than the 0.6% most economists had forecast in the FactSet poll. Officials at the NAR, that's the National Association of Realtors, say lower mortgage rates got more people to go under contract. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage dropped to the lowest it's been in about a year for the week that ended September 18th. Home purchases upticking. Raise your hand in the chat if you're looking for a house right now. Are you looking to buy? Are you in the market? Have you purchased recently? Just curious.
I'm like 3% on my mortgage. I don't even want to pay it off.
I was going to say that's why some people will never move.
Yep.
Yet, you know,
lowest in a year and a half. But
you have 4% on that money in treasuries. Why would you?
Right.
Why would, you know?
Yep.
Why would you? Crazy. So
30 years.
Yeah, not going anywhere for a while.
6 1/4 for a mortgage right now. Is that about right?
Well, if I ever move, I'm going to be paying cash anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's the only way to move now.
Big backyard, Hoag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hoag's going to be living fat on that NVIDIA dime for the rest of his life. God bless you, Hoag.
Yeah.
I wish.
Would you rather have NVIDIA or Bitcoin?
Interesting. Let's talk about that.
I understand NVIDIA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So Hoop shared an article. I did not send it to the producer, but let me find it again real quick.
Everybody knows MicroStrategy.
Yes. Michael Saylor's Strategy Inc., the world's largest public holder of Bitcoin, added more of the cryptocurrency as Bitcoin dropped below 110,000. Picked up another $22 million worth of Bitcoin, bringing the total take for Michael Saylor's strategy up to $47.35 billion. This guy's the owner of 640,000 Bitcoin.
Huh.
It's quite a lot of Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a lot of Bitcoin.
Wow.
It's a lot. We talked about putting all your eggs in one basket, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
How do you load up on
Eric Trump said today? You know, obviously the whole administration's a big backer of Bitcoin. And he says, you know, I still believe in $1 million Bitcoin. And I'm like, wow, okay. I said, you know what? It's definitely, I've tracked it for a good year now, and it trades completely different than what it did a year ago. It was definitely more speculative. If you look at the ATR on it, the ATR was like $5,000-$6,000 in a day. Now it's probably a third of that. So, it definitely trades different, but still, it's one of those markets that trades 24/7. And, you got to keep up with what the spot's doing. And it's once again, I tried to buy it last week at 110 and, got chopped up, and here we are, it moves over the weekend, and here we are at 115,000. So it's moving.
Yeah.
I like the metals better right now.
Think about that. I mean, there's a finite number of Bitcoin out there. Once the last one is mined,
yep,
it could easily be $1 million. Easily.
Correct. Yep.
Does anybody know how many
supply and demand,
are
right,
supposed to be?
Yeah.
How many are out there? Does anybody know?
Oh, I forget.
There's a finite number of how
CME's
many
got
there
that on
can
their
be.
thing. How many total Bitcoin there is? I can't remember. I'll have to look that on up.
Total number of coins. I'm looking it up now.
So
19
Eric Trump
markets
thinks we're going to 1 million. And Sailor, here's a quote from this article that Hoop shared on from Cointelegraph. Sailor expects Bitcoin to start rising toward the end of the year. So Strategy's latest $22 million Bitcoin purchase is one of the smallest weekly Bitcoin acquisitions made by the company to date, marking an ongoing buying slowdown with shrinking acquisitions in the past few months. Last week, Strategy co-founder Sailor predicted that Bitcoin would start to rise toward the end of the year after facing a period of pressure from growing institutional adoption. So 21 million.
So,
everyone's saying 20. There's 21 million Bitcoin out there. Someone's saying 19.9 million.
That's where it's capped at. 19 million have been mined. So somewhere between 1.5 to 2 million have yet to be mined.
Yep.
Crazy.
Is it worth it trying to mine Bitcoin anymore? They say the electricity bill won't even cover the cost of mining for Bitcoin nowadays. Is that true? I've never tried that. I don't know.
Mining it, I heard, is now it was a thing 10 years ago. Now you don't hear about it hardly at all.
Yeah. Party's over. Party is over. Ooh, speaking of parties being over, look what time it is, guys.
Yep.
Another fast hour of group coaching. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, Hoop. Always a pleasure having you guys on. We'll be back again tomorrow for some more group coaching. Again, we're going to pin that form to the chat and just jump in there, ask your question, and we'll get to it. We're going to step aside, though. We got Trade with Topstep coming up next. Andre's in the back. I see him. Vinny M and me. I'm going to stick around for another hour. We're going to talk it up, trade it up, yuck it up, laugh it up, anything you want to do. We're going to do it in the next hour. All right, folks. Stick around. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
Already love this kid. The man in the middle joins from Knoxville, Tennessee, as he volunteers. Vinny in the house. The right, you saw JD in group coaching. Let's get right into it. Vinny, welcome back. How you doing? Thoughts on this Monday going into this trade?
No, I'm really happy to be back here. Actually, when I got the message about a week ago, I was like, "Yes, I get to go back and talk to John for another hour." But Monday is Monday's a little choppy today. You know, we got a lot of uncertainty going on. The dollar's a little weak. Gold is starting to rise a little bit amid uncertainty. So I'm kind of just watching the market, playing on the sideline here today.
Well done. All right, let's take a look at these prices and let's go over to JD. House account is still short in that micro crude trade. We do have Musalem and Williams speaking right now, both voting members on the Fed. And nothing earth-shattering just yet, but let's get a look at these prices. Last trade in the NQ, 24,844. ES trading 67.07 half. Gold making new all-time highs earlier. Last trade, 38.58. Crude continues to grind lower. A couple pennies off the lows, trading 63.02. Hey, John, can you update the house account position, please? And how are we looking on that trade, John?
For sure. You can call me John. It's all right.
We
are still short. We're still short one crude oil from, what was our price? 64.32 was our entry price on this crude oil trade. I wanted to peel a couple off at 2R, and Hoag said, no, don't do it. Hold this all day long. We got to our weekly kickoff low, which was at 64.30. Peeled off 4. Keeping a runner right now. We've got over 130 ticks into this trade right now. So nice runner in crude oil. We closed out with cash in $415, and we got about $130 in open equity so far. So good day for the house account on those opening range trades in crude and gold. The gold opening range trade triggered a short. We got short at 38.48.30. Nobody liked the short. Everybody was calling for new all-time highs. So we were in a see money, take money type of scenario. We peeled 2 off at 38.42.30. Took another one off at 38.41 half. Readjusted our stop. And obviously, you saw gold rip right in our faces. Tore us apart, came and ran our stop, but we still made about $70 on that trade. So those are the house account opening range trades, and we're still in one right now.
Stuff we had a runner. All right, Vinny, you've got an XFA open. No trades today. Did you have class earlier today? And you're
actually I did. Yeah. So 11:20 to 12:10, I had class today. So I did that. I got all ready, got showered, and got ready for Topstep. But in between that, I was looking at the market, and to me, the most unappealing thing today was the amount of structure we have in the way to get a really decisive move. And I've been seeing a lot of that on Mondays and Fridays recently, especially with contract rollover. It's been really difficult to pinpoint which direction the market's going to go. And that's actually, I was going to ask John a question. I was going to ask those opening range trades, how have you been adapting recently with all the volatility?
They've been off and on, they're low probability trade setups. But when you hit one, you could cover 10 days of losses with a single trade, kind of like what we're seeing right now. So we got this nice runner in crude oil, but last week started real slow. And how are we adjusting? Well, we started pulling the chat for our time frame on them. So we asked the chat if we should take a 1 minute, a 3 minute, or a 5 minute opening range, and we let them vote. And we let our viewers decide what trade that we're taking. But as far as holding positions all day long, it is still kind of new for me. It's not something that I've really did in the past, but transitioning nicely. It's getting easier to watch these trades all day long instead of being in and out of the market like I'm pretty much used to. But I won't say it's a bad thing.
No, definitely.
Have you ever taken one of those trades?
Actually, I've taken about 2, I think, all time on express accounts with Topstep through just holding all day. It's obviously been a very dumbed down position. It's never been holding 5 or 6 contracts, MNQ or whatever throughout the day. I always take profit, and then I'm setting break even after that if I'm letting something run that long. That's kind of my personal preference with the market and how I operate. Yep. It makes me feel comfortable with holding it longer. I'm not saying that there's a problem with having an SL for the entire day, but for me, being break even, mitigating that risk, and being able to just sit and watch the position run if it's going to run, that's very helpful.
Yep. Next step, instead of peeling off on these trades, instead of locking in profits, I think our next step should be adding on to these trades instead of thinking about getting out. We should be getting in more. You know what I mean? That'll be the next step. That's the Tom Hoagland approach. The best loser wins. I can't stop reading that book since I bought it. I've read it like 6 times, and I have a new takeaway from it every time I read it. I'm sort of addicted to it right now. But yeah, adding on to trades instead of getting out of trades too soon. That's the next step in this process, I think.
It's tricky, definitely. A quick heads up, 75% long and the ES. Looking at the tilt, NASDAQ 66%, so nothing there, but 75% long on tilt in the ES. Again, the president and Netanyahu have not gotten to the podium just yet. We'll keep an eye out for that when those headlines do hit. Vinny, take a look at the NASDAQ. Any prices of interest you've got your eye on? Last trade, 24,846, about 40 points, 45 points off the lows. What are you looking at here in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, so really what I'm looking at is probably a return to VWAP by the end of the day. I feel like we have a lot of liquidity left over, and I would like to get back up to that price. So that's around, right now, it's around 886. You can see that on my chart. I posted on the TSX chart. And I would like to get back up there. That would be an area of interest to go back short, mitigate structure and go back short. But I'm a little indecisive. I can't really make a genuine decision about a price that I want to look at right now. And that usually tells me I need to stay out. I see earlier we swept the slanted lows and made the new low that you were just talking about. So that was really probably the most interesting area so far today that I can see an actual trade being formed from based on structure. However, after that, you can see the market's kind of had its way with stopping whoever is in a trade out each direction.
Fair enough. Okay, JD, talk to me. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Vinny's a NASDAQ trader. What are you seeing here in with this price action? Might be waiting for some more to come out of Washington, D.C., but talk to me what you're seeing here in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 24,845, JD. 40 points
Looking
off
at
the
it right
lows.
now.
Yeah.
Let's draw our little channel. So regular trading hours, we're in a nice little down-sloping channel here. Until you see some actual buying pressure come in. I think this is a sort of sell the rip type of mentality today. Of course, I'm proven wrong all the time. But we are in this decent little down channel. Looking at a 5-minute chart right now. We're right at the upper channel line right now, too. We got our VWAP, overnight VWAP at 24,877.
Yep.
I could see putting on a little short trade here, dipping our toe in the water, see what happens.
All right, we are seeing some movement in gold right now, selling off, continue to sell off here. Gold down about, call it $6 in this 5-minute candle. Let's trade 38.53. Keep an eye out on crude as well. The last trade is 63.06. Last trade there. Gold is the first to move here. And we are seeing some headlines out of the White House. Talking about a plan for Gaza. Here's a headline: within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting this agreement. Talking about an agreement, all hostages, alive and deceased, will be returned. U.S. plan includes a 3-phase IDF withdrawal. This comprehensive plan is being released right now. We'll keep an eye out and see how that affects these markets. And Trump and Netanyahu have not got to the podium just yet, but we are seeing some headlines hitting the wire. Gold first to move. Vinny, your approach to trading, fundamentals, technicals, a little bit of mix. You watch it for headlines. How do you approach? You've been in class for most of the morning. You sit down in the chair after class. How do you get caught up to speed with what you may have missed and when you get into the markets?
So definitely looking at the macro market, right? Especially right now, like we were just talking about, all the volatility. Looking at the macro market, checking the news, making sure I'm not on the wrong side of the trade is really important to me, right? So if I'm looking for long, I want to make sure that everything's telling me long. I don't want to enter a long if the market's saying short, or if the macro is saying short. If we're going to get some news in the next 5 minutes that is looks to be bearish, if the president's about to speak and have some uncertainty come out, that is really important to me after not being away from the market for a little bit. On the technical side of things, I'm big pushing volumetric side. So we're talking about VWAPs and point of controls. We're talking about extreme areas of interest with multiple points of confluence. That's really important to me, is finding multiple points of confluence. So if I'm interested somewhere, I want other people to be interested also, so I can, again, be on the right side of that trade.
How do you find that? How do you find multiple points? What are you looking for? Do you have like a mental checklist? If this, then what? What are those? How do you find that confirmation for entering, or when you're about
so
to?
That if this then statement starts from higher time frame, right? Yep. So we want to broaden out to a higher time frame. I prefer going 4 hour, working down to 30-minute, and those are just simple. We're just running on systematic indicators, right? No discretion there. I'm not really charting them myself at this point. We've been blessed to have so many advancements in technology and indicators that they can do them for us now. So I'm turning on those indicators on a 4 hour, a 30-minute position, looking at those areas of multiple confluence. And really, I want it to sound intellectual and smart, but what it comes down to is that there's multiple lines in one area, and the structure tells me that my position is going to be there. So that's all it is. It's really simple. I think trading is simple, but also extremely complicated if you want it to be.
These young guns they're sharp, JD. These young guns are sharp, man.
They're coming. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's only as difficult as you want to make it, right? Yeah.
100%.
The rules are simple. And I agree with you 100%. The simpler you keep it, the better off you'll be, most likely.
Absolutely. Another headline
Seen a
here.
little buying coming in.
Yeah, we've got another headline
What do you
here.
got?
Economic development plan to rebuild and energize Gaza will be created. Hamas, other factions agree to not have any role in governance of Gaza, directly, indirectly, or in any form. These headlines are starting to pile in on the wire here. Seeing a bit of a turnaround in gold. Gold back up to 38.55. 38.55. Crude upticking here a little bit, 63.13. JD said a little bit of a bid here in the ES, 67.10, and NASDAQ about 20 points away from that overnight VWAP last trade, 24,857. Vinny, what was your VWAP level you had? What price was that?
Yeah, it was at 886.64 on NQ.
886, okay. 877. Okay. So I want to see how we get to that.
What kind of VWAP are you looking at?
I'm just on the 1 minute chart right now. It's just a 1 minute VWAP.
Just 1 minute?
Short
okay,
term.
Gotcha.
I try to work towards short-term confluence during the end of the day. It's a little bit, more volatile. We got a lot of stuff coming out, bonds and all that. So I like to just try to stick short-term.
Fair enough.
Absolutely, I like it.
Andre, I have on my schedule here that Trump and Netanyahu were supposed to have a press conference at 12:15. Do you see that too? Are they an hour late right now?
Yes, and counting. Yes, 12:15 Central Time. It is now 1:15 Central Time. Got to trade with Topstep here. Vinny joining us from the University of Tennessee. Quick question. Your friends, your peers, classmates, are you finding that there is more interest in trading, futures trading, crypto, anything like that? You guys talk trading when not in class? Is there just a general uptick in interest lately?
Absolutely. So I like to categorize traders in a university environment in kind of 3 different sections, right? So we have the basic trader, which is people who just try to put money into things and kind of go for more of a gambling effect, right? So we're doing like, cryptocurrencies and meme coins. And you hear a lot about that outside of class because those guys are the same people who are sports betting and doing stuff like that. The second type of person we have is people whose parents have worked in the financial fields and have actually received sort of, accounts through Schwab, accounts through Morgan, stuff like that, where they're just in index funds and they're monitoring that. The third type of trader is people who are really actively investing in the market themselves. And we have all different types in that realm too. We have people who are swing trading and we have people who are just day trading. And there's been a huge uptick in it recently. There's been a lot of clubs made around in college campuses that I've seen, and they're getting a lot of attention.
What would you categorize yourself? Basic, family, or active? Which one is Vinny?
I'd prefer to categorize myself as somewhat of an active investor. I think I try to be involved in the market as much as possible with a full-time schedule.
Love it. That was just busting your chops there. Yes, you are sharp. You know your stuff. again. Thanks for jumping on with us. Continue to push higher here in the ES 6711 now. NASDAQ closing in on overnight VWAP. About 15 points to go. Trading 24,862. Have my eye on the tilt in the ES 74% long. Average price of 67.09. About a point and a half in the money right now. Still waiting for some more headlines to come out of Washington, D.C. Do you watch Topstep TV while in class by any chance? Or
do you trade in class?
You trade, yeah. Do you trade in class? Have you taken a trading class?
So I think Topstep TV is a good source for learning about my macroeconomic stuff and stuff like that. So it's quick, right? And it's something that I can turn on. I'm not actively searching for the information. I'm getting it in my ear. So yeah, sometimes it's in one ear while the professor is speaking in the other. But no, I try to avoid trading in class. If I'm in a trade, I will manage it. But I try to not enter anything while I'm in class because I feel like I've done it before and I've missed some stuff. And then I look back later and I go, I wouldn't have really entered that if I was paying attention. So I try to avoid it.
Sharp, man. Absolutely sharp. A little bit of a pullback here. And Salem and Williams appear to have concluded something a little dovish. The 10-year rate looking at 4.14%. Jobs. We got JOLTS coming out tomorrow. Also, we are in a bit of a holding pattern as to whether or not we're going to get initial jobless claims and non-farm payrolls on Thursday and Friday. If the government shutdown does indeed happen, which is scheduled to, if no deal is struck, it'll be Wednesday, 12:01 a.m. Eastern time. No deal is struck. They will not be releasing, the BLS will not be releasing initial jobless claims on Thursday and non-farm payrolls on Friday. So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted as that situation plays out. All right, JD, starting to see crude grinding higher. Where's our stop?
It's grinding low. Oh, all the way back up at break even. Let's check in on that. CYA is up at 64.30, 2 ticks in the money. I'd like to talk to Hoag a little bit. Maybe we'll have a little sidebar after this. Just to pick his brain about how many ticks he's actually expecting to squeeze out of this trade. Crude oil is about to settle for the day in about 10 minutes. 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Crude oil officially settles for the day. We all know that. It continues to trade until 4 o'clock. But settlement price is established at 1:30 Central Time. And that's when you see volume and volatility really start to die in this market. So how many more ticks can we possibly think about squeezing out of this trade? We got 130 ticks into it. Average daily range. I had it written down. I just looked. I thought I had it written down. I'll have to look that up in a minute. Average daily range in crude oil, I don't think is anywhere near 130 ticks. So we got a good chunk of this move. I think it might be time to just call it a day here.
Sounds like you're speaking directly to Hoag when you said all that, JD. Hoag, if you're listening, sounds like that's what the conversation may sound like. Vinny, we'll keep an eye on these prices. We get up to overnight VWAP at 877. About 20 points away from that in the NASDAQ. If we do get up there, we'll get back to the market. Vinny, these trading clubs, what do they look like? Are there different trading clubs, or is there just one at the university?
So University of Tennessee has a really cool program here. We're very blessed to have something called Torch Fund. And Torch Fund is a bunch of alumni and companies that sponsor a multi-million-dollar pool for students who take it extremely seriously and actually get credits for it to manage that pool as they're acting almost like an investor in real life on Wall Street or in a corporate environment. So they're doing the analyst roles. They're looking at companies, they're looking at data and jobs and news, and they're actually investing that money, which is real money, on Bloomberg terminals. So it's a genuine simulated environment, even though it's not simulated, it's real capital, but nobody's going to fire you if you lose that capital. However, they do take it very seriously, and they have had a pretty good return.
It's incredible. Good stuff.
That is cool. That's very cool.
How many people are in this club? Is there competitive juices in there? Like everyone's trying to outperform the other, or is it just, one big team trade just trying to, grow the investment and the rate of return?
So it's both, right? So people have different opinions on what to buy and what to sell at different times, and they have to make presentations on that and pitch it to the club. However, at the same time, they are one big team, and really the overall goal is to grow the fund. So growing that fund you have to team up with the people who are working with you and really work together and make advancements analytically and almost like, you're pushing a massive fund on Wall Street. I know I keep saying it, but it's kind of scary. I've seen, it's pretty strenuous. I've seen people come out of it and go, that was a lot of work. And I think it is. I think it is a lot of work. But yeah, there's about, I think, 30 or 40 students in it. And they do 2 semester cycles. So it's 1 year total.
Very cool. Keep an eye on gold here, closing in on about $3 away from highs. Those will also be all-time highs. Last trade, 38.59 last trade there. Got a little bit of a zombie rally going on here in the NASDAQ and the ES. Dow as well. Oh, crude's pushing higher here. Again, we have that 73% long tilt in ES. Last trade, 67.12. GD, have you reached out to Hoag? Have the discussions began about this crude trade? Because we're pushing higher.
Yes,
here.
he's sending messages right now. We just adjusted our stop on this trade. We pulled the stop down to 63.61. We're going to lock in some more profit if this continues to rip. We've got our weekly kickoff low over at 63.40. So if we start ripping above there, I might just kill this trade. But yes, Hoag and I are sidebarring right now. He heard me talking. He heard me question him live on TopstepTV, and he answered. So we're working a CYA at 63.61 currently on that crude oil trade.
63.61. All right, so about 30 cents from where we're at right now. Another comment from Williams here. Well-regulated stablecoins don't present notable risk. And Williams, a voting member, Salem voting member as well. Still waiting for President Trump and Netanyahu to get to the podium. We got about 7 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Vinny, you've taken some payouts with Topstep. Would you mind saying how much? If not, totally cool. What was it like when you got your first payout with Topstep? Like you did it. There's more to go. This is just the beginning. What's that feel like when you do get to that day?
Yeah, so I've been on both platforms on Topstep, right? So I've been back on the old platform about a year ago, and now I've been on the new platform. And we say really conservatively that lower thousands of dollars on the new platform, and taking those payouts and getting some extra cash behind me is always nice, right? So the first payout was it's always I would say kind of like relief, right? All that hard work's paying off, and you're building that buffer, and you're grinding it up, and you got that account value. You don't want to take it too early. You don't want to take it too late because you still want to pay yourself. So I think there's a fine line between, being able to identify a good area to where to take a payout and then taking one too late. So there's a fine line there. But I feel like I did pretty well. I started stringing along a couple together, and I kept it going for a little bit, and now we're back on an Express account, and my pass rate recently has been actually 95% on about 7 accounts. So I've been really hammering it in that direction. So now we just got to keep them, right? So that's the most important part. You got to keep them. And so even can't get discouraged if you have a bad streak. You just got to trust yourself and your strategy and just keep it going.
95%.
I know.
Pass rate. That's huge, man. That's huge. Are you doing any streaming on your own? Are you
no, I'm not. I'm not doing any streaming. This is the most I do. I get invited here twice, and this is it. I don't do no streaming. This is it.
It's awesome though. So you got a half a dozen trading combines, 95% pass rate. You're in and out of XFAs all the time. You're taking payouts. I'd say you're making all the right moves right now, Vinny.
Yeah, I'm just scaling up, honestly. I think it's a slow process. I don't think you can be impatient in trading. Just like you were just talking about right now, I'm learning to sit in these trades all day, and it's a little different. You're handling it how everybody should handle it. It's just setting it in, making conversation about it, making good decisions, and then moving on. You can only do your best, and that's what matters. And if I give 100% effort, that's what I care about. And don't make any rash decisions, and then we'll see what happens. But right now it's been working.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Quick update here about the government shutdown. There is a meeting. A meeting is scheduled for 2 p.m. Central Time. So the top of the hour, trying to get a deal done. Again, the deadline is Wednesday, 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Sounds like we have a high-stakes meeting at the White House that's scheduled for 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern about that government shutdown. See if they can strike a deal. But right now, we are pushing higher here in the Dow, in crude, in gold, ES, NASDAQ. Push higher here.
Who do these people think they are, Andre? Seriously.
Which ones?
These are elected officials. I should.
I mean, man, like this week, we get this headline. This seems like it happens 4 to 6 times a year. But this one, they said the BLS might not release non-farm. I don't remember that happening before. Maybe it has, but this one, like,
never.
I don't know. I don't remember that one.
Well,
okay.
Do you remember what the source was where you found that? If the government shuts down on October 1st, on Wednesday, they'll delay the release of non-farm payrolls.
I think I just saw it on Reuters.
Yeah, the BLS, yeah. I don't think that's what it sounds like. BLS will not be shut down. Hopefully they can strike a deal. I'd like to get those jobs numbers, give us a little insight into the labor market. Okay, the press conference between Netanyahu and President Trump has not started, but we will have the feed, okay? We will have the feed, and we will bring that in. Good stuff back there. Awesome. Stage now.
Oop just hit me. We were at 82. We maxed out at 82% long in the tilt and crude. It's 79% now. And we're ripping. It's amazing. The crude tilt above 80% is just a fantastic indicator. Anytime it creeps above 80% in either direction, it's like a reversal is imminent, you know?
Yep, we got the president. President is at the podium.
Very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it. To demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully. As progress is made toward achieving these goals, Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right, and actually our full backing, U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world, and Israel, and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training.
All right, really quick, we are watching a press conference between President Trump and Netanyahu. Take a look at these markets. Vinny, when you're watching this, when you're watching this price action, are you any levels? Have you taken any trades while this is going on, Vinny?
No, I haven't touched anything. It's hard to trade when anybody's talking, much less Trump. He might go from, peace in Israel to bombing another country. So you never really know. You try to just keep it tight, right? So you just wait to hear what happens and then make a reactive decision instead of preemptive decision.
Okay, good stuff. Let's take a look.
Man is unpredictable.
Yeah,
he's unpredictable. No doubt about it.
We saw
created Bob.
Yeah, we saw push higher here in Crude. It has pulled back just a little bit. 63.28. Starting to see a little selling coming in here in the ES. Not that much. Trade 67.09. Saw a little selling in the NASDAQ. 24,838 last trade there. Nothing much on the ladder right now. Vinny, we got to get back to the press conference real quick. Let us know if you do take a trade. Please jump in and let us know. But right now, let's get back. Keep an eye on these markets.
We got our Andre. We've got our official settlement price in crude oil for the November contract. Crude oil is officially settled at $63.45 a barrel, down $2.27 on the day, minus 3.45%.
Big moving crude today.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep an eye on the crude right now with regards to the Middle East news coming out right now. So let's get back to the president and see where we go from here. Markets are moving a little bit.
Foolishly recognize the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet.
Again, we are watching the press conference between President Trump and Netanyahu. Netanyahu has not started just yet. We're going to run with this. It can have the potential to move the markets. Any trades there, Vinny? This was scheduled to start about an hour and a half ago. But hey, when the president and something like this gets started, we got to watch and listen and see how the market reacts. Vinny, we got a few more minutes here on Trade with Topstep. What will you continue to trade after you get off Topstep TV, or is it back to class? What's that look like for Vinny?
No, I don't trade really at all the rest of the day. I kind of slot myself a lot of time during the day, and I try to stick to it as much as possible. For me, that's mitigating my risk again, allowing me to be really attentive to a certain time and getting really good at trading that structure. So that time for me is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Usually. And I really like the volatility. I like how the market moves during that time. And it's a pretty good indication of how the market's going to go. If 9 to 11 a.m. is moving really well in a certain direction, you can pretty much tell that we're going to have a good NYPM session also. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks for jumping out, Vinny. We wanted to get some trades. JD, we're going to keep rolling with this. We will get into Power Hour. Mohammed will be joining us for Power Hour. Still got about 5 minutes until Trade with Topstep does come down. We are going to keep the press conference going through the break. And when we have Mo will be coming on with Moby and myself. But right now we got to get back. Got to get back to us. Why? I know this can feel lengthy, but with that being said, this can possibly move markets. We cannot be blindsided if something is said or announced. So hang in there, stay alert, stay locked in. Vinny will be, but let's get back to it.
Vinny, you got some fans in the chat, by the way. I was just scrolling through. A lot of people saying hi.
Who does?
Other people in countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region. It's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were some were hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the
Vinny,
extremely fair.
Well, Vinny, I wanted to get to know you a little bit more. The people did as well. You got a lot of fans in the chat. Any last words, man? I will definitely get you back on. The people love you. We love you. Again, we do have this news going, so we do have to stay locked in. Vinny, talk to me. Plans for the rest of the day. You got more class. You keep an eye on the markets. You do like to trade gold overnight, so pretty sharp, man. Just keep doing this. You got good head on your shoulders. Last thoughts, final words before we get out of here and get back into break, Vinny.
Yeah, so I'll check in later this evening at Globex and Asia. We'll look at gold and look at everything and reevaluate then. As of right now, no plans, but I appreciate you guys as always. I appreciate everyone in the chat. You guys are awesome, man. Every time I come in here, you guys are so welcoming, and it's a lovely time I have.
Man, good stuff, JD. Good stuff as well. We are out of the Crude trade, correct?
No, we are still in. Denver came and took our stop out. So still short one. Last price traded 63.24. Our stop was up at 63.61. Didn't quite make it. Ran up to overnight VWAP and backed right off again. So
all right, good stuff. We're going to go to break. We do have a great future for sure. We're going to go to break. We're going to keep the press conference going. On the other side of this, we got Power Hour coming up. Topstep TV, let's go. Good stuff, Vinny. We'll be back. Keep the press conference going during the break.
Everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence.
All right, we're back for Power Hour. Mohammed in the middle, Dolby time as well. Mohammed, how you doing? You have a trade on. Talk to us about the ES trade you've got on, and then we will have to get back to the press conference. But Mohammed, happy Power Hour, happy Monday. What is your position right now?
Good afternoon, everyone. Market today is started strong, very bullish, as we can see together. And all of a sudden, the sellers came to the room and they never left. So it was very heavy, making 3 legs down, 1, 2. The third one actually wasn't completed yet, which is 6696. We got this rally, which I expect it's just profit takers from the sellers, and we shall continue moving lower as long as we hold 6714, which is the high of the last pivot there. So that was the last supply area. I see the market goes higher there and went so strong. Then I took the second short for the sellers, continue to the downside. My thesis will be invalid if we got above 6714. This is where we see some pattern here, which is called reversal hidden shoulders here. So I don't want to be any more short if the market above 6714, 6715. That's too risky for the buyers. They might take it back again. But until then, we are bearish, looking for the low of the day. Actually, I'm looking for 6694. But for my trade, I'm little worried about this conjunction here, where the market build strong support, obviously. So I will take half of my position at 6703, and I will leave a runner if we continue this below 6700.
Okay, very good. Dolby time. Take a look at the NQ, MNQ real quick. You got some levels. You got any levels we can?
Most certainly,
Mark?
Dre. For sure, 24,800s, big round numbers. Love them to death. And then also the high, the 15-minute range, 24,870. We also kind of have the 15-minute range low around 24,825. We did run that into the lunchtime. We're coming back to it. I don't know if it's going to support. I think 800s look a little bit more enticing.
Okay. Hey, Mo, if you would, real quick, can you give us an above below? What will the price in the NASDAQ be on the close? We'll put it to a poll in the chat, and they will vote above below. Last trade, 24,826. We will get back to the press conference. If we do take a trade, please let us know.
Check the
Mohammed.
NASDAQ.
Yes, please.
NASDAQ, it is conditional if we are below 24,870. All right. So I'm looking to, 24,723 down.
723.
24,723, yeah.
All right, above
That would
below.
be-
Whoa.
Okay, well, we are, Mohammed, we're 100 points above that right now. All right, we'll see.
Let's go, Mo. That's a spicy take right there.
All right, starting to see it.
Oh, let's go. Yeah.
Let's go. Okay,
It's called power.
It is
For a
power
reason.
hours. We're selling off here, a little push lower here, 24,815 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6706, 6706. We do have some big negative deltas in ES, minus 9,500, NASDAQ, minus 3,400. Poll is up. Let's go back to the press conference real quick, see what they got, and then we'll get back to
History
these
has
markets.
already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, baby.
See if there's questions.
So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
Hold
on. That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think. No.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Just shut up. Just shut up. I got my target already.
Okay, Mo's in this trade. He is short right now. Mo, did you get filled? Get down to 67.03.
Yep. Yeah, I get filled now. I have no risk in this deal anymore. My stop.
Long one.
I don't want to see it.
Sorry, short one.
I'm still short one. I took a profit exactly at 6703.75.
Okay.
And I don't want to see the buyers taking this up again to 6711.
Okay, perfect. Nice. Nice.
Very good. Dolby time 800. So that would be low of session, I do believe, in the NASDAQ. Yep, 24,800 and a quarter. We're going to trade 24,821. 821. We got nothing really on the tilt cooking. We got countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 49 minutes till the closing bell. 39 minutes till MOC. Mohammed is short one from 67.11. Was short two. Shaved one for profits. Now is
in this trade. In this trade, I was risking 3.5 point only, and I got 7.5 points. So that was 2-1. So basically, this is even if I got
600
my stop loss there, I already get my 2 in this trade.
Nice
So
trade,
it's
Mo.
really a zero risk trade. It's a profit trade actually. It's
67.05 bid 600 times, about 2 points beneath where we're trading. 600 lot.
What's this delta at, Dre?
Delta is minus 9,500 in the ES, minus 3,400 in the NASDAQ. That 500 lot is trading right now. Say shake. 5 shake filled. Filled.
380, Dre, in the micros sitting at 24,800.
Ooh, to the downside? Okay.
To the downside, yeah. 71 E-minis sitting at the 800s.
Okay, let's go. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Something's going on.
It is
there.
growing. Dolby time ES now minus 11,000, minus 3,500 in the NASDAQ. Oh,
okay.
I'm capitalizing on wooden buyers. Actually, I was expecting this. You know, it was weak buyers all day after this sell-off. It was weak buyers, wooden buyers. So after this strong rally, it was strong. You can see it's strong, but it was so slow, very slow going higher. And this is one of the signs that if you caught weak buyers, just short them because they are wooden buyer all day long. So just watch weak buyers. Whenever you see them, jump in short. This is how I trade. So the market show me what I was anticipating, and we still have more room to this one. 6696, the third leg of the down. And there is something interesting here, and don't tell me technical doesn't work. Guys, it works to the penny. Look at this move from this low to this high, and from this low to this high, to the tick exactly. And then they do it again to the downside, one to the tick, and then I think they will do it to the tick as well. So let's see.
all right, very good. We can close that poll. Mohammed had the closing price of the NASDAQ, 24,723. Take a double take and we'll close it. Looks like 52% are just saying above, Mo. 48% saying below.
Okay.
Below that. So we that delta is continuing to grow here. Again, 67.02 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ closing in on those 24,800, about 8 points to go. 24,809. Dow putting a little downside pressure there as well. Where do they want to take this? Mo short. Still short the one, correct, Mohammed?
Yep.
Okay.
Their step shorts look interesting, Dre. They look interesting.
If we break this low, the 6,700, if we break this low, I will trail my stop to 6707.08 to this level.
Okay.
But we need to clear this low first.
See what happens.
We're gonna try to get lined up with Mo, Dre. I think that's the plan.
Feel that. Okay. Cool.
How do we get lined up with Mo?
I will see. Trading NQ.
Yeah. Where'd you get
NQ.
short at, if anywhere, Mo?
Yeah, I will start shorting. Look, the stop got to be above 875. That's your stop. So any entry between 41 and 60 is a good trade.
Got it.
Oh, there we broke the 800s.
We're not getting there, Mo. I'm letting you know right now. We're not getting there.
Lower stops triggered there. 24,786 just printed. It's 24,780. New lows in the session in NASDAQ. Same with the ES. New lows just printed 66.
What the ES? What is my trade now?
Mohammed.
Okay, so it's time to trail the stop. I'm trailing the stop to 6708. So I am more 162 in the money. Oh, we just bounced from 6696 quarter. That's not a good sign. I will trail more. My trail will be 6701 because we hit the target for the sellers. So maybe the buyers would come quickly, So I will lock in some profit there.
Okay, nice.
You know what? I'm flat.
That was flat. Okay.
Nice trade, Mohammed.
done.
Update that P&L. Update that P&L. Good trade.
From 600 minus 670. Oh, so from 750 to almost 300. So this is $1,000 trade.
Positive.
Oh.
Positive
Positive,
300
yeah.
now. Wow, one trade just
What
like
a
that.
turnaround.
Good job.
Nice.
291.
Mondays, turn on Mondays. Nice job.
Turn on Mondays, indeed. Again, you
Yeah.
can't spell Monday without Mo. Such a dumb
That's
joke.
right.
All right, let's see if we got some more push to the downside here in the ES and NASDAQ. Looks like some stops went off. We got gold.
Why I get out? The question, why did I get out?
Why did you get out?
I was looking at 6696, correct? That was the target for the sellers. When I see the market dropping like a rock here, and then they do this here, no, I'm out. I mean, if they break through quickly, I will stay. But they are struggling here, respecting the support. I look at my P&L. I already, this is 4-1 of my risk. So that's enough. That's enough.
Great trade.
You believe the
Now where do we go, Mo?
I believe the gap's been filled in the ES, not yet in the NQ. Ho, give me with that price. What's the price to fill the gap in the NQ? Last trade, 24,790. 737. 737. That's Mo's price. All right, 737 for gap fill. Session gap fill. Thank you.
7-3. Oh, okay. That's a ways down.
Downside, we can get there.
Is it a gap fill?
Yes, for session. Yes.
Yeah, so that's only 50 points left.
Oh, yeah.
It was 100. Now it's only 50.
Getting there, Mohammed. For getting there.
Are we trying to get short, Trey? Trying to get short?
Yes.
That's to be stair-step
for
short.
short. Thank you. Yeah, I would like to see buyers failing. Let's do that. I mean, the buyers are trying now. What I want to see, they try again and failed. When they try again, I need to see sellers coming, buyers trying again. When sellers come back again, you're short. That's your stop. So this is how to sell low.
So where would you consider working a position at?
Yeah, I don't see if I will put sell limit, it will be 842. Sorry, I would like to say any closer number.
Whoa, are you being stingy, Mohammed, with that price up there?
Yeah, you have to be stingy. You have to, yeah. I was stingy in ES today. I was so stingy. I was looking to sell it earlier here. They said, no, you know what? Let me see this supply area. And I didn't even sell there. So when they go back, I sold 6, 7, or 12. So that's stingy. I didn't sell immediate when I see this try going lower. I waited for the market going higher and then I sell. So this is exactly opposite what I want to see, Dolby. You can see here the buyers, they try here and they failed. When they try again, when they failed, I shorted this sucker. So they try twice. When they try twice and fail, breaking this trend line, everything was very clear that buyers are not strong as we think. So that gives me the signal to go
short. Nice.
Riding this short. See now, sellers are not coming yet. Not yet. Let me check NQ. I'm looking. This is. You know what? I will not look out. No, but I will watch NQ.
Don't get tempted. Don't make me help you get tempted by NQ, Mo.
Yeah.
You don't want to look at it. Don't look at it.
See, buyers are trying now. They're still trying. You can see now they are strong now. No candle closes below the previous one. No candle close. This is 2000 tick chart. no candle closes below the previous one. So why you're jumping ahead in front of this? Wait until you see the sellers try, buyers come back. If they failed, this is your jump and this is your stop. Easy.
Set up, Mo.
Easy in saying. Especially if you are selling low, and we are selling low now. Yeah, there is lower, but currently, I mean, the market is bullish. I mean, the market is bullish. Selling NQ is not a joke. Yeah.
Oh, short term, yes, or no, long term bullish indeed. Well, Hamid, what would be the setup for ES now? You're seeing we got 67.01. What would be the entry for perhaps another short if the setup does, play with buyers stepping in and sellers taking control? Do you have a price?
Yeah, I mean, if you think, I mean, because we tagged that 6696, we tagged it. I will be very careful now, taking a short quickly, because sellers, they got their target. Now, if there is a target, it is the same. So I will target the same. I will not target lower than this one. So I want to make sure that I have enough room to 6696, and I can see a clear pivot that I can put my stop above it. Now you don't have any pivot. The only pivot that you have is 6708, which I was planning to put my stop at if I didn't see this.
Yes, you were.
Small range here. So buyers are coming. Don't underestimate them. They can do whatever they did here. So let the buyers finish their turn playing. Once you smell any weakness, jump in short, Dolby.
Okay.
What's that smell like, Mo?
Yeah, what's the look like? What's the weakness look like?
Yeah, that's fish. That's my fish.
All right. Hey, don't be saying like to hear 24,812. 814.
Yeah, because the bears, they like to eat fish. So this is why.
I like this one. Well done,
There we
Mohammed.
go. There we go. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Where is the
Well, middle of 800s?
The negative delta? Yeah.
Longs could be interesting at 800. This is truly a reversal.
Or some short covering? Good question. I mean, that's the $1 zillion question. Okay, we are about 35 points off the lows just printed in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 24,812. You do have the ES about 8-9 points off the lows, trading 67.03. Buyers are going to try to walk this up above 24,800 NASDAQ and 6,700 in the ES.
Ooh, Anne-Marie says it's starting to unwind. Delta.
Will they come back in? Is there more where that came from?
I got my treasure map, Andre.
Is the question.
Just up 800 support, go to the moon. That's the treasure map. Not financial advice.
They unwound a little. What time we got? All right, you have 6 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Nothing on the tilt for now. Versal challenges on Fridays. Last hour of the trading week. All right, we might try.
This feels pretty good so far. Mo, were you looking for longs at, if ever?
Yeah, long. I need to see an ES. Only if we pass 6714. I'm not crying today buying.
You're not crying today.
Yeah, I'm watching this play out. Are they going to? Are the lows in? Are the lows in?
Thank you. Yeah, look at this. No candle closes or not closes. No candle traded below the previous one. You can see this. That's strength. That's strength.
Like the longs are trying to just tiptoe this thing higher. Well, it doesn't matter what I think, but we'll see. Yes, right here. 67.05, Mo. You're looking at 07s, correct?
I mean, 07 could be the target for the buyers.
Oh.
To take the stops, because so many people was short with me. Not all of them exit, so most of them, they will trail their stop 6707. Maybe they will tag it, and then they jump back to test the. They take the weak sellers, weak stops.
See if they come and grab them.
Yeah, house account is still short 1 micro crude from 64.32. 64.32. Last trade 63.16. 136 in the money there. Crude continuing, might be another push lower here. Last trade. A low day 62.
There is a trend line. There is a trend line. I think it could work out. This is strong trend line from these previous lows. So maybe they will jump up to 6708 as well. And then the sellers will try. Let me see if I have the same trend line in NQ. No. Don't have the same trend line. Actually, we have a very steep one, which is already broken.
Let's see it, Mohammed. NQ. Okay. What price was that? Did we have to get above?
In NQ,
yes.
I mean, we need to go up to be buyers above 875. So that stop, if I am short anywhere here, that stop could be an inverted long as well. Reversal to the long side.
Ooh. Reversal on a Monday, Dre.
Oh, wow. Here you go. We've got...
I like shorting NQ 8427, 24842, 24,000. I forget how to say the numbers in NQ.
Okay,
it's too long. 24,842.
842. Right? 842. Very good. Last trade 815. 815.
Yeah, 850. Let's say 850 is a nice spot. Short, so you have only 25 points risk.
Because your stop has to go above 75s or 80s. 75s. 75. Makes sense.
So calculate it this way. Look how much risk you can accept. And then the reward is huge. The reward is what? Let me calculate this. So if we risk 50, stop 25 points. The reward is, I'll be conservative, 65 points.
65. Yeah. So that would take us hell into the 50s, into 24,750 for the downside target.
Yeah. So maybe you can sell some at 42, some at 50, some at 60, maybe some at 65, and stop selling up there. Just stop
selling above,
and start praying. And start praying.
It's not going to be necessary, Mo. We'll find a wonderful trade. Wonderful trade here. No praying necessary.
Yeah, trade is optional. This is the first try for sellers now.
Yes, it is.
This is what we want to see. They try now. First time they broke the previous candle. I want to see the buyers try and fail. Then we will agree the stop will be at 24. And maybe we try again up there. If you get my point. So I'm not selling now. I will wait for sellers to try again. I will have a tight stop at 24. If I get stopped out, fine. I will sell up at 40.
Waiting for a retest here.
Will we test the lows again? Will we test the lows again in the NQ? 24,780. We're about 25 points higher from that. ES seems a little bit more strength than the NQ is right now. 67.05 last trade there.
Same thing.
Very curious. These 800s.
Sellers tried first once. Let's see how their second try will look like. I would like to see. I would like to see the price above 08, 07. So we clear out those weak stop sellers. We clear them out, and then we jump short. But for you, Dolby, I think this is the middle. This is the middle for your.
It's
we are in the middle
kind of
a
a
range.
stair step. I'm looking at stair step patterns mostly. So the we just rejected the 820s.
Yeah.
So that was support. Now it became resistance. So I'm wondering if we're just stair step shorts into maybe settlement or your above below.
Yeah. The good thing about tick chart, we can see the weakness of this of the buyers faster than in the time frame, time-based frame. So once I see them, I will let you know from my side.
Nice, dude. Let us. Okay, 800s are getting tested now too.
Yep.
Not a lot of size here on the MNQ ladder. We got 780s at 90s. Let's see what's on the big boy ladder. Nothing. There's nothing crazy on the ladder right now.
Not seeing much either. What was that size on the MNQ ladder? Dolby time?
90s. It's a 91 right now. It's 780s.
Okay.
Well, back in the 800s, pretty easy here. Off the 820s. Kind of curious to see if 790 maybe holds.
Yep. Bit of a tug of war going on here around 24,800. Dow, riding higher. ES showing some strength as well.
Is chat bullish or bearish right now? Actually, where would chat get? Chat, what level would you get long in the NASDAQ? And then if you're short bias, what level would you get short in the NASDAQ? And we'll get our own
back and forth.
Our own
average.
average.
Back and forth, yeah.
Where would chat get in?
I'm watching that too, Duncan. Got my eye on that as well. ES gonna try to make it. Here we go.
800 spell.
Yeah, here we have the buyers are trying now.
Here we go.
67.07 half.
24.20, and I don't want to see the buyers taking making higher highs. You know, so I don't want to see the buyers breaching 22.
Okay. A little mixed bag.
They look weak. They look weak. All what I need now is strong red candle. So the stop will be at 24. 24 is enough. I'm not trading NQ, by the way.
Well, I would never make you trade NQ. I understand the relationship that you've had with that. I would never force you to go back and have to deal with such a terrible person.
NQ is missing my money.
Yeah.
I feel bad we make Mohammed. We asked Mohammed for above below in the NASDAQ.
That's true. That's a dirty move there, Trey.
Yeah. All right. Got about 15 minutes till MOC. 15 minutes till MOC. ES continues to show some strength here. 67.08 NASDAQ. Not so convinced just yet.
Yeah, it's fighting here. What if we got long underneath 780s?
Longs might be a buzzer. Might be a buzzer beater for longs. We'll see what MOC is. Again, tomorrow is the end of Q3. Also, we have Jolt's job openings. Job openings released tomorrow during opening call. Make sure everyone is tuned in for that. Here you go, Dolby time. Chat was a little mixed bag between long and short in the NASDAQ, but we are seeing 70% long on the tilt in the ES right now. So something to take note of.
Wow.
Yeah. Also, all right, let's let this play out. We do have a clip we want to bring. Okay, let's do this because we just all right, Dolby time. Let's run this clip because as far as non-farm payrolls and initial jobless for Thursday and Friday, there's no guarantee that they will be releasing them due to the government shutdown. So this is we got a meeting starting as well right now. So let's get this clip in, catch everyone up to speed, and everyone updated. But this is new.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt Monday ahead of a scheduled meeting between President Donald Trump and congressional leaders from both parties that Trump postponed last week.
We want the government to stay open. The president is giving Democrats one last chance to be reasonable today.
Despite Republicans controlling both chambers of Congress, Democrats do have some leverage in the Senate, where Republicans hold 53 seats but need 60 votes to clear a measure. Democrats are demanding an extension of Affordable Care Act health care subsidies for millions of Americans set to expire at the end of the calendar year in exchange for their support.
We've said from the beginning that we're willing to find a bipartisan path forward, and our line in the sand is the bill has to help everyday Americans, not hurt everyday Americans.
Republican leaders say that debate can wait.
You don't hold the people hostage for their services to allow yourself political cover, and that's what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing right now.
Democrats say Republicans had plenty of time to negotiate with them before this week.
They have the White House, the House, and the Senate. They've had plenty of months to put forward legislation where they could work with us to get this passed. They waited till the very last minute.
Meanwhile, in an effort to further pressure Democrats, the White House Budget Office has directed federal agencies to draw up plans for potentially permanent cuts to the federal workforce if the government shuts down this week. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
Right, it's that. Thank you. And the deadline for that is if no deal is struck, the shutdown will begin at 12:01 a.m. Eastern time, Wednesday morning, 12:01, and no deal struck. We will not get initial job lists. We will not be getting the non-farm payrolls on Friday as well. So stay tuned. It's obviously a very fluid situation. Jolts is at 9 a.m. Central. That'll be during fast markets. Keep an eye out for that. All right, Mohammed, we're watching ES grind higher here, 67.09. NASDAQ, not so convinced. So what are you seeing here, Mohammed?
They are giving some heat for late sellers who saw that move and can't wait.
Oh, this might be a bounce trade.
That's it. That's yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Also,
I don't know, but
there's always that.
I mean, really nice support off the 800s. Can we get above 820s though?
Can we? Is the question. 67.
A lot of stops there. 800 is a stop for the buyers. If sellers try now, definitely they will target that low. That will be an easy low for them if sellers came now.
ES much more strength than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 24,817. We did see some stops get popped to the downside there, bottoming out at 24,780. This is just a solid 200.
Is everything just getting to the upside right now, like in the Mag 7? Or not so much? Doesn't look crazy. Tesla's flat, Meta's flat, Nvidia's up 1.6, Apple's down 0.5%. Like this looks fine.
Daydreams in the chat says, nah, sellers are done now that ES broke that key level. All right, so Daydreams likes the push to the upside. Delta minus 10,500 in the NASDAQ. That has unwound a little bit. I'm sorry, in the ES, NASDAQ still staying strong.
ES looks real strong.
Yeah, minus 3,800, huh, Hog?
Now the buyers are trying. They succeed.
Just walking this up. Overnight VWAP 67.15.
I mean, our only chance to get long, I think, is if this like midpoint of 825, which is like the high to low of this whole route, down to up. Maybe we can get a pullback down to like 810s or 800s for a long. This is a lot of green, though.
This is where I was.
Wow. Squeeze? Are they getting squeezed? Squeezing. Are they getting squeezed? Is the squeeze on in the ES?
Feels like it.
Yes, it does. Dow pushing here. Oh, yeah. They're unwinding. Shorts are puking. They have been.
All right, we're going to get some bids in at 805s. 810s. Sorry, 810s.
805. Okay. $805, $810. All right.
Yeah, and all the way down to 790s.
Start with 810, 810, 05. Got you. Evens.
And micro NASDAQ, perfect.
Mohammed, nice. Mohammed, you're just saying, why didn't I hold it? Why didn't I hold it, Mohammed? Look at that. That is why you.
I couldn't. When I see sellers getting their target and dancing there, I will not dance with you. I'm out.
Yes, the NASDAQ finally has decided to follow.
Yeah. NQ. Are we at 42 already or not? No. Let's wait. I think 42. So you shift to the long side, Dolby. I think.
Yeah.
Will not change your bias. So.
Are you bearish?
Mohammed's bearish.
I'm still bearish. Yeah. Okay. I'm still bearish. Okay. I don't have a memory of a fish. I don't forget.
Mohammed remembers. 68% long in the ES. We did see it up to 71% long. ES continue.
I was short there.
Oh yeah.
At 6, 7, 11, exactly there. I was short. I was happy. I would like to do it again.
And Mohammed came in power hour down 700, down $700. Now up $300. There's your jab. Go ahead, Dolby. Is he looking for a short?
I don't know. I'm pulling these
now,
on.
Now it's a different story in NQ. NQ, now we see the second try for sellers. Now, sellers try once, they failed. Now they are trying again. I don't want to see strong green candle here. If I see strong green candle, that's a sign that the buyers are targeting stop above 24,875. That will be an entry point for the buyers. With a stop only below 800. But knowing buyers today, they are wooden buyer. I don't think.
NASDAQ.
Wow, market's up 0.4%.
I can see wooden buyers already.
I see it too, Bo.
Oh, you ever see the movie Sixth Sense?
What?
The movie Sixth Sense. There's a character in it. He says, "I see dead people." Little kid.
No.
Sees ghosts. Never seen it.
I wasn't this weekend. I was attending a comedy show with Kevin Hart in Riyadh.
Really?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart. How was it?
Saturday.
How was it?
It was, it was crazy. I love it. I loved it. It's so. I mean, we just laugh.
Love that. Mohammed's seen Kevin Hart. Hey, Dolby Time,
and
where are you going?
Russell Peters next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
I like it.
Russell Peters, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Dolby, where were you going with that? Where were you going with I see dead people?
Well, Mo sees he sees dead wooden buyers in the market. And, there's a little connection there. A little connection.
You get to see through it. Yes, absolutely, Mohammed. We got 5 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Yes, what is market on close? Put it simply, there are a bunch of orders to be executed at the close of the New York session. And it comes out in dollars, right? Hundreds of millions, perhaps billions, with ES, NASDAQ, and the YM. And if those numbers are big enough, like well into the billions, buy side or sell side, it will move the market. So it's just something to be cognizant about. And, we're going to call it out. And then 5 minutes after, 55 after, 5 minutes till the closing bell, we'll see another injection of liquidity. So perhaps the last 10 minutes. Look at, they are grinding this thing higher. Mohammed.
Shorts are so cooked.
I start to see this. The sellers are failing now. They are failing. I mean sellers are failing with strong green candle. Yeah. So they are about to take control. I would love to see the sellers
not read that well
try and succeed, but they don't.
Who caught the longs down there? In the chat, who caught the longs down there? Let us know. Let us know. Well done. Well done. I did not.
I did.
Well.
I did by exiting
Mohammed,
my
yes, you
short.
did. Absolutely.
You did, yeah. Called it.
Yeah. Good call.
Starting to get nice stair step highs here. Trend has reversed.
Look at that.
Yeah.
AJ called it in the chat. Yeah, Anne-Marie as well. Anne-Marie, you were watching Delta, weren't you? You made that play off of Delta, I believe, from what I was seeing out of the corner of my eye. In chat. Good stuff. You saw it.
Trey knows everyone's strategy at this point.
It's what? No. I saw. I could be wrong, but take it down to what? Got deep to like minus 13,000 and even more. Yep, there you go. Nice job. Well done. Great read. Great read. What's it at now, Anne-Marie?
I start liking the short at 50, 24,850.
50. That's a good.
I see this adventure for the buyers will end here. I mean, it's worth the risk. It's worth the risk. 25-point risk versus 66 reward.
I mean, there could be a short opportunity here. The 834s is the midpoint of the previous range that we were in.
It is the intersection when the sellers took control between the EMA and smoothing line of 21 EMA.
Now that movement, though.
So look at that.
See ya, Bears.
Yep. They got stuck short in the hole.
Yeah.
Bad read. Hey, shout out to Andre on the chat. Added 1K to my first successful combine at the lows down there.
Nice.
Well done. Good job. Emery minus 8,800. Well done, Emery.
Maybe 845s. That could be a potential
methodical squeeze in.
Don't pull on these longs. Those aren't good.
Yeah. Oh, they're grinding this thing. Unraveled. Will we end? All right, 67.14 last trade in the ES. About right in the middle. We closed that gap to the tick.
We just touched 42.5.
Yes, we did, Mohammed.
Looks delicious to sell.
Mohammed, you just had a great trade. You just went from negative to positive, but he sticks to the process, right, Mo? You stick to the process. If it setup shows, you take the trade.
I was focusing in NQ, so I don't.
Oh no!
I don't want to jump in ES. Let me see ES. Does it have the same thing?
Here we go.
No, they don't have. Because that area already visited before and I shorted already. So they are back again. I don't do it twice. I don't.
Let's start. A little headline out here from U.S. Senate. Democrats are weighing a stopgap funding of 7 to 10 days to avert a government shutdown.
That's 10 points now from 42. 10 points.
Yep. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Till market on close. Market on close. 50 after.
We like longs at 820s. Kind of interesting. Now that must see out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's see what this number is. Go ESNQ and then the YM.
Now
buckle up. Buckle up. And
sell side.
Mohammed, hold on, Mohammed. Hold on.
Buy side.
Mohammed. What do we got? Was this
Moon.
real? Was this real? Heavy buy side, very heavy buy side. S&P's 4.6 bill. Buy side NASDAQ 2 bill. Dow 1.4 bill. All buy side, heavy buy side. ES again 4.5 bill.
Wow.
Yep, 4.5 bill buy side ES. Almost 2 bill buy side NASDAQ, and 1.4 bill buy side Dow. Damn. That's those are big numbers. Those are very big numbers. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean the market is going to
doesn't necessarily.
Rocket, but those numbers can and will change. Those numbers can and will change again in 55 after 5 minutes before the bell. We'll get another injection of liquidity. Yeah, huge buy side numbers.
All right, let's get a bid in at 825s and 20s all the way down.
Short still valid in NQ.
Working bids starting what 25s Dolby time?
25s.
All right, cool. All right, hang tight. If you do get in, please let us know. Again, big buy side MOC. We're gonna flip this thing. All right, with that being said, Andrea, come on in. We've got some hashtag power hour submission, hashtag fast markets as well at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see how they did today, Andrea. I see some green out there.
I think they did great today. Good variety all around. First up, we got actually from Deanna saying smaller setup for today while the power is cut at my house. So she had to improvise.
Nice.
The next, got So Trader says shout out to Topstep for the quick payout process. The OG and still best in the business.
Tell them.
Congrats on your payout. And then this one from Sam says up 3,300 on a Monday. Base hits across 4 accounts. And then I like it when people name their accounts. I think it's fun.
What are they? Hit me with one.
It's like disciplined, confident, fearless, profitable.
Nice.
I think it's cute. All right, next we got Chris saying, could have passed this account today on either trade. Alas, my entries are good, but I lack patience to let them run. Another day, another base hit. Like that one,
100%.
knowing where you can improve. And then we got Justin saying, up another 1,500, trading my Topstep live funded account, locked out for the day. I've been trading live with Topstep since July 18th and secured 5 payouts from this account. I even made it to the top 20 big board back in August.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. And then finally, we got Jason saying, another milestone unlocked. Major thanks to the Topstep team and community for the unparalleled support and guidance. You've shined a light on an otherwise very dark and mysterious path. Looks like they got funded. Congratulations.
Love that.
Nice job, Jason.
Yep.
All right. That's all I got.
Okay, good stuff. Got it, Danielle. All right. So again, we had that big buy side. It is paring back just a bit. It's still buy side. ES 3.3 billion buy side. All right, NASDAQ is now 900 mil buy side. We're starting to see some selling coming in here.
Might get filled.
Okay.
For 25 evens.
All right.
Not filled. That was within a tick.
Be careful from those wooden buyers.
Yeah.
Once you see them, run.
Run for the hills, he says. Let's keep an eye out in about 55 after. 55 after, we'll see. Again, is ES still staying 3 billion buy side? Also, tomorrow power hour. Yeah, it's a big one. Tomorrow power hour, end of Q3. End of Q3, we'll hopefully see some fireworks as well. Let's take a look at these prices. 67.11 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ 24,834. Gold 38.57 last trade. Crude 63.20. After 15 minutes.
It's an exciting close.
Good
Tomorrow's going to be great. Tomorrow's going to be great.
Love it. Love it. Here we go. And
they're failing.
What they do? What they
wow,
do,
it's
Mo?
getting wiki. It is getting
Mohammed
wiki.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
There we go. Right back to the same
Come
prices.
on.
We work in the 25s. Don't be time we work in 25s.
25 evens.
25 evens. All right, last trade.
Lowest 25 quarter.
832.
Do you see that 44 and 43, how it holds?
Let me see. Yes. Look at the NASDAQ ladder. Pretty thin, but 2 on the bid, or 5 on the bid, 5 on the ask last trade. 24,830 in the NASDAQ. ES.
Okay. Buyers try again. Second try for the buyers. If they fail, I'm shorting. If we have time.
All right, Mo.
There it is. We're in one.
We're in one. Long from 2.5. Long from 2.5. 1 MNQ 2.5. Very good. We got I got the eye on the clock here. Dolby got 4 minutes.
Cool. So we can get 4 minutes.
700 mil buy side still.
I'm not taking this. This requires larger stop that I cannot afford in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. What was the smoke for a short? Was that the setup you saw?
Yeah. They try once, the buyers here.
Sure.
And then they try again. Strong grid candle. Not so strong, but it is strong grid candle. But it requires a stop to be at 6717. That's too much for me today. I don't want to lose the last 2 minutes.
That's right,
No,
Mohammed.
you had a great trade, Mo. You had a great trade. Just block it up.
Yeah. I don't want to ruin that good trade.
It's true.
No. Do you know how terrible you would feel, Mo, if you lost to $300 and got down to like negative 200? It would feel like you lost 5,000.
100%. You'd not be happy with yourself.
Yeah.
You know better, Mohammed. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, 2.5 minutes.
And remember, I was minus 750. You know, so
exactly.
Yeah.
One trade, Mohammed. You got it back. Yep, absolutely.
One trade to get it back.
Long from 825. Mohammed, what should we look for in the NASDAQ for perhaps an exit? I guess we have 2.5 minutes till the bell. Just
the
quick.
bell. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, just the bell.
Yeah, 42. I think you got that 42 one more time.
We're going to go down to 3 micros. We're going to remove 2 of the 5.
Pop here.
Or
We need that pop.
2 of the 5. Yeah, we need a pop. We need a pop to like 850s. That's honestly the best bet here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. 123 Protein. If heavy buy side, I'm assuming more likely to move up. Yes, there is imbalance. Those numbers can change. That's in theory. Obviously, you didn't see it play out. It's tricky. It's to say the least. It's just something you got to be aware of. You get blindsided by a move. It's like, oh, what was that? Oh, yeah, that was MOC. All right, Dolby time. We got 90 seconds. 90 seconds. ES trading 6709. NQ trading 24,826. JD, let us know in the chat as well how we're getting out in this Crude trade. Another bell-to-bell trade. Opening call to Power Hour.
Great stuff.
Wow.
Yep.
Can we get 848s? Let's get 848s. That would be great.
Count in the green. Yes. Can we get this push here with 60 seconds to go?
Might be trading for Chipotle bowl here, Dre.
Extra guac or no?
If we can get 848s, definitely extra guac. Right. Maybe I'll even get a side of cheese too.
Ooh, I like that.
See if we can get up there though.
In NQ, buyers try after making that high. They try now. First time. If they broke 823, that means they are wooden buyers. So I would make my stop at 22.
All right,
at this time. 1 minute left.
20 seconds. Crude trade going to auto liquidator.
15 seconds.
Look at all that size. Look at the size in the ES there.
Yeah.
Size in the ES
Don't
there.
lose
Big
them.
jump in it.
Don't
Wow,
lose
look at all that
them.
size.
We're break even.
Break even, back to break even. Can we push this thing higher? NASDAQ trading in the 840s.
Nice. 42.
Push one more pop. One more pop. Here we go. Good. What do we get out at,
All right,
Dolby?
We're out. We made $25.
Take it. That's extra guac. Awesome. Good stuff.
Nice.
There we go.
Great stuff, Mohammed.
Last 1,000.
Power hour
right.
on Monday. You know Mohammed will be here. Nice trade. Came into power hour down 750. Ended up $300. That's how you do it. Dolby time. Nice trade. Great patience. That being said, we got a lot more in store. We got jobs reports coming at you. Nice start to this week. Everyone, we're all in this together. We're going to keep grinding. Shout out to all the bellers for making this happen. One more time. Click subscribe, thumbs up, and the bell. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Well done, guys.
Absolutely. Congrats on your burrito bowl with guac, Dolby. And thank you to everybody watching Power Hour. Whether you are just tuning in now or you've been with us from 7 in the morning, we know that you have a lot of streams to watch, and we appreciate you being here on this one. And speaking of, the fun doesn't stop right now. At the Buzzer is coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So stick around. We'll see have a little outro here, and then you can be ready for Coach Jay and Coach Paul as they kick off At the Buzzer. That's coming up next at 3:15 p.m. Then later tonight, 7:30 p.m., Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. Catch Coach Dakota tonight right here on our YouTube channel here on TopstepTV. Tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m., bright and early, Aaron Trades is here with London Open. Of course, Deanna will be back with Euro Trade or Metal Markets. We'll figure out which one it's going to be, but you can catch that at 3:30 or 5 a.m. I promise you, she'll show up, so just come to the YouTube page and either Euro Trade or Metal Markets will be going on. We'll get that sorted out for you. But then, of course, right here in the morning, 7:15, we're going live again. We're going to do it all over. Another day of Topstep TV. We got Mindset Matters tomorrow with Dr. V. So if you submitted a question for that, be sure that you are here tomorrow all day long, but especially at 1 p.m. Central for Mindset Matters. But for now, stay tuned. At the Buzzer's coming up right after this. I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. This has been one hell of a Monday on Topstep TV. Let's go.